Hello, hello! Welcome. I'm Cyberchroma. Yeah, it's been a bit. I've been busy, but now I'm back. And hello, Francesco. Hi. Let's get the music, background music going. Oh, something's wrong with my notifier. I'll set a manual ping right now. Right. Fair enough. All good. Francesco. Yeah, didn't even notice. I keep not even bothering to check whether the notification goes out. But either way, all good. Yeah, so hello. We're back working on the Handyman with the Unicycle. I haven't touched this in a bit because even my last stream wasn't even working on this game. It was playing a horror game, playing Scrutinized, which, yeah, that went well. Scared the pants off of me. Yeah, so we are back doing this, but before we get into doing this, which I have to also kind of remember exactly where I left off and what we're going to be doing. I have a general idea, but we'll get to that. First off is this. For those not caught up, basically the last stream, I played a horror game and imposed a rule where every time I paused unnecessarily, I'd add one to this counter, and long story short, I'm going to be commenting some code, which, yeah, is a punishment to me. Yeah, so that's what we're going to be starting off things. And, you know what? Just to ease my conscience even more, I know there are some times that we said we're maybe, like, we're wishy-washy in terms of if they counted or not, so I'll add one more, just for funsies. So, yeah, I get to pick 6 scripts of my choosing that I'm going to go through and comment all of. Now, obviously, I can cheat this, and I am going to cheat this to not waste all of our time here by just kind of picking ones that are short. Just to some degree. Like, I'm not going to count this. If you see behind my head here, I'm not counting that one. Or that. The ones of substantial length. Yeah, okay. Actually, when I say 6, so... Yeah. And I do at some point, I do actually want to go through and comment, like, everything, but I'll probably do that off stream because that's not interesting to watch. Let's start with... I keep finding a bunch of ones that are, like, of medium length. You know what? Let's just do this and just get this over with. So, commenting. trying to tell you even how I like to what degree, how detailed do I want my comments to even be. We'll just start by commenting variables. Ugh. Okay. Enjoy me struggling. Oh, let me move myself to the other side of webcam. Enjoy me struggling to do English. This shouldn't take too long, in theory, and then we'll get back to the real thing. Think of this as just time to waste as people funnel into the stream, possibly. And if you're seeing the VOD of this, you can skip ahead. Okay, so this fade background UI is not even being used by that many things anymore. It used to be being used by any menu that came up that would fade everything that was in the background. Now it's just being used by the pause screen and the fail screen exclusively. Just those menus, I think. Yeah, so that's something. For a lot of these objects that we only have one of, I have this instance variable that is a nice unperformance way of other things being able to access this. That works nicely. It's almost like a coroutine. Sorry, that's not even the word I meant to say. It's almost like a singleton, but not quite. Doesn't have all the steps that a singleton has. Yeah, so I don't even know how to comment how I would describe what this instance is. I'm already off to a great start here. Just a easy to access instance of this script. Yeah, that's good enough. I like to have comments that are actually substantial, not just saying, this is a float called fade smoothing, you know? So, yeah, fade smoothing. This is, how... This has anything to do with the speed that the, fade background actually fades. It's not really a speed, it's kind of a speed. Well, it's like an inverse of a speed. No, I would just equate it to being speed. I'll call it a speed in the comment. It's like good, close enough. Speed of the fade. I hate these comments, but whatever. Just whatever I need to just get through them. Me commenting this code is more important, substantial with the actual functions, the variables. I usually try to be pretty self-explanatory with my variable names. Start color, destination color. Oh yeah. The color to start as in fade, I guess. If I can press the right buttons. To end as in a fade. There we go. And then reference to the background sprite. Reference to the... Also, just remember what the code actually does. This background, I believe, is just the actual... the black screen thing. What? I'm sure you had a reason for being a sprite renderer, not an image on a canvas. But, sure. To fade, I guess. Sure. I'm not commenting that. I guess I said I would. Sure. Start just getting the sprite reference. Setting the start color. This becomes a lot more important when we have the actual, like, when I'm commenting, like, the player movement code and stuff like that. Setting the start color. Sprite, sure. And then this is just, yeah. Then this would be, smoothly changing the color of the sprite. Towards the destination color. Good enough for me. Let's continue. Let's do this other one that I have to have open, the transition curtain. I can copy everything I had with the instant stuff. I can just copy. That makes that a little bit easier. Cool. This is for like curtains that whoosh whoosh whenever we start and well, actually it used to be whenever we switched between any scenes. Now it's just on backing out of stuff or like restarting the day, backing out to the main to the hub world, stuff like that. Oh, when you fall off the edge and respawn. I think currently those are the 3 cases where the transition curtain is used. So, yeah. How long the curtain takes to close. Reference to the curtain. Sure. Keeps track of if the curtain is currently closed. Reference to the animator. Good enough for me. Just also copy, so I have to write less. Oh. This, I did a full-on coroutine, but I don't need that here. Not here. Or, not anymore. I used to. I don't need this anymore. Pretty sure. Double checking. I don't think I need that. Hopefully not. I'm just gonna do this. Then it's 1 line less, and oh, I didn't mean to stop any of that. Then I don't need the line. Starting the curtain as active. And why do I do this and start? I'm sure I have a reason to. I'm not going to modify any code at the moment. Get the reference. Close the curtain. So this is where I'd have a more substantial comment of why I test the Boolean beforehand. Only trigger the curtain to close if it is currently open. Yeah, call the animation. Trigger the animation. The close animation. Change state. And state, I guess. Good enough for me. Alright, this one is going way better than the first one. Just kind of gotta get into a commenting mode or something. I don't know. Switch these for open. Yeah. Done. I do not want to do the... I don't want to do the objective manager right now. No, thank you. I think, like, that's one of our longer scripts. Not our longest. Our single longest script of the month, I think, is just the player move script. Even some of these, I have some comments. The 2 down, 4 to go. I was debating whether I would do a longer one just for the heck of it. But, nah. I'm good. Save it for another time. Why are you taking so long to comment? Could you maybe be a little bit faster? That would be great. Okay. I think in the level folder, that's where we're gonna find a lot of shorter ones. Let's do my random hover script. That's useful and used in a lot of places. The speed of the hover. Okay, that's fine. With self-explanatory variables, I don't need to care as much with... Like, I try to have substantial comments, but it's only so substantial I can get. I don't need to define what speed means. The speed of the hover, the... How far from... It's... The object's starting point to hover. That's descriptive. Offset is... This is an offset in its hover cycle. Adds an offset in the object's hover cycle. This is to allow objects that are hovering to be out of sync. I don't think I need to say that part in the comment. Whether to, basically, to be scripted up, basically whether pausing affects the hover speed. Hover cycle. Speed. Just affects the hover in general. It's not just pausing. If there was like something kind of slow-mo or anything the same changes time to time scale, but like that's mainly going to be pausing. It's descriptive enough here to get the point across. Whether to start the hover at a random point in the cycle. And this ends up being the direction to hover. Yep. Starting. The stored starting point to hover around, I guess. The calculated random starting offset in the hover cycle. Good enough for me. Also, why is this song way louder than other things? How about let me turn you down? Also, it's loud for me. Let me just Go, okay. Okay. Setting the starting position. Good enough for me. If we want to start at a random point in the cycle, I usually comment if statements where this is like basically a partial sentence, where it's like, if we want to do this, as like the comment for this, and then kind of continue that on the inside. Calculate the random offset. That's calculate a random point in the cycle. Okay. How do I want to do this? Just hover. Do the hovering thing. Just move the object by a sine wave, or in a sine wave fashion. Pattern. You know what? Wow. And those could be the same. If pausing shouldn't affect this object. Sure, yeah, good enough. That's 3 down. We're halfway there, ladies and gentlemen. Let's continue this trend, and let's do spin next. That's another commonly used one, I guess. The direction to spin, and this is pretty short. This is whether the spinning can randomly be in the opposite direction. Whether this spinning should on a local or world axis. Cool. If the binning can be inverted. Pick, it's a 50-50 chance. That math is 50-50 chance, so describe it as that. Has a 50-50 chance of inverting the direction. Okay, and then same kind of deal of rotate the object in the direction on the local axis. On the global axis, and then if the object should rotate locally. Good enough for me. That's 4 of 6. Almost there. Next one is going to be... I feel like I should skip ones that are this short, but I won't cheat that much. I mean, eventually I would go and comment them. Might come back to the gross shrink. Other ones maybe a little bit more different. What's a good candidate here? I'm just gonna get the... I'm gonna rule out the animation controller and playback one just because those are a bit funky with how they're even being used. Let's do moving platform. Let's do a longer one for fun. It's not that long. Okay, so we have this target info, and also going through some of these is reminding me of how of a lot of code that we wrote before and how it worked. So that's interesting, and it's a tiny break from the last time we were working on this. Just a tiny break from the level info stuff that we were doing. So I guess that's something. Okay, so right, level info. Do I want to have a comment that explains what this entire class is? I might. In this case, it might be worth explanation. Well, I use this in a list, but if I were to describe a single one of these, a list of information, so what is it? This is had to have a list of targets. Well, target infos. This is a target, and then information about that target. So it's a collection of information about a target to travel to, and its associated information. I'm using information twice in the same sentence there. A collection of information about a target and how to travel to it. Target and how to travel to it. This also allows for clarification on speed and delay. If this is used how I think I remember it being used, about whether these bits of information are talking about this target, like going into that target or leaving from that target, because that's important distinction. Okay, so then this is the target to travel to. The speed to go towards the target. Delay before next. This is the delay before getting the next target. Okay. A list of, and I'm using list in the English term, not like it's an array in coding talk, but it's a list of information. An array fits the English definition of a list. You know what I mean? A list of this collection, a list of targets, and information about them. Why are you a public rigid body? Why did I do that way? Oh, because I need the player gets this to know the moving platform's velocity to do stuff with that. Okay, reference to a rigid body. Target index. The current target we are traveling to. These comments are feeling more substantial, so that's good. Last distance. That's right. I remember this. This is the how much space there was between us and our target last frame. Between us and the target in the last frame, because that's used to be able to kind of error correct, to be able to tell if we've overshot the target for any reason, because we've had some trouble with that, having the possibility of breaking things. So this is just like a if breaking, don't kind of situation. It's worth having. Yeah, that's if it is working the way I remember that I think that I've coded it. I remember that when we were coding this, I was jumping back and forth between ideas, so yeah. Okay, so then is moving. Yeah, this is just whether the platform is currently in motion. Okay, so starting at the first target. That's more substantial than just saying setting the index to 0. Are starting in motion, getting the reference, and this is starting at also starting at the first target. Right, because I set this to 0, but then I changed target to immediately move towards the second target. The first target acts as our starting point. Yeah. Starting at the first. I don't like those being the same. I need to just reword this. I need synonyms here. Of the first target. You know, that's good enough. Call the change target function. That's. I guess I'll go. Start traveling towards the second target. Okay. Okay. Is moving whether we are currently, or if we are currently in motion. If we are currently in motion, then get the distance to the target. If we have, if our distance is greater than the last distance. Oh, this was if we have moved away from the target, overshot, or have reached the target. And I put the comments in the order of the checks of the if statement, so that's a thing that I've done. Or have reached the target, then stop moving. Stop the velocity. Okay. Moved snap the platform exactly on the target, and then yeah, wait to get the next target. Wait, then get the next target. Okay, this else is us moving. Wait, yeah. Yeah. I'll put, if we are still moving towards the platform. Okay. Then, just move in the direction of the platform. Yeah. Up. Save the distance for the next frame. Okay. Change target now. Add 1 to this variable. Increase the... just get the next target. If we were over the last target, if we were at the last target, then get the first target. Get the first target. Okay. Then this is... Why do I have this here? Because what this isn't this happening every frame that this is not true? Or do I have some reason for that? Also, this seems unnecessary, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, I'm worried to remove it because I'm like, if I do, it might cause issues. I'm gonna remove it and see what happens. Right, then setting the last distance. Kind of resetting last distance. That's kind of what is happening there. Yeah. This is stop moving. Wait a delay. I guess that works. Change targets. That's, yeah. Start moving again. Let me, before we go any further, let's see that the platforms didn't break. Okay. They look fine to me, so that's probably good to go. Alright, with that, we are done. That was 4, right? Wait. Oh, wait, no. Because, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, right. Okay, I don't know where I lost count, but... Okay. Awesome. So we have one more. And then we get back to coding for real. Let's finish off with the third, these kind of come in a batch of hover, spin, and grow strength. They're used a lot together, so this one should be easy anyway. I'm actually going to, I'm going to steal from my other things, so I have to type less. The speed of the growing and shrinking. It annoys me that I couldn't find, like, expressing that in a single word, but oh well. Oh, hi. Right about this, Andrew Tate being banned from all social media platforms. I heard about this, but also, I have no idea who Andrew Tate is. I've never heard of him before any of this. Shows how much I use the social medias. So I heard he's done bad things, so I hear that the general public consensus is that this was good. So sure. But I know nothing about the guy, so, or like, other than what I've heard as of like recently. Like, I've seen things about this, so I'm aware of what happened, but I don't have an opinion that varies from what anyone else has already said. Yeah. Okay, so scale direct. What am I doing? I've lost my train of thought. Also, hello, real official birdie. Hello. We are quickly commenting a little bit of code. This is the last bit of code that we're going to be commenting, and then we're going to be getting back to real programming stuff. This is my me doing my punishment from the last stream of unnecessarily pausing while playing a horror game, of having to comment 6 bits of code, and we're almost through this. Okay, speaking of yours, the direction to grow and shrink. This I can steal, if I can press the right buttons, I can just steal whatever I said here. Adds an offset to the object's hover cycle. Adds an offset to the object's grow and shrink cycle. Then whether pausing affects, plural, the growing and shrinking. It annoys me that I having to use 2 words there, but can't think of a better way that isn't less descriptive. Okay, so this is also the same. Let me just type less where I have the opportunity to do so. Yeah. To grow and shrink around. Then this is just the same as this guy over here. Setting the starting scale, which has to be local because the way that this is. Right about this, Donald Trump burying his ex-wife at a golf course he owes to avoid paying property taxes. Is that a real thing? Did that happen? If so, I haven't heard of it. So you're picking all of the things that I cannot comment on. I don't like. There's not a lot of political stuff I have the knowledge to comment on, or whatever. I see a few YouTube videos of people talking about stuff, and I see some Twitter stuff about things. I don't watch news that much other than that, so yeah. Sorry. I do know about Trump being like raided by the FBI, and that being hilarious. So there, I'm aware of that. Although the story about it keeps changing, but yeah, I don't know where it is in its current state. It's TypeScript. Oh, TypeScript. I can do all this rambling about TypeScript when I totally don't Google it and remind myself of what it is. TypeScript, yes. A programming language that looks similar to C#, maybe some more similar to JavaScript, possibly. Oh, TypeScript, I guess the script part's in the name. I have never used TypeScript, as it does seem vaguely familiar. Like, I'm sure I've heard the name before. It's developed by Microsoft, sure. A strict syntactical superset of JavaScript and adds optional static typing to the language. So it's like JavaScript with a little bit of C# thrown in? Is that kind of what this is? The static typing, that's... I have that over here, bam. Does JavaScript not have static variable stuff? Unless this is not what that's referring to. But maybe that's a thing. Yeah, I don't know. How long has it been around? Stable... Oh, there is that. First appeared in 2012, 9 years ago. Fair enough. I'm aware of a lot of programming languages, just that one's not what doesn't have to be one of them. Let's see. All the programming languages I have ever done anything in. Actually, let me go back to Unity. Some things are in the middle of compiling. So I'll let them do that. All the programming languages I have ever used. Python, C, C++, C#. And these are all out of order, by the way. Java, JavaScript, Visual Basic with Excel stuff that I've done. I'm missing some. I'm missing at least one. Did I say Python? I started with Python. Python was the first on my list, I think. I've used Turing, which is like a more teaching programming language, but it is something I technically used for a semester of school back in high school. Let's see, what else is there? I have done HTML stuff with website things. PHP I've learned very recently, so there's that. But then I've also done some HTML stuff, but that's not a programming language. So is that 9? But yeah, I haven't used TypeScript. I've had to use a little bit of R which is like a statistics-y programming-y language thing. Hated it, never want to use it again. Yeah, basically TypeScript is JavaScript with type safety. It's statistically typed instead of being dynamically typed. Oh, so without having var. Var this, var that. Yeah. Fair enough. I guess that's cool. Sure. So is that 9? Might be 9. I feel like I might be forgetting what. Maybe I'm not. Maybe that is all of them. Anyways, yeah, so that is that. The main programming languages I've used, C#, very heavily, very extremely heavily, and that's it. Although recently, with a side thing I've been doing some PHP stuff, so there's been that. Yeah. I like not having to deal with pointers or memory management. That's great. It's terrific. I like not having to write I like not having to write 10 lines of code to do something that in like C# you could do in 1 or 2. I have used assembly code before as well. That's another one. A lot of the programming languages I've used have been because of school-related reasons. I've had to convert C code. Was it C? I think it was C. Or was it Python? I think it was C code into assembly code and vice versa. Could I do that right now? No. Probably no. I mean, like the tiniest bit, maybe. I'd have to like look at some assembly code. I mean, it's all very bare level stuff. Anyways, yeah. Static means the type of variable is known at compile time. Okay, that context. Fair enough. In this case, you have a static variable, and that's just that amongst the different instances of this class, that variable stays the same always across all the classes. You can make entire class static, and then there can only be one kind of deal. Used with singletons often. Yeah. Then JavaScript var name equals that, and TypeScript var name string equals name. Yeah, okay, fair enough. And that's better for compiler stuff. Fair enough. Yeah. Makes sense, I guess, why that would be good, I guess. I haven't heard of it that much, so I don't know how widely used it is, but it's the same principle with types instead of actual value. Yeah, no, makes sense, for sure. Yeah. I like, there's the pros and cons to that sort of thing. The main pro of not having that would just be easier to program, maybe, but even then it can cause problems with unexpected behavior, I guess. But not having to worry about declaring types or whatever can be like, it's easier to, less to have to type, less to think about while you're programming or whatever, but whether that counts as a pro in your mind, I mean, I've very rarely used programming languages where you make variables with var. As I said, main experience being in C#, and over the last year I've used a lot of C++ and C. So yeah. Anyways, let's finish this off, shall we? So if I'm gonna be rambling, it can be rambling while I am making, while I'm actually doing coding things that isn't just commenting code. Pausing should affect this object. Oh. Why did I do this way? I'm sure it had a reason. Let me just copy more code from this. Row and shrink the object in a sine wave pattern. That's this bit. Well, it's both of these. Oh, I add 1. Oh, right, because I sign between -1 and 1, but then I add 1 so that it's going between 1 and 2 without any, if it wasn't scaled with an amplitude. Convert, what do you call the, there's a term for this. I did physics a long time ago. Also, why'd the music stop? Oh. This particular track has just a bunch of silence at the end. Okay. Sure. Well, yeah, C#, it's just int number equals 13. Exactly. Yeah. Isn't there, wait, hold on. Do you have the option of having var, I think. I've like never done this. But I guess you're allowed to. Oh, read only. I don't know. Whatever. Yeah. I have like never done that in C#. Yeah. What is the center of a sine wave? I will Google it. Center of a sine. From a like horizontal axis. What do you? Let's see. What do you call that? Midline? Sure. I'll just go with midline. Convert. Move the midline of the wave from 0 to 1. Yeah, right with this. Video games. Well. Oh, actually, I can. That I, hold on, let me just type this. Multiplying the start scale by the new scale? I do that big. Oh, right. 1 second. Multiplying by the star scale. Okay, I just copy those other things. So Undertale. Y'all know Undertale? I don't want to spoil things, but I have been playing a bunch of Undertale recently. But despite like having not played it like before at all, and yeah, actually beat it. All 3 major endings. So with some cheating involved, but you know. So that's that. I don't know how much I want to say of specifics because spoilers. I mean, spoilers for a game that's like really old. My favorite bits of the soundtrack are. Saying names of tracks isn't spoilers. Spider Dance, and Megalovania. So there's that. The final, without spoilers, the hardest boss. Yeah, I got to, with some minor cheating, got to the last attack of it twice and died. So at that point, because I had been at it for hours, just kind of cheated in ways to edit save files to just skip the fight and watching a YouTube video of how it wraps up. So yeah, sometime if I have more time, I plan to go back for it. I'd like to beat it properly. I just don't have all the time in the world. And you see how often I'm doing this. Anyways, but yeah, so, and yeah, Undertale, good, very cool, very, very cool. Woo. Favorite character being Papyrus, because that's everyone's favorite character. Yeah. Anyways, yeah. I could say more about it, but yeah, I will not spoil things, I guess. Okay, so also, we finished commenting the code. My punishment is over. Haha, I guess. I can delete this. And I did 1 for extra Z's, so you can't say the numbers were unfair. And I did 1 that was, like, decently long, so I didn't do all 6 that were super short. Yeah, I'm fine with deleting that notepad file. I don't need it anymore. Okay. So, let's see. 53 minutes in, let's get back to what we're actually doing in today's stream. I could have done that commenting off camera, but nah, I did. So, yeah, oh well. Anyways, so where I want to continue, actually let's start with me going to play mode and reminding myself of where we left off with the thing we were in the middle of. Let me full screen here. So, we have our level info thing. So, a reminder, we have a hub world. That's a level, like a real level down there. It's a test level at the moment, but down there would be a real level. Up here's our hub world, where we change what level is down there. And then we get this cannon to launch down to it, and it's a cool, pretty sequence that has no actual loading screens. So, like, you still have, you know, player control while stuff is going on, which is really cool. It's not fully there yet, but it's what we're working on, and it has the potential to be really cool. So, if we go up to, so first of all, this just being the, you know, a lot of graphical stuff is a placeholder, but as if it's level A, B, and C, 3 levels that we can go up to where these little, what I'm thinking will either look like a tablet kind of a thing with like an interface, or like a torn off piece of map. Something along those lines that will show like a preview of the level. You get close to it, and it does this sequence. It's very nice. It took a lot to set that up and make that all work without problems. So we have buttons, we have confirm and cancel. Right now I'm in level A, so hitting confirm should do nothing. Yeah. If I go to this one, boom. Also, these screenshots are temporary. Like, I took my test levels and just, in Unity, just went screenshot good enough. I plan for the actual things to probably have a little bit more, like, effort put into them, you know? So there's that. Anyways, we click this. Cool level transition thing happens. Still has some rough edges that are being worked out. Like, one thing I really want to do, although it might just already, like, happen naturally once the hub world is more fleshed out and the level is more, like, the levels are bigger than just a tiny little platform. Right now, when I'm leaving one level and going into another, I'm purposely looking over the side so you can see the level leave and come into view. I want that to be more obvious without players having to, like, go out of their way to see that. But partially that will come from just there being more environmental stuff in general. I was considering making the floor, like, glass. Actually, it was glass at one point, and then I undid that for reasons, so I might put that back in. We'll see. It's stuff to figure out. That'll come more from the actual better modeling side of things. Anyways, so we have screen. Cancel kicks you out of it. Actually, one newish thing that we have is that before, when you hit cancel, you were still, like, in the middle there, and then you'd just be inside the thing that was spinning around, like the player would be inside of it, and that didn't look too good. So I actually kick the player back a little bit when they exit the menu, so that's cool. Actually, I think I do that even when I hit confirm, so that makes that a little bit better. Bam, that's us going into this level. Again, any jitter, ignore. Also, skyboxes, ignore a little bit. I still, like, the upper half of this skybox, fine, totally cool skybox. I don't like how the bottom half of it is pure white. I would like it to be basically these kind of clouds all the way around, but it's just random stuff that I found that works good enough as a placeholder. We'll worry more about that later. So yeah, this is our level info thing we have. This is test level A, screenshot, and 3 buttons you can hit up and down with. Now this normal button, we have, bam, this whole transition that I'm still very happy with how it's turned out. I quite like it. Now, one thing worth mentioning is that this screenshot and this screenshot are supposed to look completely, totally different. Right now they look very similar. That's because I failed at taking good screenshots. So just keep that in mind, that this and this should look completely, radically, totally different when they're not placeholders. In fact, they are different. Here's a chunk of the level over from, like, one view of it, and this is another chunk of the level. It just happens that they look like it's just the same thing but mirrored. That was an accident. Anyway, because actually this is like those platforms over there, that's what this was, and that stuff over there, that's what this has. I just took random screenshots. Anyways, not important. What is important is, so the text that is the level name changes because the hard modes are going to be different. I don't even explain what, just a recap. There's some people who have seen what I'm talking about a million times, some people who might be new or haven't seen stuff in a while. So I am recapping and also to myself, to, like, remind myself of what I was doing here. But basically, each level will have a hard mode that you actually unlock. It's not there right off the bat. So that's another thing that we'll have to do is hide, like, have some code that, like, if the hard mode isn't even unlocked, this normal button just isn't there. It would just be confirm and cancel and all that other things to hide the existence of a hard mode until you've actually unlocked it. Anyways, so yeah, then this is this. You hit confirm, and then you go into the hard version of the level. The hard version has a different name because I wanted to, like, it helps distinguish the hard mode from the normal version of the level. Because I want the hard modes to not just be same thing but harder. I want it to be different, more substantial than just same but harder. So, yeah. Okay, so where did we leave off this? What are we working on now? So there's another piece of UI that's actually used to be on there, and we were in the middle of reworking it, and it's currently just not here because we were in the middle of doing it. It's currently broken, and that is our strikes. The levels will you don't just beat a level. Well, you beat a level. There's also, like, a measurement of how good you did in the level, and that is my strikes system. When you're in a level, 3 strikes, you're out in terms of failing to complete objectives. When you beat a level on this level info screen, you'll see how many strikes you had, or how many strikes you had left when you last beat the level. So that'll be a thing. And then when you flip to hard mode, it has its own strike system. So they'll both, like, that's 2 different sets of strikes to be saved. So we were in the middle of doing that, and yeah, on some game objects that are inactive, I just like turn them off temporarily. I have to undo that just so that I can see them. So let me just quickly go to wherever this would be. Oh, demo. This. I also just made scenes for the hard modes levels just so that they existed in terms of trying to transition to them. We're not using those right now. Okay, so over in my player testing scene, in this, under this prefab. So I spawned the player at runtime for reasons mostly to do with performance. So because of that, the player, I just have them in their own scene whenever I want to tinker with them. Yeah. Okay, so level info screen. I think it's you that I need to reactivate. Yeah. What else? Oh yeah, so I remember that not only was this in the middle of working as wish-washy of being fully functional, but also it was being a little bit broken, I think, and thus I'm gonna have some issues with just having to remember where things were and getting back to yeah, what I was doing with this. So let me I'm starting by just kind of re-enabling some game objects, and hopefully I'll be able to remember what I was doing. Now, I remember conceptually what I want to happen. Just, yeah, a matter of actually getting there. So, the strikes they're floating above the level, like this. That's like normal level strikes, hard mode strikes. We're also going to have that when the hard mode is not there, the normal one will just be in the middle, I guess. We're going to worry about that after. We're just going to get it with hard mode stuff enabled. We'll get it all functional, and then we'll introduce this hidden kind of toggle of if the hard mode is even unlocked or not. And the hard mode is on a level-by-level basis. Technically, it's on a world-by-world basis of unlocking the hard modes, so yeah. Doing that might also lead us into saving, like actually saving a level being considered beaten or not. So, yeah, because that's another thing that I have to figure out how I want to best do is, because I want you to be able to kind of, at a glance, I look at a level entrance in the distance, kind of be able to tell what I would want to be able to tell from a distance without it. Like, from here, you know, it might mess with font or text size or whatever, but with some minor changes, I can, from a distance, see if this level is perfected or not, or, because there's the X's that has to do with, like, I get rid of that X if you, beat it without getting any strikes. It'll be like ×3. It's how many strikes left is how I've done it. I could have had number of strikes and have that, you'd want it to be a 0, but I don't know. Right now I just have it as a number of strikes left to kind of match with, you have 3 strikes left, then 2, then 1, then you die. So that default state. Anyways, I think ×0 would be you haven't beat the level at all yet. Although I think if you haven't beat the level, the thing just wouldn't be there. It'll be there when you're looking back at a level you've already beaten. Yeah. For a level you haven't beaten, like, ooh, new level to try, I might do something else with making it look more like, ooh, it's a thing that you should go to now. Anyway, so currently this is broken. And I have to, oh, right, I'm going to do stuff with, camera proportion, the focal length, but on a different camera, because there's multiple cameras rendering different things. I remember why I was struggling with this. Haha. Ish. Right, and then that's there. Wait, you... Oh, yeah, and this sticks to the camera forever. Yeah, so this was broken. Right. So, there was an old strikes thing that, like, swooped in from the left, but I wanted it so that you could see it just like the title from the distance, and then when I touched this, it would all slide into place. Yeah, so that was a thing. So right now, this doesn't move. These are not in line with this, and this is down here. So, I guess in terms of continuing this version of this shouldn't be here at all anymore. Actually, do you flip? I forget if you do. Well, you flip being upside down, but this shouldn't be here, but these ones are going to move where this is. So maybe I won't delete this just yet, so I can kind of use this as almost an anchor of where these should move, and then when they're on top of each other, then I know that things worked. Now, there is an issue where this physical bit and the text don't line up because they're actually being rendered by two different cameras, and I changed the focal length of one of them. From this point of view, they're fine, but when I go in and out of the menu, I change the focal length of the camera. So I've debated that I guess I'm gonna have to, in order for these to stay linked together, I'm gonna have to change the focal length of the camera that renders these, which might also be the camera that's rendering the title. I forget if it is or not, which means that might break. Actually, no, before I do anything, why? How is it that this is fine, but these disconnected? Let me double check some things before I do something I just don't need to do. So camera level info. So under this left whole child object, that's here. This is so. Okay. I think it's to do with that. This is pressed up against the screen. This is objects way in the distance, right? Yeah. So that would do part of it. Now where these should move, I may have done some coding of where they're supposed to move. I don't entirely remember. Right now they are moving with the camera as far as all that's concerned. They just aren't where they're supposed to be. So this is, let's see here. This is level screenshot, flip pivot. Oh, you have a lot of game objects that are just controlling different things. Map pivot. This is, the pivot of the map. Level strikes. This is the, I think this is the game object that both of these are supposed to kind of move to the center of. This is what the normal and hard strikes are child objects of. So if I were to manually move this, just because I'm curious, let me manually move these to kind of where they should be and go from there. So these, I could move them in a way that they get pressed up against the camera. Oh, actually I could do that. Or I was saying that like I could do that, but I'm not gonna. Maybe I do want to do that. Because I almost think that I basically... So I have two options. So I want to move them here, but on one hand, they should almost move with the map, which is why I want them to... Like, part of me... Hold on here. Part of me wants to physically have them be here, underneath this, so that they move together. And then part of some 3D modeling I might do might make it, like, the actual... This border has a little, like, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh kind of thing. I don't know. Or I sandwich it against the screen like this one currently is and like the title is. But then on the flip, it might just look weird. Actually, this one's doing that and it looks fine. I guess that answers my question. Okay, so I can get away with this. Okay, so hopefully it'll look fine. Okay, yeah. So that's what we're going to do, and that'll just be easier and more in line with stuff that we've already done, and I don't have to worry about the projection matrix of that other camera. So, yeah, I want to move these so that they just match this, actually. So that they match this guy. And then I'm going to get rid of this one. Yes. So... But how... Hold on here. Left, you flip properly, apparently. I guess you do. I just want to double check. So for the left set of game objects, I just want to see what's flipping specifically. It is this, okay. So presumably if these level strikes were underneath here, if I'm gonna just manually move stuff for right now. Okay. Let's see, normal. Left. If I basically treat this like these, let's just kind of see how I have to move things for things to kind of line up how I want them to. I'm also going to need to move these just being in the center. the object I'm moving. The hard strikes is gonna move back and then flip 180 for this flip to happen. Oh, they aren't moving up and down together. I almost think that they should be. Also, wait, I moved you, I rotated you. You didn't actually seem to rotate. Oh. Okay, you are moving together. Just flipped on this one? Yeah, flip it on this one. Okay. Okay. And then move you back. Actually, I think I specifically made it so that you can have the same position as long as you're rotated, and you're fine. Yeah. I did do that way. Okay, so I just have to worry about rotating back. Okay. You're still not where you're supposed to be in terms of the whole global game object, but let's deal with that. Oh, wrong game object. Let's see here. To match this one on -H, 0. Ah! Why did that startle me for it to just up in the camera's face? Okay, great. Rotate you so you're staying against camera. Ignore the slightly off color. That's because right now this one's being affected by post-processing. This one isn't. And I might be able to do something about that. We'll see. to correct it if it needs to be. So you can move down there. Oh, except you're not lining up exactly. And the numbers aren't lining up necessarily. Oh, no. Wait a minute. Why is... Oh. Right. I forgot that would happen. Because of camera shenanigans, even though this text is behind this text is still being rendered in front of the game object. I didn't account for that. Ooh. Actually, that's deal-withable. I just need to make them all be rendered by the same camera. And yes, I'm making a bunch of changes in edit mode that are not gonna save when I go edit mode. But right now, this is just for messing around with stuff that I can undo. Okay, so hold on here. Where's the actual object? This, and then the text. No, you're just on the what? You have a rect transform, and then you just have a normal transform underneath. So if I were to just take all of you and just go, bah, UI camera. And there we have it, folks. Okay. So now you could move there and be fine. I guess that's what I'll have to live with for now. The annoying thing is the second that these bits of text flip between whether they're being affected by post-processing or not, I'm going to notice it, but yeah, it's something I'll come back to. Okay, so if I were to take that, and now I should be free to, in theory, I would turn this off. Oh, your colors. Okay, your colors to be fixed, but aside from that, conceptually the point there works. I'm wondering though if it's too distracting that I can see the other thing behind, and it's also going in front of the map, which I don't like. I want to almost have the illusion of these being together. Although the solution to that is just to make sure that these don't overlap, and I can do that easily by just moving this down a bit more. And a bit more. Okay. I can mark down positions and stuff before I flip over for real. Okay. Let me just see if separating these more or less helps anything. Okay, yeah. So this is going to be rendered in front of the map no matter what I do, so if I want to be able to get away with it being on this layer, so that's just something I'm going to have to live with. Of course, I could do something where I, the one you can't see is scaled down, and then when I flip it, then I could scale them differently. That's an idea. If I wanted to, hide it that way. I suppose it's an option. Something to consider. But for now, it's fine enough. It conceptually does what I need it to do, which is the important part. So, yeah, let's start with this. So what information do I need to now recreate? And then from a coding standpoint, like, there's some things that I can manually set, but most of this is stuff that's going to need to just happen in code. So that's going to be fun. So position-wise, actually, I'm just going to screenshot the transform here. -8, -325. Actually, I mean, don't... Get the whole... Like, screenshot the whole transform so I remember that this is on the level strikes game object. Blah, and over here you go. Got it. Alright, let's create this again. Oh boy. Okay, so... Yeah, okay. So first off, these are not matched with this, and I don't know how that happened, but... These need to line up better. It'll make the coding easier. Yeah, they're gonna be off to the side here, but when they move down, they need to, like, move in place. Which, yeah, it needs to happen via code. So let me start by... Oh, let me, do a few things. Back to the player testing. And the one that's at the bottom of the screen currently, I want to just get rid of that. I won't delete the game object just yet. I'll wait until I'll wait until it's necessary to. So this one that I just want to uncheck. Yeah, okay. Like, yeah, just in case I want to look back on it later for any reason. Okay, was there anything else I moved around? I'll move around, like, where that gets put, but... So, level strikes position, yeah. This game object I don't need anymore. Or do I? Or... Actually, it might be easier to not have to remember the -8 thing. Basically have an offset there that then this can be at position -8, -325, 0, and then this all be 1s. This has a hover script. I'll turn it off for right now. I'll leave it on for right now. I will turn it off. Okay, so... Back to Skyhub World. Okay. Now I need to find the code that actually handles this stuff again. Level, info, UI, and activate level. Those be the things. Okay, let me just close some of this. Oh boy, okay, so now I gotta weed through this again. And mainly, one, I gotta not break things that were here so far, and I've got to, I'm gonna not break things that were here, that are already working, but make things work that, with the strikes. So, let's do that. Okay, so, I see I've got these that I set through code. Okay. Yeah, this is a thing I do. So this is on the activate level. Okay, so this part should probably be the same. Yeah, this is on the activate level thing where the map and the title and all that is. Okay, so... enter level preview. Activate level info screen. That's going to be actually moving stuff around. Double check that that's the case. So is most of this going to happen from level UI? I think so. Okay, fair enough. So let's go here. Let's in this script, but just jumping to the line, I guess. Actually, no, I should start from top to bottom because I'm going to have stuff happening in start and all that I need to worry about. Okay. So specifically the stuff how you do with... What? I don't have... What? Screenshot. I was going to say specifically the stuff that has to do with... the strikes. I gotta no mess with. These are all stuff to do with this, just the screenshot part of it. So that's something. I basically got to treat this a lot like how I treat the title, I think. Except one thing that's going to be annoying is changing the layer, but it's not... It's doable, for sure. Okay, so... Yeah, in start, buttons, arrows, slide off screen, sure, update. You're doing things, yep. Activate level screen. Okay, so I'm taking in the current level. If we're not already in select mode, now we are. So this can't actually be called multiple times at once. I take everything that has slide on off screen, whatever. Slide everything on screen that needs to be. Let's see here. This is moving the title. This is moving the screenshot. This is moving the strikes, and there's some stuff, yeah, that's not fully set up. And then this is setting cursor things. Okay, so, and this is, this is also setting strikes things as if I'm, for now, getting the stuff from a file. Actually, though this wouldn't happen here now. This would have before when I'm sliding that bit of information on screen, but not anymore. Oh yeah, because this was... When I just had the one that was at the bottom that I slide on and off, I needed to update that a bunch. That's no longer how that happens, so this is now completely unnecessary. Which means I might be able to just get rid of it entirely. Now, this code is not going to be in charge of changing that text or hiding and unhiding the X, so you know what? That can just go. So now let me just follow the squiggly red lines. This I'm going to copy over to here, because now in start all of these, or what's going to trigger them to update? It would be anytime that we beat a level, basically, or anytime we exit a level, it should tell all of the level end things to update. Well, actually not all of them. If whatever level we were in, the corresponding one to that, just update, like that would be the only one that would need to be updated. For now, I'm just going to put this in start. So, yeah, these aren't going to work. So these are going to have references to their own... Well, I guess I have these. These are just transforms. Okay, so this is just the parent object of those strikes. I need their child things. So level strikes, normal text, or number text, number text, and X. Oops. Normal X. And hard, hard X. Okay. So I guess I'm getting all this. I'm setting all this stuff up in code, so I guess I'll continue to do those things. Okay. Okay, yep. This and this. I gotta find the right what I'm doing here. I imagine these are gonna piggyback off of these. Let me just jump over to Unity. Yep, I'm getting errors. Of course I am. Okay, so this child object, so I already had normal strikes as this. Get the only child, and then get the text would be that. Oh, these aren't transforms as well. This text is going to be a TMP text. No, I saw you. TMP text. So is this. These are game objects. Actually, might as well go game object, I guess. Okay. So now, this is going to be get the only child. Get component TMP underscore text. Yeah. And then same for this, except the hard one. Yep. And then this one's gonna be take this, get the only child. Actually, no, it's not. It's gonna be get the from number text. Get only child. Get second child, and that's the X there. So get the only child. Dot get child. One dot game object in this case. Because I'm only getting this to either set it active or inactive. Okay. Okay, so then this is going to start from here, and this is going to start from here. Yeah. What's your problem? Oh, this dot transform. Transform. Okay, and then now I'm going to... This is the will be moved to another function later. Update this information from the text file, but right now I'm just going to hardcode this information as 2 and 3. Or... Yeah. Okay, so... Or 2 and 1 is what I had. So int num strikes left for level... Normal... and hard. So it's as if these ints will eventually be gotten from like a text file or something. Right now I'm just putting them in as test things. So let's see here. This normal number text is going to be this, and then same for the hard version. And then, whether or not the X is active, that's going to be this. And this. Not like that. Nope. This one being here, and this one being here and here. Yep. Right, you're still being used in places or something? Or no, I just didn't save this code yet. Okay. Oh, this move strikes position. That was stuff I commented out temporarily. Yeah, I remember that. Okay. So with that in place, at least that part should be set up on the activate end. Okay. So level UI, what does this need to do now? Okay, so this, right, this needs to follow in the footsteps of the title, as I've said. So I record the starting parent of the strikes parent. So level name, this is level strikes starting parent. That's gonna be a thing I'm gonna make right now. Camera. Oh, you're right. So I have camera parent and then I have starting parent. We're gonna do the same deal, except it being strikes. Strikes. Yeah. This one I then have to actually set, ooh. Oh, no, sorry, that's the one I'm saying right now in code. Never mind. Yeah, that's fine. Wait, why do you, oh no, you're made, but you're never used. Okay. Yeah. Yep. So, level start, equals correctivate level dot, so its starting parent is going to be strikes, not the just the parent one, then the parent of that. Save that, and then correctivate level dot set the parent now to the camera one that I'm gonna drag and drop, and then now move strikes into position, Or actually, move strikes to parent. It's going to be the same deal as this. I have a 1 in there. For sure I want that. Yeah, probably. Oh, I put it's like a 1 or a 0 with the direction. Or no, it's a multiplier. Yeah, I guess. I did that. So move level name to parent. I'm going to copy this. There might need to be a step in here with the UI part of this, but... okay. Not only this, but actually for the strikes, it's also going to need to move them together and move the hard one to the other side. So it's going to have that additional step. It'll also need to undo that eventually. So, move strikes to parent. Yeah, why do I have this multiplier? Oh, wait, no, the multiplier is on the flipping to hard mode and stuff, isn't it? Or, no, yes, no, maybe so. I don't remember what this multiplier is used. Why am I not seeing it? Oh, it's over there. Okay. Oh, the smoothing being... Oh, right. No, right. The multiplier is because moving it into place and moving it out of place, I do it fast or slow. That's what that's for. Got it. Okay. Remembering why I made variables. Got it. Okay. So, current activate level strikes transform. I'm going to start by just copying all this to be these. And this should be a good start. Okay. Just gotta, yep. Copy them all. Okay. Right. Okay, so... Move strikes to parent. First, I'm just gonna get them to move, even though I'm not sandwiching them together just yet. Because that's gonna... Whether to put them together or not is gonna require some more logic. Okay, but is everything else here good enough for now? Oh, right, I may do that double 180 thing that I've done sometimes for reasons. Yeah. Oh, that's because of the look at camera thing. That's why I did that. Yeah, anyways, okay. So, position is going to 0 relative to the parent that I put it under. Scale of 1, that's going to scale it down because it has a massive scale going into it. I'm going to assume that those numbers are hopefully fine. Okay, now I just got to call this. Which is the line up here that was commented, I'm pretty sure. Or it was, well, yeah, this. Okay. Whew. So now, so that should move it into screen, in theory. That's going to replace, or just is this, basically. I'm going to leave this, yep. I will have, I guess maybe I can start on it. No. Do things one at a time. Make sure some things are working before I start multiple things at the same time. That's what makes this more confusing. I mean, I'm already doing a little bit of that, so let's not do more. Okay, so now the undoing part of it is going to be going, it's looking for the part that undoes the... This is undoing the level name stuff. Try to remember why I have this Oh, no, this is just calling the move back. Never mind. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Oh, there's also this where I start and stop some hovering. I'll see how necessary that is on the strikes thing. As I also said, I'm also going to try just copying the same number from the level name. So, strikes, level strikes, transform, this was... Oh, wait, this is me changing text. Oh, right, this is... Right, I forgot that. Even if I'm in the hard mode, when stuff is going back to normal, I put it back to whatever the normal version was. So in this case, I'd want to, even if we're flipped in hard mode, go back. But that doesn't require any setting for the level strikes. That would just be, it's either flipped or it's not flipped, and it would just need to be... It's going to be reset to the same positions anyway, so that's fine in that case. So then next is activate level. Level strikes transform. That's set parent. That's gonna be level strikes starting parent. Okay. Let's see if that actually works. Sure, I've missed something. I have to do the UI bit, so that's gonna throw off the post-processing, I think. No, it'll throw off some of the where things are, but let's just see what happens at the moment. Oh, wait, no, at the drag and drop thing. No, wait, hold on. I know I have to do that. That's gonna be over here. On level info UI. Yeah. Level strikes camera parent, which is gonna be this one. Yeah. Actually, hold on. Let me just see something here. Does this need... This might need to be rotated 180 degrees because of the way that the title stuff is. I'm just going to preemptively do it. I might need to undo it in a second. Actually, I can go off of... How... Does the title have this? Yes, you do. If we're going off the same logic, then this one also should. Cool. Answers my question. Alright, let's see if any of this actually works first try. So, I think the number's still going to be off, but the rest of it should move into place. Or not. Not is an option. Oh, why are you so big? Like, you're big and facing the wrong way. Okay. Fine, then. I guess I didn't need the double 180 thing. Let me have a look. Under you. Also, why? It's more concerning that it's super massive. That's the... See why that is. Okay, Oh, level info screen UI left. Oh, that this is under should not... I put you under the wrong game object. You shouldn't be on the thing that slides on and off screen. Still, though. I thought I gave you a scale of 1 before, and that was good. Oh, wait, you're not even under the right object. What? Oh. Oh, okay, that's more of a concern. Why not? You were put under here again. Did I drag and drop the wrong thing? Okay, let me double check that if I did put it under here, and scale of... Hold on. Scale of 1s. And then a 180? Or 180... oh, and then I zeroed you out. Okay, no, so the double 180 is what I wanted. Yeah, no, that is correct then if these were under UI. Okay. So it's just the text that's going to be the right place. Sure. Okay, so let's, one thing at a time, get this to be doing how it should be doing. Okay, hold on, let me just... yeah, okay. Level strikes camera... Oh, so you know what I must have done? So first of all, actually, let me move this out of here. So in theory, I don't need any of these 3 things. I should be able to turn them all off and delete them in due time. In fact, wait, these aren't even under left. That's actually wrong. It was like that before for a different reason. Actually, wait, no, it might need to be for it to flip properly. Never mind, it's gonna go back under left. Never mind, I guess it should be there for right now. It's slightly on the left. Yeah, okay. In fact, I could frankly move it over more if I see fit to. So my guess is in code somewhere, I've just typed the wrong parent. So, And it would have to be in the activate part. So let me see what I'm doing there. Okay, so that's level name, this level strikes, transfer not parent. Ah, level screenshot. Oh, okay, you're just the wrong one. Got it. Good. Cool. Glad I figured that out. Beyond that, maybe I'll just go now do the UI part of this. So how am I going to do that? That's going to need to be that. Because I need to do it for, like, every object going down. Or basically anything with a mesh collider, but I'll for loop it, everything going down. Or, let me just look at this like some built-in Unity way of doing this. I can for each loop down through each object recursively or whatever. But in Unity, when I change a layer and be like, oh, do you want to change everyone, like, deeper? If there's some way of, like, some fancy code that'll just do that in some one-line thing, I'd like to know about it. Unity, change layer through scripts. Recursively? Ugh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I'm just seeing manual functions of just doing stuff recursively. Although, hold on, let me look at more possible things. Okay, not seeing really what I'm looking for, so I guess we're going with the recursive stuff. Oh. Yeah, it looks like I'm just going to... Well, I can... I mean, it's not that many game options to go through. In this case specifically, being recursive isn't that, like, bad. I'm not going through, like, 100 game objects or anything. I'm going through, like, 5 and changing their layer. Or I've seen an option that doesn't... I'm not having to do recursively, so I guess that's good. Okay, so I'm here. I think I'd like to do it before I assign the pet. Nah, I'll just do it here. To keep at least these three the same as this. Okay, so if I'm implementing things I just randomly copied to what I'm actually looking at here. So if I go that game object layer equals layer equals, in this case the layer is the UI layer, which I guess I should be making a public variable rather than just hard coding the number. So public int UI layer. I'm pretty sure it's like 5. But I might as well set it through code. Actually, I don't know if that... If setting a layer like this, I don't know if that's going to be single layer like an int, or if that's like a layer mask. I'm gonna... Because it's just saying int, just saying layer, I'm going to assume that it's just the number layer and not a layer mask. Because you can't assign one game object to multiple layers, and that's the point of layer masks. Okay, so for each... And I will have curly brackets, even if it's only one line. Oh, sorry, no, this is a recursive function. Oh, well. Oh, no, that makes sense, yeah. Okay, actually, I will quickly just kind of go a little bit like, blah. Yeah, so this just going flah and flah. Move to layer, let's see, it's going to be this one. The layer being UI layer. What's your problem? Oh. There you go. Because then the undoing of this is that I then need to set it to, let's see, down here. To the default layer, which is 0. The reason I need to do that is so that, because I don't want this stuff to be rendered on top of the camera when it's not part of the level UI thing. Otherwise, it'll be in front of walls sometimes, and, you know, cases where I don't want that to happen. Okay. So, back to over here. Oh, wait, I need to set that variable that I just made. Let's do that. And as we said, that's layer 5. I got it right. Haha. Okay. Over to back to the Sky Hub. Level's really far away. Okay. Let's see if all this works. Please. Almost, kind of. They move together. Oh, because you're on the left thing, and the left thing is off the screen, isn't it? Right. Okay, so I need to undo that bit. That's why I initially wanted to move you. Yeah. No? Wait. Oh, I moved you, but I need to undo the offset from taking you out of the game object you were under. So it's -8, -3, 25, and 0 for the Z. Let's try this again. One more time, please. Booyah. Okay. The red of this is too dark. I don't want to match the X there, but, like, color change is minor in the grand scheme of what I'm trying to get happen. Cool. Okay, they're not going back to the right place, but it's progress. I think instead of going to its own starting parent, it's trying to go to the text starting parent or something like that. Let me just, while I'm at this, just update the color of the red thing. What color do you need to be to look appealing? I just gave you the red material. Strike background. Hold on here. Materials, basic colors. I think I did just give you my basic red material. Could you cooperate? Well, so you're really bright. How are you not appearing saturated at all? What? Is it your... What? How are you any different from the outline one? Or the one that's the X? Oh, because you're, you got a mission to you. Okay, here, I'm making I want to modify that other red, so... glowing red is what we're gonna make. Okay. Be that way. Actually, if I do this, then will I be able to do this? Looks like it may have worked. I don't want it to match the other one, but just being brighter. That works. This might get undone? Or, actually, hold on. Actually, hold on. No, I like 60, I think. Okay. It's gonna get undone that material was on that object, but... hold on. Not for long. Doing it to the prefab, because prefab. Let's see, that's gonna be this strike UI, no, strike background. This one. Looks good to me. Why do they look the same now? Oh, because post-processing. Yeah, that'll do it. Whatever. I'll deal with that more later when I find a better solution to either... Because right now they flip-flop between whether they're being affected by post-processing now, and, like, now they're not. I'd like to get a solution later, so it's an all-or-nothing deal, and I don't know which it'll be, if it'll always be affected by post-processing or always not be affected by post-processing. I'll figure that out later. I don't know which I'd prefer, because there's pros and cons to both. The main con being if it's affected by post-processing and I have a certain scene that's really dark and you can barely see the text, that's not ideal, but you might not even come to that, so... okay, so next, why are you not being where you should be? Oh, because you have an offset when... Yeah, this parent thing isn't how it should be. Okay, yeah. You need another parent object for this to work. Should be fine. Because I need this to have a position of 0. Oh, wait. Did I modify you without, like, that being on the prefab? Okay, hold on. Apply to prefab. Yeah, no, you're up there. Okay. Apply to prefab. And apply to prefab. Now those are consistent. And all that. Okay, so... Next, okay, this I need under another game object. More child objects. Create empty, level strikes parent, I guess. Whoops. No. Parent, if I can spell things good. So this should have the Y of this, which is 187 right now. 187. So now this should be good old 0. Okay. That should work, maybe, possibly. Let's find out. Yeah. Aha. Oh. Okay, they're flipped, but and they're still not going back where they should be. Oh, errors. Oh, probably because now all the get child things are off. Hold on here. So this one should be transfer to get child 0 dot get child 0. And yes, I'm doing all this to avoid having to publicly drag and drop references. Oh, no, that was not the only one. Hold on. So, okay. Starting from the strikes. Transfer to get child 0 to get child 0. That should be... This is trying to find the parent strikes transform, and then everything from there should be the same. In theory. So this is starting from the transform that this code is on, which is this one. Dot get child 0, that's this. Dot get child 0, that's this. Haha, that's wrong. Okay. Get child 1, which is this. Dot get child 0. Okay. Let's do this quickly off screen so I can be looking back and forth. Okay, so now it should be good. 0, 1, 0. Yeah. Okay. Cool. I might have them move back in place faster. Yeah. I just don't want them covering the title for that long. Unless they went, like, behind the title somehow. They look like they're slightly in front of the title, so... I wonder. Maybe I could mess with them so that they are actually slightly behind the title. Actually, these aren't being moved by code at the moment, so if I actually just went and... That's 10? 10 units at these? Oh, I'm under the prefab, that's why you're down there. Okay. Hold on here. I have to change it here, too. How far back do I have to move you to be properly behind? Oh, yeah, now you're gonna be small there. Sure. Not ideal. Let me try if you were zeroed out, but you're supposed to be going towards all zeros. Yep. But if you had an offset, maybe 1,000 just doesn't look like much. So you'll be the same there, but then you'll. Okay, I'm more fine with that. I still think I might bump up the speed just a bit. I'm fine with the speed on the swoop in, but yeah, I think I prefer them going behind the title just because. Are they too far back now, though? Let's basically see how far they have to be to not, like, to be going behind the title is, I guess, the question. It's not much. 500, it seems. 550 just to have some buffer room. Okay. I'm fine with this. So, negative 550. Make sure I do it to the prefab. Oh, you're really that far behind? Oh. Slightly less. Is that a problem? How? It doesn't look like that with how it's flattened here. Like it. Oh, there's shadows. I mean, I actually could change whether those are applying casting shadows. I'm fine with the tablet thing casting shadows because this is almost meant to be like a UI element, just like the title. I don't know if I want it casting a shadow in this context. Yeah, let me maybe just stop that. I just have to get all the mesh renderers. And just go cast shadows off. Yeah. Whoop. Cast shadows off. I guess. And that slightly boosts the performance of them, I suppose. Oh, I didn't apply prefab stuff. Okay, should I undo this and then do it again in the prefab? Because that's what I meant to do. If I just go and, like, apply prefab at the top, it'll... I don't want to apply the title changes and all that. Okay. Blah. This. Blah. And actually, I can just do it all at once if I just kind of go blah. Not you, not you, not you. Off. Okay. My worry with, like, you know, from here it's like, oh, it's fine if they're slightly behind. They really don't look like it. Which is interesting. They look like they're right beside. But sure. That's probably well, I was going to say that's probably a thing with the purport with the focal length of the different cameras, but they're all the same right now. They're all 50, I think. Okay. Well, let me actually change this again to see if I can get away with any closer, because it just I wouldn't want these to, like, clip through walls that are. Like, if the level entrance thing is close-ish to a wall. Okay, so right now, yeah, this is the frame where I've kind of exited out of that. Basically, yeah. How close do these need to be in order to... Oh, wait. Actually, maybe that's not how that works. Hold on. Negative 100. If you're negative 100, you... Oh, right. Because, yeah. Okay, no, that makes sense. You don't need to be that far back. Okay, how far is 100? I can totally live with that. Okay, yeah. Okay, right. Yeah, with the way the parenting thing works, yeah, it's unnecessary for it to have been that far back. Okay, cool. Worry averted. Cool. So what next? The actual, how the two circles themselves need to move when I go in and out of that menu to then flip the hard mode as well. So currently they need to move, being how they are when they're in the floating above the text thing. When I go into the level info screen, they need to do this, right? They need to move together. Actually, specifically, they need to move together, and then only the hard mode one needs to flip 180 degrees. The other one doesn't need to move. But then when I undo it, I need them to go back to normal, preferably without like intersecting each other in a weird way. Yeah, so let's do that, shall we? I could try to... Where are you? Over here. Where are you? Hold on. Fit little info. Flip UI. This. I could stick it here, but I think I'd rather make it its own function, because this is able to be the same whether it's moving to or fro. The other one, the moving of the circles will be different whether it's moving in or out. Which also means that in this script, I'm going to need to get references to the thing. Actually, no, I have them because of correctable level. Never mind, I don't. Awesome. Move strikes together, I guess. And then I'll have moved them apart or something. So it'll be actually two different coroutines, I suppose. Okay, so what needs to move, as I've said? The scales of these don't need to change, so I don't need to do anything with the scales here. Actually, I said I might have the one that's not facing the camera be slightly smaller, but probably have a different script that does that. Well, not a different script, different function that deals with that for the flipping. Because this just needs to run once when we enter and exit the menu. The other one would need to run every time we flip, so... Anyways. Okay, so... I need to take the dot... I don't even need to move the number. I just need the normal strikes. Actually, if I move the number one, that... Hold on, let me double check what I'm moving. I want to move this game object, because that's what I've set up with parents and stuff. So I want to move these two relative to each other. So let me make sure that I have references to those specifically. Yeah, that would be this and this. Okay, good. Normal. Local position, lerp towards a vector 3.0, no multiplier. Oh, it's level name in this. Yeah, they can be the same for now. That's fine. Get rid of this multiplier here as well, preemptively. So have the normal and the hard be doing this, but then only have the hard one have its rotation. Actually, this is conveniently perfect, being 0, 180, 0. The easy one should be going towards 0. I mean, I guess I can... be wasted calculations. Yeah, the other one doesn't need to flip. Actually, with the hard mode flipping and unflipping, I'll have to test how that's affecting it at the moment, but it might be okay. It might be okay. Okay, so then this, I'll set these. So blah. Blah. This scale, I don't do this scale calculation because I'm not messing with the scale, so we're going to go just off of position stuff. Now, I'd rather have this one also go off the rotation stuff because that's important here. And so if the blah, 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 and the local rotation, And quaternion dot angle between it and the 0, 180 is less than, hold on, is less than or equal to 0. Or 1, we'll go 0.1. Yes. Okay. So that's 0.1 of a degree. So then the hard setting is going to be this, except this being normal, this being hard, and this being that. That's actually perfect. Okay, cool. So then, move strikes apart, the inverse of this. We're getting close to being done this, I think. Go back to where it was, which I'm fine hard coding this. It was vector 3 dot right, I think it was. Yeah, the x-axis times 125. I said 125 f. Or times 125. You don't need an f. Actually, I think it was vector 3 dot left. Oh, I didn't change the thing there. Meant to. That could have been bad. That could have been really bad, as it wouldn't have worked at all. So good that I caught that. Just having the right game object that I'm referencing. Okay. So, okay. Normal, hard, hard. Right. So normal needs to move towards vector 3 dot left times that. This needs to be same, but right. This one needs to be rotations of zeros. And then this is testing against a 0. So quaternion.identity works here. Yeah. This can then also, I can just sidetrack to quaternion.identity. Alright, ever so slightly better on performance. This then needs to hard set to these. Okay. Oh, now this calculation would change a bit. Alright, I also only need to test one of them. If one of them is good, the other one should be good because they should be moving symmetrically. So that's convenient. But not if its position's magnitude is greater than that. I guess if its position... I want to say that if its magnitude is really, really close to 125, and actually in this case it's positive 125, so... And it's going from 0 up to 125, so I can actually test if its magnitude is greater than or equal to almost at 125, so let's go 124.9, I guess. That should be good enough. Yeah. Yes. Okay. So, actually, I guess I'm gonna match with the decimal points here and put this at 99. That doesn't really matter. So now I gotta call these functions properly. That should be easy, in theory, because it should just be along with those. So, start coroutine. Bleh. And, you know, and also I'll put these together. And then I need to call the other one at the bottom. Move strikes apart is what it was. Okay. Move strikes apart. As I said I was gonna bump this up. Let's try a little bit like that. I also noticed that I probably should. Let's see, I got the smoothing values. I should give the strike one, letting it have its own variable for that. Strike, move smoothing. But I'm gonna, for now, just put in the same variable because it worked perfectly, but sure, the variables still match. So all of this is gonna use the same thing. Actually, the moving them together and apart might need a different one, but we'll see. Oh, I copied the wrong one. Okay. So that's gonna be bleh, bleh, and up here. Those three, I think. Yeah, and these three. Okay. Huh. Okay, now I have to remember to set those, and then we might be at a point that could be considered done this. Deciding if I want to do the scale thing that I mentioned as a possibility. Maybe I'll come back to it, because like, that's very minor. I want this menu to look good and all, but that was the point of a lot of what we've been doing, is to make it look cool. So, we'll see. Okay, so now, where's the variable? Here. This. I'll match this one, which is an 8. And we'll see how that looks. Alright, let's try this. Hey! Okay. They move too quick. I think they actually move too quick. I could give them their own... Deciding how I want to best do that. Okay. Strike move smoothing, and then strike move together. I guess. Yeah, I guess they can have two different smoothing values, because I want that one to be a lot less. And be able to customize it differently, because it's for quite a different thing. It's these functions? Yeah. But it looks good, apart from it being a bit fast, so that's a good. Yeah. And nothing was like, you know, going through each other, really, so cool. Or not that I noticed, anyway. So let's try a low value of 2. Just to see. But might be 4. Guess we're gonna find out. Heh, yeah, that's too slow. Oh, I never stopped that function, so it's always... be competing against itself. Okay, so 2 changes. 1, the variable needs to change. Try doubling it to a 4. Wrong button. Or, like, wrong thing I was changing. Let's go with a 5. Be slightly above that. Halfway if it's multiplying, dividing. But also, I need to actually stop these coroutines, I guess. Why are they not stopping? I guess is my question. I call a stop all coroutines. Unless something else is doing that. Or if the moving back coroutine is actually interfering with the starting one. So, probably I should have been maybe doing this before. At the start of this, do a stop all coroutines to reset anything else that was happening. Actually, no, because any texting that was in the middle... No, this should be fine. No, yeah, yeah. I was gonna say, if there was a text thing that was moving back into place and then we stopped the coroutine but moving back, that could be a problem. But in realistic level stuff, no two, like, level entrances would be too close together where that should be a problem, in theory. And if you're just interacting with the same one, then it's fine. Okay. Okay, I think So, okay, I think this is... Yeah, it works. It's interesting. Oh, let's go back to being the kind of darker red, but okay. Oh, that's because I changed the 60 to the 50. Whatever. Color is fine. So other thing that I'm thinking of is over here, under the... Where are you? Camera. No, canvas. Level info. Left. This thing. The strikes themselves. Deciding if I want them to be maybe over a bit more. I mean, it doesn't, like, line up with this. Oh, right. This is going to go over his head, despite it moving in the distance. I don't like that. Well, okay, UI stuff going over is fine. But, see, this is like it comes towards the screen, but this is like it goes in the distance, and yet it goes over his head. So I'd prefer if maybe it didn't do that. Well, actually, okay, no. I take that back on the basis of it would be really hard to have that not be the case. So you know what? It's fine as is. And it's so fast you don't even really notice it. Yeah, I think I'm fine with this. But I was saying if I wanted to basically move this over more. I mean, it could be on top of him. But I also don't think I want that. Yes, yeah, it's better at being more in the center, but maybe I move it over just a little bit more. The more it moved over it is, the more it gets to, like, flip. With the title thing. Okay, I think that's good. So I'll go with the 20 for that. What game object did I just move? That was over here. Here. Under here, and that is this guy. Negative 20. I also, I think I'm clear to delete some of these empty game objects. Was there one more? Oh, there's one that was like underneath that. That was the old strikes thing. Okay, so now let's double check that deleting those didn't mess anything up that expected those to exist. Cool. Cool. Yeah, okay. I think I would like... I might actually increase the swooping together speed, only because I think I'd like them to be together by the time they hit the bottom. It does rotate fast. I don't know, does it rotate too fast? The back one? I guess it's fine. Does this work? I never actually checked. Oh. I mean, it works-ish. Oh, right. A thing that I haven't done yet is that... Well, I've half done it. Is that I want when you back out, things should kind of reset so that the next one you interact with will be in normal mode. It's just going to make some things easier and consistent. So, yeah, we're going to do that at some point very shortly. Okay, let me just play with a few more numbers. Level info screen. Okay. The move smoothing on them, I'm put down to 6. So we're gonna try. Yeah. Okay. We'll see. We'll see. Okay. This. Okay. Blah. Yeah, I'm fine with them being slow like that. Doesn't need to all snap into place. I'm fine with it. Yeah, being a bit slower. Oh wait, they're slightly going through the title now. Which means I want to move back the parent just a little bit more. It was barely doing it, so I should be able to barely move the parent that I need to move. Level info, canvas, strikes parent. This thing, let's just try 150. Yeah, it seems fine, I think. Deciding if, like, should do a little bit more just to be safe. How far back are you? I could live with 200. Okay, so let's do that. Apply. Okay. Cool. So that's that. I was also going to, for now, take this glow in a red and make it a 60. Okay. So with that, let me go back to my these. I guess some of these we've technically done. Yeah. So level info. Show strikes from a distance. I say that's done. Level info. Hard mode strikes flip. I said I might do some more things with that. I think I'll save. I'll pass on the scale thing that I suggested I might do for now. So, yes, that's done. However, one thing that's not on here that I would like to do before I even do this is level info default to normal mode. And that this is actually going to help us do this. It'll make this part easier. So, we're going to do this, and we're going to do this next. Cool. So yeah, I'd say that all the components of our level info screen are like in place in terms of how it's going to look, other than presumably, hopefully, being visually better later on, of course. And whatever music or sound effects or whatever would be accompanied. But I quite like how it is for now. Yeah, it's cool. So now I want to deal with, as I just said, having that when I back out and go back into it, it'll be in normal mode. Which means that basically what I have to do is... Actually, I wonder if... Actually, I wonder if it could be as easy to kind of do code for me, or to kind of like reuse my code and actually do it in a way that might be easy, is if we're in hard mode and we exit, flip back to normal mode and then exit. I wonder if that might... Well, that might look weird. But what if it didn't? Or at least it could be an easy solution for now. It has to go through the whole coroutine. It doesn't even take that long. So let me just... So, deactivate level info. This is what happens when we press either of these. Although you're a coroutine, so... Actually, Well, actually, what if I stop all coroutines and then just call, if hard mode? If is hard mode. Let's just see what happens. Just see if it can be miraculously great. And then is hard mode equals false. I think it's worth a shot. Because either this will be really easy, or maybe this with some tweaks could be good. So normal exiting out, that's the same. That's behavior that we expect. Okay, so hard mode. Okay. You didn't do it. Oh. You didn't flip and okay. But you thought you flipped. Sure. Okay, let me have a peek at what this function is doing to remind myself of. Because okay, right, I do this whole percentage thing. Okay. Okay, wait, how do I... Let me double check something. Do I have to actually set this before I flip? Let me look at other code that flips it real quick, just to remind myself of how I actually use it. Oh, I'm an idiot. You're a coroutine. Yeah, of course. You're not going to do anything. You're not going to work properly if you're not... start coroutine. Deal. Okay. But I'm still trying to look if flip, like... How do I deal with the variable hard mode before... Okay, so I flip it before I call the function. Okay, that's good to know. With just how I set it up. I presume I could have the function do the flipping, but I think with how I've used the variable in other places, I don't want to do it that way. Okay, let's see what happens. These work good. Okay, so the one thing that's slow is those strikes moving back, but I could do something to just bump up their speed. Oh! Okay. So that didn't do as it was supposed to. Okay, so I'll have to do more to figure out how I want to do that. Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to refill my water real quick. I will be right back. While I also think of how I'm actually going to do this. Yeah, 1 second. Alright, I'm back. It's gone longer than I intended to be, but oh well, that's fine. Also, it's getting way too hot in here, so I have a fan on that isn't, so apologies. But I'd rather not be dying of heat stroke. I can crank up the music louder in response. Yeah. Only a few more months till it's like deep in winter, and then that'll be less necessary. But yeah. Anywho, so yeah, what am I continuing with now? I have forgotten. Defaulting to normal mode. Oh yeah, I said I was gonna think about it, and then I kind of didn't do that. So we can get into this menu and have things get set up properly, and that's all cool. You can switch over to hard mode. Hitting cancel out of hard mode is currently fine. Yeah. Hitting confirm and cancel trigger the same sequence of events as far as the flipping back or not. So yeah. But so doing that, we're trying to have a nicer sequence of events to kind of have things flip back and also not be broken. That is interesting to see. I don't know why that breaks like that specifically. Like, yeah, I don't know what's doing that. Unless if flip UI is dependent on some of these variables or something. No, those are just disabling hover things. Or it might be a thing that some of this is dependent on some of this not happening yet. But I don't know, it might look weird too if I hit confirm on the hard mode. Having it flip back to the normal UI and then cancel it might just look weird from a user perspective. So, like, in theory, it shouldn't happen from a user perspective. It should look like it cancels out from a user perspective. But then if you go back into it, then things are flipped back. So I probably shouldn't do this way. I mean, I will have, like, if it's hard mode, do some things. Except, I don't need to, smooth anything with this reset. What I could do is just, when I go out of, when I go in and out of hard mode, or when I go out of hard mode, let things happen of being out of hard mode, and then when I go out of the menu, and then when I go back in the menu, quickly, if we were in hard mode before, quickly flip things back that need to be flipped back. Let me uncomment this for a second. Let me just have a look at what needs to be unflipped. The main thing... Oh yeah, come on. It's all the parent game objects that flip on the flip. Yeah, so I just gotta... Let me just get a proper tally as to what that is. Oh, yeah. So, level title position. You don't flip. Oh yeah, I guess you don't. The double flip is a different animation thing, I think. Yeah. Okay, so the title is fine. Other than the title being set back to the normal version of the title, but that was already taken care of, I believe. This. You flip over to 180 degrees, sure. This one flips... Yeah, also to 180 degrees. Negative 180 degrees, yeah. And then this one... They're all going to negative 180. Oh, or no, so it's contrarian stuff. Whether they're going to positive 180 or negative 180 doesn't matter. Okay, so it's just those three, so not the title. So just these three things are being set to 180 or negative 180. They just need to be set back to 0. That's it? Well, that's not just it, because I need to change the, this text... This stuff will get unset. Yeah, so I need to set what this text says. Okay. Oh, let me, yeah. Okay. Let me just close that from notifications out. Okay, so. What am I doing? So instead of having flip UI, let me have a quick look at what flip UI does. See, flip UI has this whole percentage thing, and it's like flipping one way or the other or whatever. Yeah, I basically should have another function that's just a void reset flip. Not a coroutine, unless I were to have a delay at the start of it, but let's just have reset flip. Let's just start with that. That's basically going to do what this does, but without the coroutine part, and without it needing to be smooth in any way at all. Yeah, and we know that this is specifically going back to it being in normal mode. So yeah, that reset flip. Okay, so let me see, double check here, like what I'm needing to set specifically. Why is yeah. Oh, right, because this is actually do the flipping motion of things. Yes, yes, of course. Multiply by flip percentage stuff. So. Okay, yes. Yeah, okay. Okay. Okay, so this is changing the title. We'll do this bit. I don't know if it should spin back into the normal title. Well, I'll see. We'll for now, just get to work. In general. So change the title to the normal title. Why did the title change is true? Why do I do that for? Oh, that's... Right. I guess. Oh, right, I flipped it, because I flip it halfway through. Got it. I remember why I did that. But in this case, I don't need that variable. And then basically, I do this as if flip percentage was 1. Which... I mean, if I really wanted to, I could just go... I could take this and say flip percentage equals 1. I would need other variables to exist beforehand. Yeah. And in theory, this would work, but this is messy, and a lot of this is completely unnecessary. So I'm not going to do it this way. So instead... Oh wait, flip percent... Oh, sorry, this should actually be 0, but in this context. It being 0 means there's a lot of things that... Because this would be 0, 0 times anything being 0, I can cancel out a lot of stuff. So this becomes quaternion.identity. So we're going to do that. Identity. I shouldn't need any of this X or Z position stuff. I guess, actually, if it was in the middle of a transition, I'd want to make sure that that stuff gets cleared. Which would be all zeros. I think. Or, basically what I should be doing is, yeah, just go through these equations if these numbers are 0. If this is 0, all that 0, sine of 0 is 0. Yes. Sine of, or like, cos of 0 is, like, either 1 or negative 1. No, it's positive 1, right? I think. Yeah, anyways. Times this, 0. So you would be 0 in this case. 0 times blah plus this. So this number gets to just exist? Yeah, okay. Just making sure. Yes. Wait, really though? I guess so. Sure. Local position equals blah and blah. So I'm fine just hard coding these values. 0, this, 780. Whatever you were at on the Y, I guess that's fine, sure. Because that's what the hovering stuff, maybe, I don't know. Right UI flip pivot equals blah. This would be 0, which means this is a quaternion.identity. Okay. This all gets zeroed out. I think all the X's are gonna get zeroed out. Yeah, I can skip straight to that one. And then for the left and right pivot, I think this gets to be 0. Yeah. Blah and blah. I remember when we made those functions. Fun, fun, fun. So yeah, this just gets to be 0 here, 0 here, 0 here, 0 here. Just had to, like, double check that this all works how I think it does. I do a buttons pivot look at camera. I mean, sure. Oh, I do this in a while thing. So, all right, that's because like while it's like moving around. Okay, so yeah, I'll force this and then do this just to make sure that it's facing the direction it should, I guess. Activate level. Okay, these are also 0. I'll just skip straight to, yeah, you're a 0, and you're a 0, and you don't need to exist. Yeah. I'm scanning it for plus signs. Make sure there's none. This gets to stop existing. Ooh. Oh, I missed this one. This was a identity. Okay. And if this was 0, then this is just 180. I guess. Sure. Alright, is that all? Possibly. Other than this might want some delay on it happening. I probably don't want to call it immediately, but I'm going to start by seeing what happens if I call it immediately. I might want some delay on it happening to allow everything to kind of back out beforehand. I didn't change the text. Okay, so I just gotta flip the normal text. I'll do that part. But I am gonna start. Give me the autofill. Thank you. Just that seemed like it was fine, but with the when I flip the text, it won't be. So, yeah. Wait, what? What do you mean to string? Sorry. Okay, sure. I mean, I'm making you a coroutine, but I don't know why you would think you would give me a string for that. I'm sure there's a reason. Yep, then yield, return, new. Wait for seconds. Wow. Let's just wait it's on a single second. Something like that. Basically, just needs to be enough for the text to slide off screen, which is only like a few frames, but yeah. I also don't want it too long, because it has to be, this has to happen before the time it would take us to back out of the menu and go immediately back in. So 1 second seems like it should be fine. Set this stuff up. The changing of what the text says, I should be able to just copy. Right, this is the flipping of the things. Yes, switch to normal mode. Okay. I guess you're gonna happen. The order doesn't matter of what things happen. Okay. Let's try that out. If this works, that'll be great. I thought this would be harder, or to have more issues getting it to work properly. Okay. Oh, right. The I mean, it. Oh no, it doesn't work. Why though? Okay, that's interesting then that it broke. Still. So what is currently? Did something not get reset properly? Did something else get? Where is what am I looking for? The player fix okay, hold on here. Canvas level info. Which of these didn't get reset properly? So if the text thing is under right, buttons pivot. You have some weird rotation that's not all zeroed out. I guess that's your problem? Zeroed, but 180. It's the look at camera thing that's doing that, I think. Okay. Okay, so when it's off screen, it's getting a look at camera call that it shouldn't be. Yeah, this one. I mean, this one doesn't even need to be here. But what should actually happen instead is just a clean reset on its transform anyway. So transform dot rotation equals quaternion dot Euler 0 180 180 0. That might work. Hopefully it does. Okay. That. Okay. Okay, so maybe not entirely. Or maybe there's more than one thing to reset. Let's have a look. It's different. It behaved differently, so that's a sign that we can get this to work. So this is correct. This is correct in terms of its rotation. This is not. It is. Oh, because I did global rotation, didn't I? Yeah. Aha! Finding problems. Okay. Awesome. So now it might work, please. Hey! Yeah! Awesome. The one thing... Like, one, I don't know if I want to do anything better with the title. Like, I could leave it as is. I don't know. This does a spin as it changes. Maybe I want to, like, have it spin back into place. Did it just... Okay, no. I thought I saw it, It is forcefully moving. I'm seeing that clipping happening. Why? My guess would be it's something after this 1 second. The thing that's doing anything with that. Actually, none of this does anything to that title specifically. Other than, well, I changed the name of it. Wait, isn't it getting set back immediately anyway? Oh, well... I mean, if I were to uncomment this for a minute... Okay. This... Blah. I'm thinking if I want to just try quickly setting up that spin effect to hide it changing. Let's see here. How tricky would that be? I mean, I just have to bring back... Let's see. Up to... Where are you? Is it, This is the actual flipping. This is the changing the name when it's time, so I need both of those. Or not all of them. Actually, I'm gonna do something real quick. I'm also just gonna, in this, move this to actually be with this together more. Okay. I will take all of you. And reset flip, I wonder if... Actually, I have an idea. I'm gonna combine these in a way. I'm gonna have this immediately start to do its flipping, based on where it's like while it's going back. But instead of waiting 1 second to trigger this stuff, I'll trigger all this stuff at the halfway point that it is in here. So also with this, I know it's a reset, so I don't need to test for hard mode anything. So if we are in hard mode, we're going to 1. We're exiting hard mode, so we're starting at 1 and going down from there. If this is a no, so we're going to this one. Yeah. So decrease the percentage. If we've hit halfway and we haven't hit the title, or haven't changed the title, change the title, which is this line. And do this moving. That is in a while loop that needs to end. But then this other resetting of things, this one is, that's just the end of that stuff. So I'll get rid of that. But I will take these and stick them in here. And we'll see if that works. Possibly. Wait, I'm not seeing a... Yield? Yield or no? Okay, I was gonna say, it's like, that's kind of necessary. Oh, also, actually, the brake part of this would also need to be here. Why is this off by a space? Okay. And it's like, no thank you. Formatting, I would like that, please. Thank you very much. Okay. I don't need to... I can just say if it's equals 0 specifically. Is the clamp line in there? No, I don't think it is. Where is it here? Where's the... Isn't there a line where I clamp the percentage between 0 and 1? I thought I did that. There you are. Why would I do it there? Oh, right, because I just moved this. It should be immediately after I change it. This gets to be an exception, I guess. Yeah. Okay. Same line needs to be here. Okay. Blah, and then blah, and then okay. Is it gonna work? I didn't mean to open Blender. No. Let me double check how these things are being called again. Yeah, circulation reset flip after doing that. We're gonna see how this interferes with these. We're gonna find out. Let's see here. Yeah. So, okay, the title spinning isn't exactly working how it's supposed to. I mean, I guess it doing this... It doing any kind of turning is, frankly, hiding the title change. It just seems like... Well, we had this problem before where it seems like it's kind of getting away from the camera too quickly, and I don't entirely know why. Although, actually, the reason it might be doing it now might be different than before, so it might be a... Yeah, see, it moved very quickly to being over there. Why is it, like, here and this much to the side? I might have to basically change how it kind of animates to flip. Yeah, like, just change the numbers a bit. Can I please click on this? Give me... Oh, do I need U-turn on? Okay. Sure. Okay, let's mess with numbers. And right now, if we're just looking at center of the camera, it is off to the side, but it should be animating right now relative to its center, I think. Alright, also, Tech Mesh Pro things are weird, where they won't see this update until the next frame, because, of course. Let me have this be local. I said local, as in... I'm trying to move, move it on just the X. Wait, okay. That's not the global forward direction. Whatever, anyways, try to see like what this might need to be different. If I actually zero this out right now, yeah, you're there relative to all that. Wait, you are still relative to the camera. What? No, oh no, you're relative to where the player would be. Oh, right, yeah, that is a thing. That makes sense. Okay, right, because you're going off of that point. Okay, so you are actually, even though you're to the right of the center of the camera, you're actually to the left in terms of how you're animating the spin. Why am I not seeing any... Oh, because I paused. I was like, why am I not seeing any motion? So you are spinning as... Let's put the game view down here for a second. It just seems... I guess I could try to, as I said before, I could try to adjust the number so it works better. You're already finished. I could have the percentage change be slower on this reset. Let's see here. Where am I? Hard flip smoothing times time at delta time divided by 2. Let's just half it for a second. But also, so the numbers that are controlling how this is moving is the main numbers of interest are this negative 100 and this 2,000. I don't know quite how they would need to change for this. Let me try to change this to 1,000. If that's too low, it's going to be up in the camera's face. I mean, I guess right now it's too far away. So I guess that is what I want. Okay. I'm just going to go off of the bottom. I want to like look at how this is moving here. Oh wait, is it? Oh, I think it actually might be snapping. It is. It is snapping. It isn't moving relative to where it started. It's immediately like going back to its starting point. Okay. So I in theory want that happen differently. I want it to basically move from. Oh, that gets harder. I could lerp it. Lerp from where it is to this calculated position might be good enough. Let's try it. Vector 3 dot lerp between transform dot position and this thing. I guess I'll go to local position because of this is in local position. And I'm just gonna hard code a number for now. With a time that delta time attached. Let me just try that and see how that behaves. I don't know. We're gonna find out right here, right now. I'm gonna keep looking at it from this angle. It's just easier to tell that things are moving how I want them to be moving. I don't know. No, it still feels like it's just not taking the smoothing into account in terms of how it's just like jumping back over there. Oh, I just loaded into a different level. Oh, I loaded it into the hard mode level. Yeah, okay. I'm not doing any smoothing on the rotation, but that should be fine. Is there something else that's hard setting the position? I'm changing stuff with the parent, but that should be fine. Setting the parent, that's not moving anything yet. Unless it getting to run a frame of this before this kicks in is doing something weird. I guess I could try putting this at the end. After whatever stuff this might be doing sets itself up with its first frame of the code is running or whatever. What have you. Okay, so... I'm trying to think of what else might be. Flipping things and moving positions of things of this guy unnecessarily. Oh wait, I'm an idiot. I put in the wrong transform. Ha! Yeah, that would do it. Okay. So the position of that probably didn't matter. Okay, let's try this again. That would make sense. Oh, I want to a close eye on how it's moving from this angle. As okay. Okay, that definitely had a few frames of smoothing. It's like ever so slightly better. I guess now I will try different Z values. What happens if I... Wait, can I just put 3 zeros? I never already found that. Yeah, that. I'll try to... I'll not messing with the Z values, maybe. Maybe I'll even pull it forward? I don't know. Let's just miss it. Yeah, that is better. Let me try pushing it forward now. Let's jump at 100. Or 1,000. See what that does. Yeah. Didn't notice much of a difference. It still looks like it's going behind. Wait, hold on. Did I have you at... Oh, no, oh, I had you at 2,000 before. Oh, so I'd want you at negative 2,000 to be in the other direction. Got it. I guess just with the way that I had the number set up, that probably makes sense. Okay, is this going to be too close? That was closer to the camera. Undeniable. Like, I guess I'm fine with it. Like, I could keep messing with it all day. Maybe now I'll speed it back up in terms of the not having this dividing by 2. With a bump to 3,000, let's say. Yeah. Maybe even like, what smoothing value did I put in this? I put it in a 20. Let's put that to a 10. Yeah. Maybe I could steal, like, actually putting a variable there from any of my smoothing value things. Okay. Yeah. Okay, I'm fine with that. Okay. Yeah, let me get that back to being the proper size. So it's currently looking like this. I can live with that. Actually, I'm thinking that I might dumb down the X a little bit. Oh, I hit confirm. Okay. Yeah. Okay, actually, one more thing to deal with. Actually, I will, put that to 50. And this, I'm pretty sure... Let's go smoothing, see which of these I can just work on a technicality. I think this one was an 8, so I'll just do that. It went down slightly, but so it's not a hard-coded value. And it was for the level name. It works, it's fine. So the next thing I want to deal with is the X's. They move back into place super slowly. Yeah, I like that. The turning just hides the transition of the title changed. I suppose I could... So it doesn't change when I back out of it here. I could, if I wanted to, have it turn anyways. I don't know. Well, I'll leave it for now. It's functional. But yeah, so these are turning as fast as they should. So... I would like them to be on the move back to just turn a lot faster. So, what object specifically needs to be turning? Is it... Looks like it's this one. Yeah. And you become a 180. I mean, I do have you slowly moving. Maybe... Actually, the moving is fine. It's the rotating. Whatever is rotating that by 180, I think I just need to... move you faster. Yeah, so let's do that. So that's on, I think that's going to be called Level Strikes Transform, and it's probably the thing that's under... Would it be under moves? Move strikes to parent. It's gonna be, yeah, this bit, which is also this bit. So we're gonna go straight move smoothing, times, even times 2 I don't think is enough. Let's go times like 5, 10. Let's go too much and then down. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and then da-da, and then yeah. Oh, ha. Okay, I guess that was too fast. Yeah, I might also maybe bump up the multiplier more to kind of get back in position around the same time that the title does, because now the title looks like it's kind of getting back into position faster. So I'm gonna maybe bump this down to like a 3, but also I'm about to bump up the multiplier, so that's gonna make a difference. So this is 1, 2. Because also it's worth mentioning that the level name has less distance to move for it to get back. Let's try these numbers, shall we? I think it turns too fast. Still interesting. In terms of how fast it's, I think now it's actually maybe too fast back as well. So let's go this at a 1.5, and the turning thing to a, that was just a 3. I'm gonna put it down to a 2. Where are you? There you are. Okay. And then we might have this part almost done. And yeah, another big thing done off of this. Ooh, nope, now it's too slow. 0.25. 2.5. Go find some in between. Or maybe now it can be 3 with the lowered multiplier thing. Just like, yeah, I want the numbers to be good. Now I'm also maybe wondering if I lower the spin speed here again. I don't know. Let's see here. This. Oh, not there. Flip smoothing times 0.9. Just cut it down the tiny bit. Make it just a little bit slower. And then I think this might match up good. Okay. Yeah, they're closer. Okay, I can live with that. Okay, cool. I call that part done. So that is default to normal mode. Ooh, yeah, working. I just want to double check that it's working on all 3 of them. Like if I go to this one, I didn't accidentally make changes that are only working on the one prefab. Yeah. We still have, so it's not as obvious on the text, but it's very obvious here that it's like changing colors a bit because of the way that the post-processing is. Also just, yeah, exiting that normally, still working, good. Yeah. See, when I go into like a different scene, they now, like, the colors on them, the lighting is different, which I think it's cool for that to be affected by lighting. But then when it's all pressed against the screen, it's not. I would like it to either be both affected or both not affected. Not half these. And I don't know which will be easier to... I think it'll be easier to have them both be not affected, to have them both be affected by the things. We'll see. It's something I'll come back to. It functionally works for now. It's, like, good enough. Cool, so that's default to normal mode, done. Progress, awesome. So next, and this should be, I'm gonna say the second to last thing with, well, for now, with this level info screen. Because actually I'm gonna probably, like, another thing will be added in this. So that's just, I want to be able to toggle whether, if hard mode is locked or unlocked, like, hiding certain information. Like hiding the normal or hard button, hiding the hard strikes thing, and even on the tablet on the other side of it, hiding the other screenshot, right? So hiding all three of those things. This will then lead us into the next thing I think I want to start doing, which is saving and unlocking of levels. Yeah. And then unlocking of the hard modes and all that. Yes. But then we'll have to come back to this. Once we have saving and loading and all that, bringing that saving information into how, like, the weather, the hard mode stuff is enabled now. So that's why it's like one more thing is this, but we'll have to come back to it with the saved information. But we'll probably wait until all of that's done so I know how it's all structured and blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, that'll be cool. So, yeah, we're gonna... Wow. Somewhere, having... Whether a particular active level thing has hard mode locked or unlocked and then hiding information as such. Now, I guess for now I'll store it as a level-by-level basis, but the plan is that you unlock these hard modes chunks at a time. Like, these levels are going to be split into, effectively, worlds, so you get, like, World 1, World 2, World 3, and you, when you kind of 100% all of the levels in World 1, you unlock hard mode for everything in World 1. Then when you 100% everything in World 2, you unlock hard mode for everything in World 2. So that's how it's going to be. So, if I want to be super efficient with it, I don't need to save, has hard mode been unlocked for each level, I only need to save it for each world. Which, I mean, I might as well be efficient with it if I see that I can, and it wouldn't be that hard to set up. It'd be less coding, it'd be less to have to reference if I'm looking on a world-by-world basis. I have to know if levels have been beaten on a level-by-level basis, and if hard modes have been beaten on a level-by-level basis. But if hard mode has even been unlocked, and even worlds being unlocked, that's on a world-by-world basis. So, yeah, anyways, so, I guess if I'm to now look at, to communicate, basically, what do I want, what does a hard mode locked level entrance thingy look like? Before I even interact with it, hard strikes should be off. And, I mean, this could be off to the side like that, I'd prefer if it wasn't. Because it being on to the left implies that there's going to be something later to the right. And until you unlock the first hard mode, I actually kind of want it to be a surprise, almost. I don't want it to look like there's a hard mode until you've unlocked the first hard mode, to a degree, right? So then this should be in the center. And the hard mode disabled. And then on the actual level screenshot, I want to hide the hard mode screenshot. So the backside of this will just be... Oh, I missed the button. The backside of this will just be blank, I guess. Something, I'll do something else, you know, to make it look better eventually, I guess. So that's what this would look like. And then when I interact with this, that moves down there. That's actually perfect that it moved down. Good. And then all I should need to do is just hide the normal button and make it so you can't interact with it, so you can't flip the hard mode. So that should be a matter of on, let's see, canvas, level info, on the right, level info right, buttons, pivot, difficulty text off. Now the problem with this, because right now I have it like console mode, like a console way of interacting with buttons where, like with a joystick, you're going like up and down the menu options rather than pressing them with a mouse. So I can actually still interact with that as if it was there, which is not good. So I just have some boolean to just make sure that these flip around as they should. Now, as a minor thing, I might also, I don't know if it like looks like there's empty space here. I could just take these two buttons and shuffle them up. I don't know if that's necessary. We'll see. That's the thing we'll revisit. Like that's like the least important thing. It matters more to me for that to be centered than than to move these buttons here. Because this is like, yeah, it could pass for that there's no other buttons that need to exist. It's like, because like, oh, there's this empty space, you can see the fancy background environment stuff that's gonna totally exist. Whereas this, it's clearly like off-center. Okay, so if I'm to mark these down so I don't forget, to toggle hard mode off. No. To toggle hard mode off, I need to hide hard strikes, hide hard screenshot, hide hard or difficulty button. So these are all the game objects I need to disable. Those are easy, I just gotta find them, disable them, that's that. Now, things I have to move around. Move normal screenshot to, or, strikes to center. And I have to make sure that it stays in the center across everything that needs to, like, move it around. And then, what else was there? Disable interacting with difficulty button. One thing that's also nice with this is that I have that the default button option is on confirm, so the default button option isn't even on the difficulty option, which makes it slightly easier to, that's not even something I have to worry about, is like moving what the default is, so that's nice. And then optional move menu buttons up. If this is super easy to do, where I can just move something, like add some offset, and then that's taken care of, I don't have to do anything complicated, then I might do it. If it's too hard, this ain't worth doing. Am I forgetting anything with this? I need... So, in terms of when this information needs to update, it's not going to update when I'm just in the hub. So I don't have to worry about, in the hub, this stuff activating or deactivating, or in terms of having the hard modes or not. The only time we would update the information of certain levels having hard modes available is on the screen that says, hey, you unlock these hard modes. Have fun with that. Which would come after beating a level, in theory. So, I guess I would have some function that would be like, refresh hard mode states or something like that. I don't know. Some function that's going to get called by something else that's not when the player is like right about to be on one of these buttons. And isn't happening all the time. So it can be an expensive function. It doesn't need to happen on start though. So I guess there's that. Also, I didn't mean to open Blender, so let's close that. So let's do these in the order that I wrote them. So let's start by hiding all 3 of the game objects that need to be hidden. Actually, first let's just have a variable for hard mode being unlocked. This is in terms of like, so I could temporarily make a public variable that's like hard mode unlocked. I guess that's what I'll just do for now. Public float, public bool hard mode unlocked. And this will be moved eventually. So, in start, and I'm gonna make the assumption for now that like I'm not going to me flicking it on and off that boolean mid-game shouldn't update this. It should only be when some function is called that tells it to refresh. So right now I'll just have it happen on start, and that'll be good enough for now. So, if hard mode unlocked, then do stuff. Else do nothing, actually. Or wait, no. Right now the default is hard mode being unlocked, which I'll let that actually be the default. I mean, for most of the game, the default would be that you wouldn't have hard mode unlocked, but I think it's going to be easier to have code that hides the things and moves the things for the normal mode rather than enabling stuff for the hard modes. It'll be easier to see in the inspector anyway. And also, as you get towards the end of the game, in theory, then you'd be more commonly having the hard modes on. It matters very little. I could choose either or, and I'm going to choose the default being hard mode is unlocked, do nothing. If hard mode is not unlocked, then hide stuff. That's just what I'm going to choose. So I need the hard strikes, which I already have. I got a reference to already. level strikes hard dot set active game object dot set active. Cool, that's one down. The screenshot. Do I have a reference to? I have level screenshot dot get child 0. I need to find how far down it is. So I think I called it map at one point in here. What the game object's actually called might change. I can change it because I didn't use transform to find, so that's good. But I need to double check what level screenshot is referring to. Oh, I did use a transform to find. Oh, oops. Whatever. So map parent, map pivot, and then the first child from that. So map pivot, that's so map. So we are under map. So I need to go. Level screenshot is that map. Get child 0, that's map model. Dot get child 1, that's the hard screenshot. Dot set active. Dot game object. Dot set active. Hide difficulty button. Okay. Then this is so actually this wouldn't happen here because this button's gonna get disabled and enabled by different things. The level info UI needs to read in from the activate level of if the level info that we're about to display has hard mode enabled or not, and if it's disabled, then we're hiding difficulty button. Which means that in this case we'll actually need to make sure to deal with both cases, because like to enable it or disable it, I guess. So yeah, yes. Okay, so I guess we'll do that. I mean, in theory, if I don't know. Actually, I will go. So public void I can't spell refresh hard mode unlocked. Not a good function name, but actually we'll just what else? Because when we unlock hard mode, then this needs to flip, I guess. Yeah. So if hard mode unlocked, make sure that's set active true and this set active true. This function is getting called so rarely, other than in start, that to me it's not even worth like saving the variable. Like, yes, it's like I'm getting these things twice. I guess I have these, but it's not worth saving this here and then seeing it goes in there, whatever. Because this function would be called so rarely. Yeah. Okay. So, but I will call it instart, based on this. But now, this is set for something else, some save manager, some level completing manager, some hard mode unlocking manager, whatever it is, to call this. And it would go through, like, all the activate levels and call this, I suppose. I guess, actually, I'm gonna flip-flop my order. I'm gonna, finish setting up how activate level, like, the activate level side of hard mode be unlocked or unlocked, and then I'll switch over to the level UI thing. So the last thing that this has to do is move normal strikes to center. But then also, yeah, it needs to move normal strikes to center, but then there's also code that moves it away from the center. I need to make sure that code doesn't do that. So, normal strikes. And also, this unlocking or unlocking of hard modes won't happen while you're in the hub. In theory, it would happen, like, after the level end screen of the last level that you did that is unlocking the hard mode. So you won't even be seeing these level titles. So I'm fine not smoothing anything. I can just activate whatever I want and I can snap move over whatever I want. Because you're not going to be in the hub world to see this, in theory. Or I'm going to try to have that be the case. Or in the hub world but at an angle where you're not seeing any of these level titles or something like that. Okay, so I need the level strikes normal. Hard mode unlocked. This is going to set the position to 125. Position equals new vector. Actually, vector 3 dot left times 125. And then this one being 0. Or vector 3 dot 0. Okay. So that should be activate level done. In fact, I could test that where I could test that side of it by just going on activate level A, hard mode is not unlocked. Oh boy, that didn't quite work. What are they doing? Did I do... Oh, because I did dot position and not dot local position. Yeah, I keep forgetting to do that, but it's important. Okay. And just for fun, I'm going to have hard mode is unlocked so we can see that both sides are working at the same time. Okay, so that's one where no hard mode is unlocked. And the backside, that's, yep, no errors, good. And that one, hard mode is unlocked. This one, hard mode is unlocked. Like, maybe there'd be something else. Like, I had the idea of the border thingy of that. Maybe I turn that red or something. I don't know. There could eventually be something else that shows that the things are different. Even actually the level title could be red. Maybe, I don't know. We can come back to it, but for now it's, like, good enough for me. Actually, I'm just realizing there's a slight problem with it, but, because I actually do need to change how it looks if you've even beaten the level. If you haven't beaten the level, the strikes won't be there. Or maybe it will, I don't know. Or maybe it could be there as an X3, or an X0, I don't know. I have to figure that out. Whatever, I'll come back to that. This seems to move into place just fine. Actually, not entirely. It moves down there fine. It does not move up there fine. But also, the button still exists. Wow, look at that screenshot. Isn't that magnificent? Okay, so now let's have the level info UI part do its job. Okay, so I have... okay. Current activate level, I'm gonna set up its stuff. So, I guess I'll put this at the bottom. Okay, so, if... Wait to allow continue. Maybe before that part, because this is supposed to be like the last thing that happens. If cur level dot hard mode unlocked, then do what? Then, in other places, I'm going to need stuff to say the center. I need to hide the difficulty button. So here's going to activate the difficulty button. So, do I have a reference to the difficulty toggle button specifically? Why are you a capital? I did not make a variable. Oh, you're a function. Okay, it's like I did not make a function with no capital. Don't I have a reference to the? Well, I guess your buttons 0. Okay. Buttons 0 dot set game object dot set active false. I do need to make sure I have the other way around. Actually, hard mode unlocked is the case where this is true. Yeah. So then let's do let me skip it down to move normal strikes to center. There's 2 things that move it away from the center. Let me just kind of have the if statement that says no. Don't do that. Okay, move that to parent, no. Move that to parent. Move strikes to parent, no. Move strikes together. So funny enough, this part could still run just because it's moving it to 0, which is what I want. So it's like, in both cases, I'm moving that to 0. In fact, if hard mode is false, I just don't need that part, but I'll leave it there. It's fine. Move this apart. This is where this would need to change. Okay. Not the hard mode. What? I guess, yeah, the hard mode one can still move, I guess. Actually... No, you know what? If hard mode is not unlocked, I don't even need to call these functions to begin with. Is that right? Yeah. Okay, that makes it cleaner and more efficient, I guess. So let me actually combine this. This move strikes together is only if hard mode is unlocked. Cool. But then also I need one of these at the end when I'm putting everything back to normal. Okay, this should never happen, in theory. If we're going into normal mode. This also is what this is making that part easier. By defaulting a normal mode, it makes it easier to do what we're doing now. Less to have to worry about things going wrong. If we're supposed to go into hard mode by default, but then I would need to manually flip it over or something. Do it always. Be consistent. Okay, so this bit is if hard mode is unlocked. Otherwise, do nothing, actually. Yeah. Fascinating. How that works. Okay, so hard difficulty strike. Hide hard strikes, done. Hide hard screenshot, done. Hide the difficulty button. I've hidden it, but I have not made it actually not work. Move normal strikes to center, did that. Disable interacting with difficulty button. That is our next task. See, it makes it a lot more, like, easier to do a lot of this when you take a big task and you split it into smaller tasks and you tackle them one by one. That is like my #1 game dev tip, or programming tip in general, to just take your massive coding job you have to do and just break it into smaller and smaller chunks. Smaller pieces that are easier to comprehend with how you actually do them. It's sometimes easier said than done, but just now I was able to do that, where I made this notepad of every individual task that needed to happen. Also, by writing it off to the side, I just kind of was easier to reference and make sure I'm not actually missing anything. Okay. So, hard mode. Oh, wait. Oh, no, sorry, right, this is the left-right thing. That's what that part is. I was like, oh, wait, there's a hard mode thing already? No. Okay. So all I need to make sure is that the active button can never be 0. That's all. Okay, so basically I need to, like, hijack... okay. So if we press W and active button was 0, do stuff. This is unset whatever button that we were just on, and now this is go to new button. So this would be, if it was less than 0... active button equals buttons dot length -1, which I could hard code this. I know that it's, well, 0, 1, 2. So the length being 3 - 1. So if it's so this is if it's less than 0, or I guess it would be if it's hard mode and it's less than 1. I guess we're gonna do that. So if is hard mode. Wait. No, or, sorry, hard mode, this is if we're flipped onto hard mode. Hard mode unlocked is what we're after, which is cur activate level, the hard mode unlocked. Hold on. Wah, or wah. So if it is unlocked and it's less than 0, or if it's not unlocked and it's less than 1, then flip it around. Yes, and it won't be 0 after that because of this overriding. Yeah. I think that works. If I remember how ors and ands get evaluated, let me just kind of double check. Oh. Okay, maybe I actually do need to do it this way. I thought ands got evaluated first, but these are usually in this, like, these would go like grayed out if they were unnecessary, but they're not. See, if I put another pair, let me just test this. If I put another pair, it's gonna tell me that one of them is unnecessary. Oh, both of them? Okay. Whatever. This guarantees that it's doing what I think it's doing, so that's good, I guess. So here. The replacement of this. Okay, so this is... if it's greater than this length, then if cur activate level dot hard mode unlocked. If it's unlocked, then we set it to 0. Else, we set it to 1. Okay. Yeah. So that should prevent 0 from being an option and still make everything make sense. And see, I don't even need to turn off the code that says if we're on 0, do stuff, because we can just never get to 0. In theory, that's how this is supposed to happen. Hey, awesome. Okay. Perfect. Yeah, awesome. And this still works. Like, that's important part of this is making sure that the other side is still functional. Awesome. I go out of this one and into this one for whatever reason. I like it. Cool. Yeah. Booyah. One thing I haven't tested in a while is if I go from, like, this side, everything flips around, but it's still fine. Yeah. Yep. If I go in backwards, still good. Actually, that makes it easier on the turning, so. Perfect. That went well. No, in terms of if I should just bump these up, honestly, it's just not worth the effort. I would, like, yeah. Be bumping it up so little for so little gain. I would take this buttons pivot and just kind of go, whoop. Like, does that really make it look better? Maybe it's a stylistic choice that it is how it is. I mean, of course, I could spread out the button. Like, I don't know if that's worth doing. It is an option. It would be a lot harder and more unnecessary. So, I'm not going to do that. You know, we're going to leave it as is. Because also, once I do more graphical stuff anyways, I might have to move things anyway. But I have a better model for what this looks like, or a better model for the character, and I have to move the camera a bit, or if I have a different font down the road, or have other graphical things. There could be other graphical things here, like logos of the fictional company in this. The circus that you're working for, I want to do stuff with its branding, and that might see its way into some UI stuff, so yeah, that is a thing. Cool. So this, yeah, seems like that's all working. Awesome. That's very cool. Very, very cool. Yeah, so we're not going to do the move buttons up thing, which means that, shabam, that is everything that I had on my list of stream objectives, so we actually completed them all. Woo! Huzzah! And it's only midnight. Tell me if I want to... I could go a bit longer, I think. Making good progress, I'm happy with that. And also, we spent the last, like, many streams making that level info menu. You can see, like, all the... If I move myself to the other side. All the individual objectives that were the level info screen related. One thing I do want to do, but I don't think we're going to do right now. One thing that's still on the list eventually is to allow you to just click the buttons with the mouse. That's, yeah, something to be dealt with later. Because that's an easy thing to do in Unity, to click a button and do stuff. I remember before that I was having issues with having both clicking buttons do stuff, but then also my, you know, hitting up and down, like, W and S going up and down the buttons and doing stuff that way. Getting both those to work at the same time, I remember having some issues with. Of course, like, I'll try it again, and I'd like to get it to work, and hopefully it shouldn't be too bad. But I think it's something we're going to worry about for another time. I think, yeah, now's a good time to perhaps move away from the level, well, move away a tiny bit from the level info screen stuff. Although before we do, let's just take a quick look to admire our work. I think it's, yeah, cool what we've, yeah, I was able to turn a simple menu into something that I think is cool. I think it's interesting, it's unique, it's stylish, it's, you know, pretty polished in terms of how things move around. I quite like this. This is so much better than just if things just popped up, or, you know, how things looked ages ago with a lot of, you know, the temporary things we had in place. So we got, like, our title, which the levels can have different titles. We have our strikes thing. We have a screenshot of the level that, you know, eventually would look better. We have our buttons. You press a button, we go to that level, except we're in this level already, so I gotta maybe do something better for that. If this is the level you're already in, it doesn't, like, let you hit confirm or something like that, but come back to it. Actually, I mean, all I maybe need is the character to say a voice line that's like, oh, I'm already in this location. That would be the easiest thing to do, so, you know, that easy could be good. Yeah, so then we also got the hard mode version of things, which I quite like this flip. I really like the flip. It works on many levels. It's just a cool transition. It's just a cool bit of things moving around. I'm mirroring the UI to almost show that it's like a mirrored thing of level. Oh, I actually don't know if I will. I could mirror the levels. Like, to make the hard modes even more different, just actually mirroring the environments. That's an option. In addition to whatever else I might do. Reminds me of, like, Legend of Zelda, like, Master Quest type stuff. But, yeah, interesting. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see how much I am able to do that, or if that would cause more problems than it's worth. You know, if there's actual, like, written signs that then those text things are weird or whatever. Who knows? But anyways, so regardless, though, but yeah. Flipping from normal to hard, but we also done a lot of things that help cement the fact that, or hopefully will help cement the fact that the hard mode of a level is meant to be different from the normal version of the level, or ideally it will. You know, I haven't actually made any of these yet, but ideally I'd like to think that they'll be different enough that it's not going to be just the same but harder. It'll be, you know, worth doing, I guess, and have interesting things to bring to the table. And, like, you know, the hard modes having a different name, I think really is going to... It really helps that, even just subconsciously or whatever. It's not just the same level, hard mode, you know, having a different name. Now, of course, we need to actually come up with names, but I'm sure with enough thought, I can come up with names. Oh, yeah, also the flipping out of it, like, I like that, the text flipping back to normal when you come out of it. I'm happy that it does that. It helps hide that the text needs to change back to normal. These things... Yeah, they flip to which one's being shown. As I said, I might have, like, the one that's in the background, like, shrink a little bit, so it's just maybe a little bit more hidden, or something like that. I think we'll come back to that. I'm fine with how it is for now. Yeah, cool. Also, you can do this. Sure, that's fine. Now, like, the one thing I really need to, like, more, like, communicate the idea of these being different is the fact that the screenshots are not good. Actually, these screenshots, just because I just needed, like, something for a level C. Right now, this is just a copy of test level A. I just took the screenshots, put them in Photoshop, and just inverted the colors on them. But, yeah, eventually we'll have actual screenshots when we actually have a proper test level. I also think one thing I'm going to do is that these screenshots, I, like, took them from, like, an overview, like, above the level kind of thing. I think just to have more to it. Instead of having... a screenshot be an overview of the level always. I mean, there's no rules with it, but I might have it be more like close-up of something in the level, or like being in the environment, you know, looking at something, rather than being this bird's eye view of it. We'll see. Play around with it when I actually have levels to take screenshots of. Yeah. Anyways, so yeah. Very cool. I'm happy with that. So, where are we going next with this big... my list of things to work on? I think our next place to go is going to be saving and loading. I think that's the next thing that I want to do. And we're getting close to the point where we're going to, as I said before, we're going to start to plan and make real levels. I don't know how much of that I'll do on stream. With my messing around to try to plan levels, I might do some thinking and some photoshopping or some simple messing around, like, off-stream or something like that. Because I don't want to be sitting on stream just hemming and hawing and twiddling my thumbs of what I'm doing. I want to go into stream with a plan to then execute that plan. I don't know. We'll see. We'll figure that out as we go. I think especially just for the first level, it'll be more of a challenge to kind of figure... We'll be doing a lot of messing around to figure out what we want just the best out of the game. I think... the more levels we make, the more we'll have a grasp on what we're doing. In theory, ideally, if the levels are actually turning out good and it's not just a floundering mess the whole time. But we'll see. We'll see. So the next thing that I want to do... Oh, hey, normal hard level system. That's done. Haha. That was... Yeah, that was a thing. So the next thing I want to do, actually combining these, I guess, is... saving and loading it, like actually saving information that, you know, persists when you turn off and turn on the game, and then link that into actually having a level unlock system. Those are going to go hand in hand a little bit, because, like, I mean, this will be easier to test once this is in place. We're probably going to kind of, yeah, do some of that first. So I can start at least planning a bit of it. We'll see how far we get with this today. I'll put this over here. I'll put this in here. Not necessarily current stream objective, but whatever. Good enough. So, for saving, how do we want to do saving? I might actually steal some code from myself. I have some previous things where I've done saving. I have a tutorial, a YouTube tutorial that I made about saving. And I'm probably going to just take that, some of that code as a base for this. I know that there's stuff where you can basically, well, effectively, I'm going to be saving a bunch of numbers in a text file, and then I'm going to be serializing it or whatever, so it's like harder to hack or whatever. Not that I care that much about this game, how easily it can be hacked or whatever. I mean, obviously, I care a little bit, but this ain't no bank security thing. If someone really wants to cheat their way to the end of my game, and they want to go to that effort to do so, sure. But, so I guess if we're going to talk about basically what information do we want to save, how are we going to save it, blah, blah, blah. And then also doing it in a way that's easy to read for, like, from the code, easy to extract the numbers we need and all that sort of stuff. And maybe, to a degree, you might want it to be readable for us as, like, me looking at this, like, oh, is it saving the right numbers? And to a small degree, that might matter. And also, like, if there's also, like, a trade-off in terms of, do I want to try to save as little information as possible, but then do calculations with those numbers, or save a few more things for less calculations? There's stuff I can do with that, but anyways, let's start actually writing down, like, so what needs to be saved, and then kind of have this sort of template file of what's the save file gonna sort of look like. So, one thing that I want to try and do that I think would be neat, I want to try just because I can, just because I think it would be fun to try, is I want my game here to have multiple save files. I think the common thing that you see is 3, so we're going to go with 3. 3 save files that then have to store the same information, but across 3 files. I just think it'd be cool to try. I've never done that before. I just want to try because it'd be fun. So given that, we need to, whatever information we're saving, we need to basically have 3 files of it. So what I'm thinking is, if we're only saving like 1 text file per save, we basically have like the text file that's just like named, file A, here's this data. File B, here's the data for that. File C, here's the data for that. Would be the easy way. If we were saving stuff in multiple files, then we just do the same, but in folders. Have like a folder for, save file A, here's that information. A folder for save file B, here's that information. Whether we're doing that depends on, how complicated our save information is. So, with that, and actually, some games will also have options menus where you save options, and sometimes that'll be like the same options are present across all the save files, so that could be its own file. So let's say I probably will do that, but we won't worry about that right now. I don't even know what all the options are gonna be. But that'll be easier to like translate like option menu options into like line by line what those values are in the options menu. Although if I later on decide to like switch the order of things, that might get messy, so I might want to try to do something preemptively to counter that, but we'll see. We'll get to that. So just looking at 1 save file, no options menu stuff. For just this game, what needs to be saved? And let's try to, minimize it just for the fun of it. So, because of the level structure of this game, this isn't like a collectathon where you need to, like, keep track of every single collectible that's been collected and all that sort of stuff. With this, we just need to keep track of, basically, which levels, so, for each level, basically I'm going to type this in text first, and then we'll convert it into, like, the numbers. Have we beaten it? That's going to be a Boolean. So have we beaten this level? There's a strike system, so you can basically perfect the level. The strikes thing is between 0 and 3? I guess 1 and 3. 3 is good. Beating the level with 3 strikes left, that means you 100% of the level. So, how many strikes left? So you can't be, if you have 0 strikes left, you fail the level. So this number can only be 1, 2, or 3. It can only do that. In fact, I was thinking that we might actually be able to combine these numbers. If I wanted to have less numbers saved, I could have it can be 0, but the game interprets 0 as we haven't beaten it. So that actually could be a thing. And you know, we're going to try having that be a thing. How many strikes left? So 0 means we haven't beaten it. And then 1, 2, 3, yeah. Then, 4, so then, and then the hard mode stuff, right? So, for each level, how many strikes are left? If it's 0, we haven't even beaten the level. If it's 1 to 3, we've beaten the level. Then have we unlocked hard mode is going to be served with the world stuff, but then for how many strikes left? Hard? And then that's going to be 0, 1, 2, 3. And that can go off the same principle. If it's 0, we haven't even beaten it. This could also have a special -1 if we haven't even unlocked it or something. But I think instead, we're going to store whether we've unlocked levels and whether we've unlocked hard modes, because it's going to be a world by world. We save it as a world by world thing. So then for each world, in fact, so how this is also going to be is that you unlock levels in a world in batches, right? And it might be an exception to the first world. Like with tutorial stuff, we'll figure that out. But the first, for every world you unlock it in batches, and then you can do any level in that world in any order you want. But you have to beat all of them to then unlock the next world. I'm deciding if there might be like an in-between level or something like that. We'll come back to that. We'll see. Yeah. Or like a boss between each one. You do all... Actually... Yeah, no, that probably is actually how we'll do it. So actually I might change what I was saying, mid doing it. Is that I think you'll have a world, and you'll have like once you beat all these levels in any order, then you unlock sort of the boss of that world. And then you do that, and then you unlock the next world. Okay, yeah, I like that. Yeah, that's how that should be. So, that does actually change this a little bit, but at least ignore that for a second to just write down. So for each world, it's a linear order of unlocking the worlds. So I only actually need to keep track of the number for... Well, I only need to keep track of the number of what was the last world you were at, to know which... So, I guess, like, int for last world unlocked, right? But then also, in each world, the hard mode is, like, it's not a linear thing. You could have beat worlds 1, 2, 3, go and perfect world 1, you unlock the hard modes for world 1, perfect world 3, unlock the hard modes for world 3, but you still haven't done the hard modes in world 2. So the hard mode unlocking is out of order. So then for each world, has hard mode been unlocked? Now, I will have this be an array of booleans if I really care to have this be as tiny as possible for terms of the save data. I could go and make this like a layer mask of a bunch of ones and stuff. I'm not gonna go that far with it. I think I'm good. I'm fine with that. Okay, so int for last world unlocked, which can be an int because you're not gonna have half a world. Has hard mode been unlocked? Then that's for each world. This is for each level. Yes. So, bosses now. I did say that, how do I want to handle that, actually? For each world, has boss been unlocked? That could be how that is. But I would need to know if you've beaten all the levels in a world to unlock the boss. Okay, hold on. This gets trickier if I... I mean, I could just have an array for every level in the game. Have you unlocked it? Have you beaten it? Do that for every level of the game, and then store all that way. But I'm trying to group things together where they don't need to be, like, because every level in a world will be unlocked, except the boss. The boss is making it tougher. So you've complete... What if... Okay, here's an idea. Here's a crazy idea. From a coding standpoint... hold on here. Let me, if I were to say you had blah, blah, pretend these are levels. Let's say there's 5 of them. The actual number of levels per world, I'm not fully decided on yet. I think it's going to be 5, but we'll see how many it actually is. That's going to depend on, like, on the levels themselves. Okay, hold on. If I have a set of levels here and a set of levels here, actually, there you go. Boss fight, and so on, right? So from a game standpoint, as far as the player is concerned, like, this is... Hold on. This is World 1. And this is World 2, right? And you do these in any order you want, and then once they're all done, you would unlock the boss level. Once you've beaten the boss level, you unlock the next set of worlds. From a coding standpoint, I could group them like this and say, this is World 1 as far as code is concerned, and then this is World 2. I could use different terminology to make it less confusing. And then this is World 3, and this is World 4. I mean, if I wanted to store it like a float, this could be 1, 1.5, 2, 2.5, or something like that. But then I'm using floats instead of ints for, like, surely this is a better way. So I could do. I mean, also there's also the option from a game standpoint. I could go World 1, boss. World 2, boss, and this, whatever. I don't think I'm actually also going to necessarily call these worlds as far as the game is concerned. You're just going to have a bunch of levels in the hub world. You beat them all. You unlock a new thing. Here's another level. You do that. That's the boss level. And then you're just going to unlock a new set of levels in the hub that are going to be scattered around. I was thinking that for each chunk of levels, the little, like, screenshot thing would have a different border. Or maybe even the titles. Like a collection of World 1 levels and a collection of World 2 levels would look different from the distance. Like, whether the titles are a different color, or the borders are a different color, or both. I thought that could be also a way to kind of group them. But as I've also said, the levels in the hub world aren't going to be in a linear order like this. I want you to have to, like, roam around the hub world a bit to get to the different level entrances. And maybe somewhere behind, like, a hazard or two. Nothing too extravagant, I don't think, but yeah, we'll see how that ends up being. And I thought that could be cool. Think of it almost like, maybe the tiniest bit like Crash Nitro Kart's course entrances. They're not in a straight line. You have to, like, go around this environment to get to them. There's not much, like, hazards or whatever, but you're still having to, like, go around a detailed environment that isn't just a line. So think that, but I'm thinking just, like, a little bit further than that. In that, like, there could be hazards to actually have to deal with, probably. Okay, so I wasn't done yet. So to communicate this idea here in an efficient way, I am almost thinking that, like, this might be unnecessary and confusing to say, like, 0 is levels unlocked. So I'm almost thinking I might just, like, I don't need to save every kilobyte on storage space if it makes it more confusing. So for each level, has level been completed? And don't have the 0 part of it. And then has hard level been completed? And then get rid of that. I think, like, that's just gonna make way more sense from a code standpoint. I don't know, just gonna make the wording of that slightly more consistent. I do think this would be better from a coding standpoint. So for every level in the game, track has that level been completed, How many strikes are left on that level? It's almost like an if yes this, but yeah. Well, I guess this could be B0 if the level has been completed, but by still having the Boolean be its own thing, it'd be easier for other bits of code to not have to like run this test. Just for other bits of code to be like, have we beaten it? Yes. Okay, move on. Same thing for how many hard strikes, plural. In for last world unlocked. Or like the current world you're on, basically. If you're on world 2, the number saved would be 2. Although, I mean, it could start from 0 or whatever, but I think for this, as far as the saving is concerned, like for saving, I'll start at 1 like you'd expect to see in English rather than starting from 0 and arrays. But then for every world, has hard mode been unlocked in that world, and has boss been unlocked? I guess this information could work. Let the it just be, you know, 1, 2, but then if every level has this level been completed, when all 5 have been completed, C has boss been unlocked. And also it's also worth mentioning that the boss counts as a level, so the boss level will have all this stuff. So that's, yeah, because the boss, I want to have, yeah, the boss will have a hard mode, the boss will have the whole strikes thing. It counts as a level, so yeah. Oh, Big Shark, hi, hello, welcome. We are, we've done cool things with our, we're done our level info screen for now, and we've done cool things with this. This is in our hub world, by the by, and now we are moving on to saving and loading information for like what levels you've beaten and how far you are in the game, and actually saving that stuff so when you close the game and open it again, it actually saves. So yeah, that's cool. I can show you all real quick. This is what this is looking like. Wow. Cool, except graphically it'll look better. So this is what a normal level info thing looks like with this being a screenshot of the level, except it'll graphically look better. But also, some levels, or as you progress in the game, you unlock hard modes of levels, and then that menu looks like this. So, blah, this button, you flip it, and cool animation thing. Yeah. And this has its own title, screenshot. And this is not just a mirrored screenshot, this is meant to be a completely different screenshot. It just is a temporary thing. And then it has its own strike counter for basically how well you've done in the level if you've beaten it. And you can cancel out of it, and then things kind of reset. So yeah, how you doing? Very good. I'm yeah, I'm happy with the progress that we've been making today, and yeah, it's all coming along very nicely. So yeah, right now we're planning some playing things with how we're basically I'm deciding like what information needs to be saved and like how it's gonna be saved. Also, I can undo this. That's no longer accurate because we decided against that. Nice. Yeah, very nice. So, I almost actually think for this, the world information probably should be saved first as far as this is concerned. It's been a while since I've last joined this stream. Been a while since I've streamed a little bit. I've yeah, been busy and all that. The last stream I did, we were playing a horror game because someone redeemed that, so that's a thing I did. But yeah, back to working on this now, and we are getting close to the point of being done a lot of this infrastructure for the game and to start actually making real levels. So I'm excited for that. I'm already planning stuff in my head for what we're going to be doing, though there's still a lot of planning to go, so we'll see how that goes. The first real level that we're going to be making is going to be in a submarine in a volcano. So, or that's the idea at the moment. We'll see how it changes. I'm settled on the being in a vehicle for reasons. Being in a vehicle to be piloted, whether it's in a volcano or not, we'll see. Also, how much of the level you spend inside the submarine, or how much you spend like going out of it and back in it, we're gonna see. But I want to make an interior, but massive interior level to start, because yeah, we're planning a demo right now. This demo is gonna have 3 levels. And loosely speaking, the first level is going to be mainly exterior, the second level is going to be mainly interior, and the third level is going to have a mix of both. That's not the only things with them, but that's one feature they happen to have, and we're designing the second level first, because reasons. Because the first and last level are going to be also hard to design. With the first level, I had to make a bunch of tutorial stuff, and with the last level, I had to make a lot of end of the demo stuff. So the second level works as a good middle of the road. It'll be not easiest to make in theory, because it doesn't need the extra stuff. And then also it can be kind of the trial run for, I make that level, I learn from it, and then I make the other levels. Part of me, like, I actually don't know the order I'm gonna make the other two. There's like pros and cons to doing both. Making the first level last means that, like, after I've learned what I'm doing with all this level design stuff, then I make the first thing the player sees a really good experience or whatever. But and also same thing applies to the last level. I make the last level for last. Then ideally, you know, like the skills I'm learning and whatever, I can make the last thing the player experiences really, really good. But ideally it's all good, but we'll see. Also, this is just a demo, as I said. We're making a demo with 3 levels. Well, that's the idea right now. We'll see how things actually change. And then after that, we go into the full game from there. I just want to make a bite-sized chunk of the game that's actually something playable. I think even once a single level is done, that'll be a point where I actually, you know, not release it, difference between releasing it like actually releasing a game, but more so like having an EXE that I can put in my Discord that people can play, or on itch.io as like an alpha or beta thing or whatever. I think, but by the time one level is done, it would be at a point where that can happen. And then even then, I'll try to like polish that level a lot before I move on to the next, I imagine. I'm probably going to do some level of plan. Well, I already kind of have in my head, but some level of planning on all 3 levels before I actually start making one, because some of the levels will matter based on the levels around it. Especially in this demo, there's only 3. I want to make sure that, like, I kind of know what sort of stuff I'm putting each of the 3 levels, so I'm not overlapping, or I don't make the one level and then go like, oh no, it would have been better if I put this in this level, or, you know, whatever might happen. But anyways, that's to come. It's getting closer to when we're actually going to be doing that, and I'm excited. It'll be cool to, instead of making a bunch of generic stuff, like I've been doing in this test level for a bit, making a generic projectile or a moving platform, actually have a level that I'm working towards. I'm still trying to also figure out the best medium for how I'm going to be designing it, whether that's on paper, on that whiteboard there that's off screen, Photoshop, Illustrator, messing around in Unity, or a combination of all of them. I've tinkered with a lot of those things for doing like level design, floor plan type stuff, but they all have their pros and cons. There are good things and there are limitations. One thing that I'm having to worry about is that I purposely want my levels to have a lot of verticality to them, which can be a struggle to design a floor plan for in 2D software or on a graph paper or whatever, unless you're designing like each page is a floor or whatever. But if you're having a lot of like slopes and all that, that can be tricky to do. So I'm gonna mess around with it. I'm gonna mess around with how I do that. But anyways, gotta finish this first before we can even get to that. So back to my planning. I think we're kind of there. So I want to have an int for the last world that was unlocked, or the... Yeah. So if they're on world 2, this would be saving a 2. That's... Yeah. Then have an array for every world. Has a boolean for has the hard mode in that world been unlocked. Actually, I'm gonna just flip these, because this is the more important thing. This is the progressing through the game. This is the 100%ing thing. So a boolean for has the boss of that world been unlocked, and then a has hard mode in that world been unlocked. Now, actually, technically, if I wanted to be as stingy as possible with this, I don't need this boolean, because on start I can take all of these booleans and calculate this information. Because if in a world, if inside a world, if all the main levels in that world have been completed, then the boss would be unlocked from that. But I'll just save that, because it's less having to calculate stuff, I guess. And then has hard mode been unlocked in that world? Because as I've said, you unlock hard mode chunk by chunk, world by world. When you 100% a world, you unlock hard mode for everything in that world, rather than a level by level or by a whole game thing. I just think that'd be a neat thing to do. Haven't really seen that been done before. Surely, I'm not the first guy that's done that. Surely it's been done before. But I've seen examples of you beat this level, you immediately unlock its hard mode. Like Sonic Adventure 2 is that. Well, you have like a mission thing, but it's a level by level thing. Cuphead, once you beat the game, you unlock expert mode for the entire game. So stuff like that. Actually, I think you unlock expert mode except for the final boss, but then you have to beat everything in expert mode to unlock expert mode final boss. That might be it. I might be completely wrong on that. I thought I remember that maybe being the case. Anyways, but yeah, I want to try and do it where if you 100% a world, then you unlock hard mode in that world. I just think that would be neat to try. Yeah, anyways. So, then, an array for all of this, and then for every level, another array for every level. Has that level been completed? That's a Boolean. This is like an if-yes, almost. How many strikes left in that level? 1, 2, 3. I'm going to say that if this is false, then this is 0, because you haven't beaten it yet. Remember that 3 is good, 3 is best case scenario, that's that you've beaten the levels. And even then, that's a case where I technically wouldn't need this information because I could calculate it from this on start, but I'm not going to do that. It's just easier to just save that information. Actually, yeah, if I was trying to be as stingy as possible with this, I wouldn't need this Boolean at all. I could just calculate this all on start, but as I said, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do it, save these Booleans, it just makes it easier. Yes. So has the level been completed? How many strikes left? Has the hard mode of that level been completed? How many strikes left? Is that it? So, okay, this is a maybe. So there might need to be more information based on the hub world. Certain actions you do and certain things you do as you progress in the game are going to change how the hub world is. When you unlock a new world, you will have a new chunk of the hub world. That kind of thing. The idea is, like, as you're progressing through the game, the company you're working at with the circus is getting bigger and bigger, and thus they have more stuff, more rides, and whatever. You're also gonna, I want you to, story-wise, you meet different characters as you go through the game, and then they become being in the hub. So, eventually I might need to save that information of, like, has this character been locked in the hub? I'll have to see if I can generalize it enough to just have the hub world have states, like states 1 to 5, and then I just have to save a number for what state the hub world's in. Or if it becomes more complicated than that, then I might just save like Booleans for specific things, or a bit of both, right? Like the main thing that would impact this is if you might have, in this level specifically, you meet this NPC, you meet this character, and then once you beat that level, that character is in the hub world. So that would need to be tracked based on that level. However, I don't necessarily need to save that. I could just be like, have this special case where if this level has been completed, this character gets to show up. Stuff like that. So, we'll see. For now, we're just going to go with this. This is everything that gets saved on a save file, and then there'll be 3 of these files for the 3 save files, or however many I want. That would be then easy to change if I decide I want to have 4 or 5. I think we're just gonna go for 3, just because that's a common thing I see. Anyways, so this is the information, this is in text form, the information that's being saved. From a coding standpoint, what's that gonna translate to in a file? So if this is like our conceptual thing, now we're gonna write an example of, once I write the code for it, what does the save file actually look like? And not only that, I want to try to make it right now in a way so that when I add more levels to it, it doesn't break it entirely. Like when I, if I add another, whether there's 2 worlds or 5 worlds or 7 levels or 10 levels, it's not going to break. Now, I did also kind of, I guess I did have the mindset at the moment that there would be, I guess 5, I guess it's now 6 because of the boss level. So I guess 6 levels per world. But I don't know how set on that idea I am. So I don't know if I want to hard code it right now to expect 6 levels per world. And then, but then if I change that, then it might break. If I decide, I want 5 levels, or while I'm even making the levels while they're not all done yet. I don't know if I want to have the code be able to handle that to like not completely break. Okay, so how about this? So in for last world unlock, as an example, let's say we're on world 3. So this is a 3. Next line, for each world. So let's say there are 5 worlds in existence at the moment, right? So for 5 worlds, has the boss been unlocked? True. Now, I can say this as Booleans, or I can say these as ints that are 0 to 1. So I'm gonna go with Booleans. Yeah. So true, has boss unlocked, has hard mode unlocked, and then, like, true. We'll say each world is a line. Actually, I'm gonna go count on space. True, false. You're on world 3, so let's say this is false, false. It should be impossible. It should be impossible for this to be true with this being false. So that shouldn't happen. Okay. So this is the for each world, and then we'd have the for each level. Let's say it's the 6, right? Oh, no, actually, no. Technically, there's more. Bah. If I said there's 5 worlds, then yeah. I could have at the top a number that's how many worlds there are. Now, I can just for loop. I might be able to just for loop through until I hit, like, an empty space. And then go, how many... Has level been completed? True. How many strikes left? 2. Has hard mode been completed? If this isn't 3, this would have to be false. And then this would have to be 0. I don't need to write out this whole thing. This is just to get the point across to myself. Yeah, so if the world is completed, that means that these all have to be true. Oh, Puffin, hello. We're planning save stuff. I guess I can have this be more interesting looking by being like, ooh, my pause screen is more interesting than a paint document. We've done, actually I can quickly show as I have new people, or returning people. This is what things we've been working on. Ooh, level select screen. Well, level info screen in a hub world, I guess. So yeah, and then also, ooh, levels have hard modes, and it flip-flops, and it's cool that it flip-flops, that when you go out of this, and you go back in, it defaults to normal mode because reasons that I've got it very in-depth as to why. Yeah, so this is cool. Like, this is like, hard mode isn't even unlocked, this one is a hard mode is unlocked, although they'll be unlocked batch by batch, but yeah, that's what we've been working on today. Okay, so... Okay. Yes. So, So now, right now, what I'm doing, flip-flops pog, yeah, very cool. I am quite happy with how that, like, that whole animation thing that was done entirely through code, mind you. All the intricacies, the very complicated intricacies that makes that whole menu work and function as it should. And how you noticed how those were, like, some UI elements kind of out there in the level that then stick to the camera and then unstick to the camera. Yeah, that took a lot of work. You know, graphically it still has more to be made, but I'm quite happy with it in its current state. So, yeah, we're doing saving and loading right now to then, yeah, do stuff with that. To have to do stuff with levels unlocking and all that. So right now I'm talking aloud as I'm just planning, like, what is a save file gonna look like, and then, you know, what information needs to be saved, and all that sort of stuff. So right now it's an integer for the last world that we have unlocked, and then then an array for every world. Oh, I've been coding for 20 years. This is beyond me. Oh, it is very complicated. It is very much overly complicated. But it's worth it. It's very cool. Yeah. Yeah, up to also 20 years? Wow. Very cool. Very cool. I've been doing this for 8 years. But I'm sure there's things that you can do that I would be very perplexed by. Like, I've only recently been learning more about, like, web-related programming, like PHP and all that. But even that is still very much, like, I don't know what I'm doing half the time. So, yeah. But all this, very cool. And it's a very, like, it has some nice polish to it. It's not just stuff appearing on screen or whatever. Things don't just slide on screen. They have all this cool movement. And it's awesome. And I love it. Yeah. Anyways. Okay. So, I started with PHP. Ooh. Yeah. I did this summer. Like, maybe like a month ago or slightly longer than that. Yeah, this summer I started with PHP doing stuff. So, yeah, very cool. Very It's interesting what you can do with it, but also very complicated as someone who doesn't have a lot of networking knowledge, but is starting to. The way you get networking knowledge is by doing networking stuff, I guess. So, yeah. Anyways. Okay. So as an example save file, these numbers are all going to be between 1 and 3. I guess I said 1 to 2. I guess some of these could be... In this made-up example would be all true. Yeah. Ooh. Actually, anyone that is true needs this number to be a number that's not... So... Stuff like Django in Python is a good way to start too. Fair enough. I've never used that, but yeah. Yeah. Okay. So it'd be like some this being the boss level. And then you'd have one of these for every world where the values would be different arrangements of that. Now in this case, if there's 5 of these, there need to be 5 of these. Well, actually, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. I was almost thinking that I could have like the letter W here or something, the word like the letter L here, so as a better thing to signify in code. Like, oh, this is the start of a world, or of the world list, and whoop, this is the start of the level list. Yeah. I'm trying to like think of different ways I could go about this. So I gotta go sleep at 7 a.m. I've been playing all night. Fair enough, fair enough. Take care. I'll see you soon. Check your progress. Yeah, thanks for dropping by, Halfin. Yeah, right now it might be a bit boring. I'm doing some planning stuff. I mean, like making menus. I don't know how interesting that is, but doing some neat stuff with it. Right now, I just having to just conceptually plan what this is gonna look like before we start making this, so that I'm not halfway through making this and then go, oh no, this isn't gonna work. I'm also trying to save myself later for as I add levels or add worlds. I'm not like dependent on there being 5. If I try to say that there's 6, have it break everything. In theory, while I'm building the game, that hopefully shouldn't be a problem, but I don't know. The more I can prevent it being a problem now, the better. So I'm gonna actually do another bit of planning. I'm gonna present this as option A for what save files could look like. Where this is conceptually what's happening here, and this is the implementation of it. Hold on here. And then, because as I've said, there is information in here that doesn't need to be in here. I've said that some of this information can be used to calculate other information. I don't know if it's if it would be worth doing, because instead, as I said, I don't need this for each world thing. I can just have, for each level, has the level been completed? How many strikes left? How has hard level been completed? How many hard strikes left? And then furthermore, if I'm trying to be even extra stingy, I can add a 0 into this, which is there anyways. That means that the level has not been completed if that's a 0. So this version of a save file would look like this. Just this, for however many levels there are. Now, also, I can use the spaces to signify worlds, but I don't necessarily need to. If I, like, define in advance that there's 6 per thing, then I could just count 6 by 6. But then if I want to be switching stuff around, then that, of course, becomes harder. So, pros and cons is that this is way easier to read in code. I could actually have it so that, like, if I decided I wanted, this has 5, this has 7. If I'm just reading by the white lines, then that would work in theory. To be able to have these be as long as they want to be, and then have this just however many paragraphs there are, that's how many worlds there are, go from there. Could be an option, because... But then in terms of the calculating stuff, I guess I can calculate this stuff. So this is... So, there's also the assumption, right, that the last level in each of these is the boss level. The determines if next world is unlocked level. Oh wait, sorry, I also forgot that, hold on. This isn't even what this would look like. This is actually, would look even simpler. It would just be something that looks like this. It would just be 2 numbers. For this many, going down this many. Hold on. Where this is then harder to read, but, well, I mean this has a certain complexity to it anyway. So this is how many strikes left. If it's 0, it means we haven't even beaten the level at all. If we haven't even unlocked it, then the number is irrelevant. It could be anything. We don't care what it is, effectively. And then hard strikes, 0. This, we know that these all would have to be 3. I'll do the example for it. These would all have to be 3 for any of these numbers to not be 0. Because that's how unlocking hard mode works. So if any of these numbers are not 3, then we know that we would know that all of these numbers have to be 0. If they're not, then they should be. Okay, let me just continue to. Then we're saying that. Let's say that we're in the middle of World 3, so 2, 1. Maybe we really sucked on that level. And then these are 2 worlds where we haven't done a thing. Haven't unlocked it yet. They would look like this. And I don't know, maybe there's the possibility that I might want to break the mold and have the worlds have inconsistent numbers, just because. Even like some cases where I want to break my own rules to be like, oh, you thought this was the boss? Well, here's another one. Or, I don't know, weird things like that. Or whatever's going to happen with the final boss. I don't know if the final boss will be the thing of the last level, or if it kind of gets its own category for some reason, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Okay, so yeah, these are our 2 options. The pros and cons of option A versus option B. Let me also, well, just for fun, like the different numbers. Wow. Pros and cons. These numbers are easier to... This is harder to interpret in code. I have to do more to read all of this. This might also be a bit trickier to... Well, it might be a bit trickier to change the world count and then the level count just a little bit. I have to make sure that these... Like, the numbers and the numbers that could be used to calculate other numbers, I have to make sure that they're consistent. If they get inconsistent for any reason, that causes issues. That causes, potentially major issues of the game not behaving properly. However, once all this information is read and I know it's accurate, then there's less coding involved to calculate information that I get by just having these booleans. However, that, the oh no processing time is only happening on start, or only happening on a load, I should be more specific. Which, isn't that bad. So, that's not a huge concern anyways. If I'm worried about, the complexity of the code, it's either I write complicated code to read the file, or I get easy code, or either I write complicated code to read the file. Once the file is read, then I have easy processing of the information-ish, assuming I know what each variable is meant to be, or I have easy reading of the file, but then a bit more complicated processing the information from the file. But even then, that's not... I don't see this being that much of a... not that bad. I would almost rather it not be as difficult to just read from the file. This is also, even just looking at the file, this is cleaner. I'd almost say that it's less descriptive, but, this is less descriptive. Unless I, some save files might actually have, level 1 dash bleh, right? But that's not the case here. Yeah, so then there'd be one of these per save file. I also, so I guess I have a space in between. I could have some other symbol, if I wonder especially denote which is the boss level, it could have a special symbol, but I think I'm fine just assuming that the last level, or the last thing in a paragraph is the boss level. In fact, it doesn't even, it doesn't even mean, like, it'd be the boss, well, it being a boss level, it doesn't matter, it's just the last level of the world. Yeah, so that is that. Now, in terms of then how this information be used, just to remind myself, I guess, how these numbers become this stuff, I would have to... Wow, no. I would have to, so for loop through all of this. And what I'd probably also do is just, like, for loop, get the entire contents of the file, close the file, like, have it one giant string, close the file. So then I just have this giant string to deal with. Then go through the string, and I can go through the strings multiple times. Like, I know, as game developer man, that there's not going to be hundreds of levels. This isn't hundreds of lines to go through. It'll be however many levels there are, which isn't going to be 100, presumably. If it is, cool. Love to have that many levels. But even that, like, it's not, we're talking about, like, thousands of lines or whatever, where then going through the file multiple times would actually matter. But what I probably first need to do is, if I'm just reading line by line and processing it line by line, I wouldn't know what the last paragraph was unless I got there, and then I'd have to, like, back up one. So I might have to, like, go through each of them, like, just discover what a world is. Each of these... Yeah, do that, split them up into chunks, and then go through each chunk and process it, I guess. And, actually, there is a point where I can stop. Because I know that once I hit this point of, like, these zeros, I know that the rest have to all be zeros because of the way that this works. So, that's a cool thing, I guess. In terms of reading the data, I can do that. Oh, actually, I would need to know the number. To some degree, I think. The number of lines to know how many levels there's supposed to be. I also need to make sure that these levels actually, I know which level in the world correlates with which line here. Also, the names of the levels, I don't think I'm going to store the names in a file like this. That might be in, like, a scriptable object somewhere of all the level names or something like that. But I think as long as I have internally, like, this level knows that it's level, like, 1-1, and this level knows that it's level 3-2, I should be fine in that regard. And if I ever want to, like, switch the level order, then I should... Ideally, that should be fine. I just gotta switch what numbers that they're referred to as. And hope that that doesn't break anything drastic. So I think I've talked myself into that, despite the reasons I said for maybe doing this, I think I've talked myself into I just like this better. It looks cleaner. There's less confusion for how some of these numbers, these true and false values are based off of what other ones are. This, the only catch... I mean, some numbers, actually, yeah, as I said, some numbers can kind of infer other numbers, but not completely. It's, if the last number of a paragraph is 0, 0, or even just the last number of a paragraph, this is a 0, I know everything going forward is a 0. Only the last one. Like, this could, because, as I said, you could do the levels out of order, this could be a 0, and this could be something else. So, yeah. But I also know that unless... what is it? Yeah, all of these have to be 3s for these to have anything. That's how the hard mode is. So there's some inferring I can do. And there's a point where I can be like, because this number is this, I don't even have to read this number, I can just skip it. Yeah, anyways. Right, so I guess, yeah, I'm decided on this being the style. So, what do I need to do? I need to go, so, just, I read the whole file, but like, split file into worlds based on, like, the paragraph. I'm gonna call it paragraphs, but you know what I mean. Based on, like, the chunks. Then for each world, and I would go in order, then like split level. I guess I could. What I could also do here is that with for each world, go through each level, or for each world, or split lines into levels, right? And then for each level. Okay. I guess if I wanted to schedule for this, blah, and then as if it was programming. For every level, I mean, I'd split the two parts, right? Like, get both numbers. If first number is 0, level not beaten, and then do with that what I will. If second number is 0, hard mode not beaten. If all levels first number is 3, world hard mode unlocked. What else? Then if every level except last first number is not 0, anything but 0, last level, or I'll say boss unlocked. Boss unlocked. If boss first, if last level, I'll say if, or if, no, I'll go last level so like I'm actually saying relative to the lines, last level locked. Then if last level first number is not 0, next world is unlocked. Then, if last level first number is 0, all, like every following number must be 0. That's just something I might be able to use to fast track some of this calculations. Because I'll have to see if I even need to know the number of levels, like, going forward. I might not need that information. We'll see. I only need that information to say, this game object set it active, like, this level entrance set it as active. By default, if they're all off, then, like, I don't need to read this information to decide if they should be on or not, I guess. Yeah. Now, locally somewhere, like, locally I'm gonna have to save other bits of information. Locally somewhere I need to save if hard mode is unlocked. Wait, did I even say, yeah, all levels first number is 3, hard mode unlocked. Now, right now, at the moment, there is nothing planned for, well, maybe. Right now, there is nothing for if you perfect or even beat all the hard modes. It's just for fun. There might be something. Maybe I'll try to come up with something. So maybe I would have, which in that case, that would need to be everything is level 3. If everything is 3, 100% reward, whatever that is. Right? Yeah. I also considered, like, the game might have achievements. I think it would be cool to have achievements. I think an achievement tracker will be its own system. It'd probably be its own file just to keep track of that. Which, in that case, like, it just needs to be... an array of true-false values for if we've unlocked that achievement. Well, actually, if we if there's an achievement you can make progress towards, then I guess it would have to be a 2 out of 10 kind of situation. That would come after we figure out what achievements even are. And then if we have an options menu, then we deal with that too. How that'd be its own file. Fuck. Okay. So. Okay, I'll deal with that part later. Okay, so this is what we need to have happen. Let's do it. Where are we doing that? So, let's go scripts. Scripts. It's a level. UI. I'm gonna go level. Or create C# script. Save manager, I guess. I guess it's gonna need to be like attached to hub stuff somewhere. I can attach it to the player. So it, well, I'm trying to think of where it needs to like exist. So the only time where of all the things that need to be saved, the only time where that information changes is the only time that things would need to be saved in theory. The only time that happens is when we beat a level. Even if we back out of a level, nothing would change in theory. If we fail a level, nothing would change. It's only once we successfully beat a level that information might change. If we beat a level and perfected it, that like a level we've already beaten, whatever. I also actually, that just did remind me that I need to make sure that if we beat the level and have 2 strikes left, and then we beat the level again and we do worse and have 1 strike left, don't save the 1. Make sure you only save if it's a higher number. That's important. Yeah, good. Yeah, good. Back to that. Oh, look, that's something to keep in mind. Save manager. Save loading. Saving and loading. But whatever. So I'm actually going to... I haven't done one of these in a long time. So I'm actually going to pull up my own video to remind myself how I did this before, because I think I want to do it the same way. I can also Google stuff, but I have a specific thing in mind that I know that I've specifically done before. I can also actually just look through the code of that tutorial, but I'll just find the video. It might be faster. Let's see. So we're going to watch my own video for a second. Just shameless self-promotion here. No, I just need to see, like, a glimpse of what a certain bit of code looked like. Yeah, I do YouTube stuff, by the by. Well, actually, I have not done YouTube stuff in a while. I've been too busy. I would like to... Like, I will do YouTube stuff again at some point. Just gotta have time. I'm thinking, like, well, the next thing I'll probably be making is a devlog thing on the Handyman with the Unicycle. Don't know when I'll do that, but... Hold on, let me... actually, I thought I'd give a flash of the completed code, but no, I don't usually do that. I give a flash of what the end result looks like. Yeah, all this stuff. System.runtime.serialization.formatters.binary. Yep. That's stuff that I need. I don't need all of this, but I'm going to put this on my other screen, and I'm going to copy stuff from it as we go through this. Sound good? Sound good. Yeah, okay. So... First, I'm going to get some of these usings that I need. Using system. Why I can spell. System.io. Serialization.formatters.binary. Anything else I need? If I was displaying UI with this, I would need to import UI stuff, but I don't. If I would do anything with lists, I would need collections.generic. I might, I don't know, I'll have to see if I need that. You know, my level amounts are dynamic. In theory, I don't think they will, but I want to be allowed to change them without everything breaking. Especially while I don't have all the levels made. Okay, so... Or also, I see in that I called it saving and loading. I actually like that better for also having the word loading in it. Saving and loading is what I'll call this, which means I'm going to need to change it in the file name. I do kind of like the less things having the word manager because object-oriented programming, you want to have you know, a lot of code doing things rather than one code doing a lot of things. And having the word manager sounds like it's one code doing a lot of things. Well, that's not entirely the case here. A lot of these managers will divert a lot of the stuff they're doing to other bits of code, so they're not doing a lot themselves. It depends, but using the word manager less in my code names might be a good thing. Like my objectives manager could also actually just be called objectives tracker. Whatever. Well, that's just a name thing. Could come back to it. Okay, so wait, did I not? Oh, wait. I save it in a .txt, but I do binary formatting to it. Alright, I guess when you do serialization stuff, the actual, like, end part of it doesn't actually matter. I think I might have made it a .txt so that I, in the video, could, like, show what it looked like while we were making it. Maybe. I could be wrong on that. So, for now, yeah, I'm going to go public, string, file name. As I said, I'm going to have 3 files, so I'm going to be making 3 files. I also need to have information for, if file doesn't exist, make the folder, or make the file with, here's what the default information is. Yeah, okay, so hello string. Oh, I also do want to be able to, like, see the file, you know, while we're making it to make sure it's saving things how I want it to. Although, if the code is erroring, that's probably not the case. Yeah, .dat is another common file ending thing. Private, blah. String, path, and private. Binary formatter. And, yeah, if this isn't the most efficient, or, like, the best way of, most secure way of, saving stuff, oh well. The fact that I'm doing binary formatter stuff and not just storing a default TXT stuff is already, it's good enough for me. This isn't, yeah, this is just a simple game that doesn't need to be that secure, as I've said. So, bleh and bleh. For now, I'm gonna go save data A. We'll go A, B, C is the 3, like, files. So I will eventually I'll need something that also knows, like, what file are we currently on, do stuff with that. For now, we're just gonna hardcode everything to 1. Get to work with 1 thing, then make it 3 things. Sound good? Sound good. So that's the path. Okay, how do I do things? So I set up information. Sure, yeah. I need to see, in my own code, the actual saving part of the saving and loading. Hold on, I just need to find in my own video when I scroll enough to show things. Okay, so save and load. In that video, I only save, I think, a single thing, because that's what the video is. I think so anyway. So we're gonna have public void save. Actually, save and load should probably take as input, like, which file, probably. Like, save, you know, ABC. But for now, we're just gonna get it to work, in general. Yeah. So, load should also, if load doesn't find the files, it should make new stuff, right? So let's start with, we'll start with saving, because that's the order I have it over here. Assuming we have stuff to save. File stream, file equals new file stream. Glad I have this to easily reference that. File mode dot create. Yeah, this will overwrite whatever was there, which in my case I want. Oh, I go save data. Oh, right, this is the thing where I make this as like an object that yeah, new stuff equals new save data. Oh, right. Okay, I remember this now. I need to just see in my video where I scroll up. Right, I have a different class. Forgot that I did this way. I remember, you know, my first time attempting this stuff, I just stored individual numbers directly in save files. I was also doing things with the player prefs stuff. But in this case, yeah, I'm going to do it more. Like, I'm going to do it this way. The way that I'm currently doing it. Save data. This is a class for what gets saved. But then I'm going to have a... Right, okay, right, yeah. Sorry, yeah, forgot how this was. Forgot how this worked. I set up... The way I was talking about a lot of this, I was going to have to read through the file and whatever. I was thinking of a completely different way for how I went about saving and loading information. I'm glad I looked at this specifically, because I'm remembering that this exists as an option. I can basically have a class that I serialize and store that in a text file. It also makes it even harder to read from an outside perspective for security and all that. So, cool. So in this case, we're going to have, okay, this makes it, yeah, easier. So this is my logic for, yeah, what I'm doing, but specifically what I'm saving is an array of levels. I'll split by spaces. Maybe in this I have an array of worlds. Like, I could have a public array of all levels, but I would like to know, or I need to know, where worlds end. So, I think I can have a public class within a class. World data, I guess. I'm pretty sure you probably also need these serialized. I'm hoping this isn't gonna break what I did here, and I'll have to figure out what I'd like to do with it. And we'll see if this is overkill or not. Level data. So world data is just going to have, so public, so this is gonna be public world data, worlds. You're an array, and then that's actually at the moment that's all you're gonna have. And this is going to have public level data, levels, and then for each level, this is going to be 2 integers. So public int normal strikes. I don't need to, yeah, have the super long names here. Hard strikes, or I've got strikes hard and strikes normal. Because, I don't know. Yeah, I can. Okay, so this is at the moment everything that needs to be saved. Other than some hub world state stuff, possibly. So yeah, this is an array in an array in an array. And I guess this doesn't need to be like this. This could be, I could use delete, like, link, array stuff, whatever. This is just, like, you have to admit that this is easier to look at and immediately get what the point is and how it's being used, and name-wise things make sense. Like, oh yeah, these are worlds, okay, this is levels, yeah. That makes much more sense to look at than doing, like, multi-dimensional array stuff. Especially because, well, I think every world will have the same number of levels, but I don't know that for, like, to guaranteed. Especially, like, it could be the case where maybe most of them do, but the first level, or the first world specifically, and the last world specifically get to be special edge cases, or something like that. Okay, so now how do I do this? Okay, I just need to find the code whenever I scroll down in the video. Okay, so to save this, new save data. And we're going to see if this class within class F works. I think because they're all system.serialized, I'm hoping it will. So, new file stream that data equals, I'm looking at, okay, save, new save data. And then I define the things. Well, okay, then I'd have to go this dot, worlds. Like, this is the part where I have to go through and, like, I have to have local variables that are the data, and then I'd have to go through and actually do stuff. Set Ah. Set the data. Right? Yeah, I'll come back to that. Okay, so... Then, assuming that's been done, for loop through everything that needs to be things, formatter dot serialize file data. And then file dot close. And then we did it. I confirm that we did things, but I'm not going to do more. Okay, this. If file dot exists path file stream file equals new file stream path file mode dot open bleh. And then save data equals save data formatter. If I can spell, that'd be great. Dot deserialize file. Go then like load data into local variables and process it and all that. So pretending that we've done that. File dot close. Cool. Else, so I'm just saying what I'm typing. I am not actually explaining what I'm doing, but I'll get there. You should add some checks and encryption to try and stop people from easily changing the save. Hi, Fertesco. So I am taking objects and serializing them and all that and doing binary formatting and stuff, and it's not just a TXT file. And for my game specifically, for now, I think this is good enough for me. This is a platformer that we're talking about, not bank financial security stuff. If someone really wants to go this hard into hacking my game to skip a level or two, if they want to go to this much effort just to do that, so be it. They want to do it, they can. Sure, why not? If they really want to get to the end of the game that badly, I don't care about it that much, to that degree. And also, I'm doing stuff. I'm not doing nothing here, but yeah. I've done a bit of stuff. There's not. I don't need to do that much. Okay, so then for what I had in my other thing for loading a password, or not password. If I go to load the data and nothing exists, this basically means new file. So clear all the local variables, like set everything to default and then save that. So, like set local variables to default, which basically means a bunch of zeros. Defaults, and then save data. Then literally call the save function with this cleared data. Yeah. If I have some kind of like new, like delete, or well, I guess I probably do want a delete function. Eventually, I probably will. So public void delete. Would this not? Oh, file. Oh yeah, I can just delete the file directly. File.delete path. And then just call the save function to save this neutral data. Or actually, wait a minute, that's not actually... Well, no, because that would save whatever is locally saved at the moment. That's not correct. That would just overwrite whatever is currently there. If I want to delete and specifically start fresh, then I would actually want to call load, which is going to do this set local variables to default, I guess. Whatever. I don't know how this would get called. This part's not that important. What's important is these guys. Okay, so now I gotta figure out what these local variables are gonna look like, and how this is actually going to work. So how is it going to work? Also, actually, I can change how I'm doing some of this. Because also, when I save and load, I'm making new of these objects and then saving stuff into it. I'm almost thinking I could just have one of these here, private, in this particular case, private save data, local data equals new save data, and just have one of these that's just what's happening locally, and only when it's time to save or load do I do this stuff with it. Yeah. Even just this into local data directly, I'm thinking. Yeah, okay, so that's how I'll do that for now until I see a reason not to. For saving, I need to... Actually, in theory, I don't even need to do that step. In theory, I just need to, like, the data is already set from whatever local stuff I've been doing in other places. I just need to save the local data to disk. And then, you know, load is read this local data from disk. And delete is delete the files so that things will get made anew. Yes. So now I've gotta do stuff with this. So now I've got to. So assuming if I already have this stuff set up with all these numbers, save works. This stuff is not set up with these numbers. I've got to actually do stuff that adds and changes them. Now, one thing is that, in theory, in principle, the number of levels in a world is not going to increase or decrease while the game is going on. It's only going to increase and decrease as I, the game developer, am testing and adding new levels and shuffling levels around or whatever. But in the final product, the levels aren't shifting around, the levels are locked in place. But I'd like that if I add a new level somewhere, like, ideally it doesn't completely break, in theory, in principle. So, where do I want to start with this? I also need, like, the code that these use, need to do stuff. Or like what uses the save data to function. So at the moment, assuming that we start in the hub world, or like from whatever main menu, whatever. When we're in the hub world, I'm trying to think of the best way of going about this. It's the level entrances. For now, it's the information to be saved, or sorry, the things that are going to actually use the save data are the level entrances of whether they should exist or not. So the hub manager might just do all the setting up of things. I kind of like the saving and loading to do some of the processing that I talked about. But so, yeah, activate and deactivate levels, or just literally just whether they're there or not. I can just turn on off the game objects. But knowing which level, I need to know which level ties into which element of the array. So the levels themselves, I think, need to actually have some kind of a label. 1-1, 1-2, 2-3, that kind of system. So then I can just go worlds array this dot levels array this, and go from there. Yes. I'm thinking that actually activate level, I might just give it, or it doesn't have to be like 1-2, whatever. I could literally just at the top here go public int world number. Although I guess this here is me assuming that I don't accidentally set two levels to have the same thing. But in theory, I wouldn't. Ideally, like, I wouldn't, and if I do, I would notice it right away and change it. And if I, like, they shouldn't be, that would be a problem if they were. Other option, like, I could do it that way. Or I could have, like, hub manager have, like, level list. And then it's a bunch of dragged and dropped references to all the level activate things. So then I just have to go, like, worlds array, level array, this guy. Doing that would ensure I don't have things out of order, I guess. And or it would ensure I don't accidentally have two things set on the same thing. I wouldn't accidentally be missing a count, I guess. Yeah, that's probably the way to go. If I'm going to do that, you know, the hub manager thing, because it's gonna get the saving and loading game object for right now. I think the saving and loading object should get all the should get that array, I guess. So I decided. Public. Public. I need like do I use a list for this? If I use a list of these, or no, yeah, just array of game objects, just array of game objects. And this is going to be a double array. I mean, whatever. Actually, I forget that there is a difference between the two syntaxes I just used. And I don't remember what it is, but level entrances. They're not entrances. They're not portals that you're going into. They're level maps. Level, maybe a tablet thing. Level activates. Don't like that. Level maps. Levels. I don't know what to call them. I'm leaning away though from whether they were going to be maps in the first place. I don't want to have to come back and change this later of all things. Just level infos. Level. Why can't I name a game object? Whatever levels it is. Let me just, before I do any processing with that, see that I can set that up the way that I want to. Yeah, you're not there. Okay, right. I need something. This entire thing, I need something I can edit in the inspector. Might have to do some more making game objects to do funky things. Or making, yeah, no, you're not there. Okay. Yeah, you don't like displaying doubly lists. But for some reason, you like displaying stuff like this. So, yeah, have fun with that. Oh, you're fine. Other class, worlds, levels, or actually right here, I don't have to go doubly deep like I did with that. Yeah, I guess that works. I'm pretty sure this can display. Yeah. Because my options here in terms of saving what levels are, like what in terms of the list of levels, I either have an array like this that I'm setting up, or each level entrance thing has some string on it of it being like 1-2, or like 2 integers. I prefer this method. I prefer the list being essentially like all in one place, especially it's on the thing that's actually using it. So I guess that's good. So let's say what we had 3 levels. And I guess I'm gonna quickly make. I might like name these level activate 1-1 or whatever, but that would just be for my own. No, or I don't know. Well, we'll see. But let me just make more of these for testing purposes. Let's just, for a minute, say World 1, World 2, World 3. I don't need to actually interact with levels. I just need to see them there or not. So, oh boy, oh, I should have actually maybe put these in a empty game object. Level activate. I need a better name. Activate level, levels. I could call it a level, like level select sounds like what you'd have in place of a hub world. I don't like using that terminology. It could be misleading or lead to misunderstandings. Why can't I just... Okay, whatever. Levels. But they're not the levels. They're just the things you interact with to tell the hub world to go to the levels. You know what? I'm going to call them level maps, and if that model that they are is not a physical map, then so be it. It's close enough. So the 2 things I was thinking of either be like a tablet screen, but in a way it could still be like a GPS kind of a thing. Whatever. Spending too much time as it is just trying to figure out the little things. Oh! Right. In terms of setting the game objects active or inactive, I could do it. I could just have a empty game object that's like worlds, like world 1, 2, 3, 4, and just activate the chunk because that's how this works. Well, except for the boss level, which appears after. It's like world 2.5 in a way. Okay. So let's go. I guess this probably would be easier. So this is all the level map. I guess or hold on. World 1, and then put these guys under here. I should set up the like thing for a boss to exist because I said that would be a thing. Level activate boss. Even though it's not going to look any different at the moment. I shall call it the boss level over here. And the hard one is the hard boss level. All caps. Yeah, more exclamation marks. Okay, so world 1, that stuff. Oh, it should almost be like. We'll do it like this, I guess. Ignore the placement. Could be something like this. I mean, okay, to match the format of this, I could have empty game object that's like World 1 boss. And just have this under that. Just so that how these game objects are looking in the hierarchy makes better sense. And I'm just gonna... And then I can just activate and deactivate these chunks of game objects. Now, I do need references to the level entrances themselves still, though, so I don't know if this is worth it. I don't know how worth it this is. Oh, I mean, it's better on performance to just activate the one game object that activates all the child ones rather than having to go through each of them and decide if each of them individually need to be active or not, I guess, but... Oh, yo, Muffin! Hello, hello! I gotta go. Oh, school starts soon. Hello, hello, welcome to the stream. We're doing saving and loading things. It's interesting. Yeah. Oh, right, I did move the parent game objects. That shouldn't happen in a real situation, but, for now, I guess it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. This is World 1. Where's World 2 boss? This is the World 2 boss. This is just pretending that things make sense. And actually, these are so close that interacting with them will actually cause problems. But it's just for demonstration purposes and for, yeah, to do this. So, okay. Hub Manager. That is also the saving and loading thing manager, Mabob. Well, we'll see how that actually works. It could be on the player too, but whatever. It's fine. I can move where it is later on. So, instead of doing how that is now, do I still need this list in the same way, or do I want for each world to have like world game object? Maybe so. But to a degree, I want it to be easy-ish to be able to drag and drop the objects just from this place to this place. Although I guess actually even in this list here, I can't... Oh, I guess actually here I can... Actually, let me just test something real quick. I can move around the elements of these lists and it'll correct itself. I can't move this to the upper thing, no. So if I decide that I want, like, oh, this World 2 level, I want it to be a World 1 level, there's some more messing around I have to do with that. But that shouldn't happen in theory. Ideally, I would plan good enough the order of levels where they are. And even the order of levels in a world don't matter that much, except for the last one, the boss part of it. Just trying to make sure I'm not doing something that's too overkill or too, like, gonna cause me problems later. Trying to make something that's, like, organized, right? Trying to think of a good way of going about it and making sure, is this the good way of going about it before I do a bunch of programming to realize, ah, shoot, I should have done it this way. Because I could just have the level maps, I could just have it all be one big array, but I feel like sectioning it like this is good, but I need the boss part to be separated. Actually, I mean, if the world is disabled, then the boss would also be disabled, so if I wanted, I could also do this. And then, like, yeah. For each world, activate the world. For each boss, activate the boss. It's just another layer of how I could do that. I guess it doesn't affect much. Okay, so now the hub manager that's affecting the saving stuff. You need so what do I need to have happen in terms of stuff activating? I need this to have a reference to a bunch of level activate scripts, because the level activate scripts need to like update themselves on their hard mode stuff being activated or whatever. And we've already done a bunch of that earlier. We just need to basically call a certain function that is already, well, it was not completely set up. There's going to be some stuff to fully set it up, but basically this will be either activated or deactivated. This will be a number, and either off to the left because of this one or dead center. Other information on like that the level itself keeps track of. And yeah. Okay. Oh, you're not what I wanted to mess with. But the save data doesn't change. Like, what's being saved is still this. This is just that how I'm displaying stuff for local data to access local data. So for each world, have this be a activate level script, I guess. Why not? That just might make it, because I might just directly call functions on it to be like, hey, you update on whether your stuff is active or not. But then also you're gonna have a game object to the parent world object to just enable or disable. World object or world parent, and then the boss parent. I guess we're gonna have that. Which, as I said, it doesn't necessarily need to have the parent, but it just makes it clean or more organized in the hierarchy. So that makes it necessary. That makes it good to have. Okay, so now let me just set up all this with all this. So, World 1 is here. World 1 boss is there. I'll set up all these, I guess. There. We're going to say we have 3 worlds for right now. 3. World 3 boss. Yeah. And then all of these levels that are here. Okay, so level A, level B, level C. I mean, so, okay, no. If I really wanted, I could actually just have the world parent and then just like for loop through all the children. One, that's extra calculations that might be unnecessary. 2, that would mean that the order in the hierarchy would affect the level order, and that might be a little bit, might be better to have it be the array that's here that's not going to change if I have to like move things around. Oh, also, sorry, level 3 does need to actually be the boss. I mean, I could have levels and then the boss be its own, like, list in here. It depends on how I interface with them, right? Like, how it, like, looks visually. Like, it depends on, like what for loops am I having and how efficient is whatever it's gonna be. I'm, like, overthinking stuff for the sake of trying to make it all nice, neat, whatever. Yeah. So, you probably don't need an update, I don't think. But, so on start, you're gonna do stuff. On start, you're gonna, for now, on start, you're gonna call the load function to load in the information that supposedly exists. I should have some easy way to be able to test saving and loading before I actually hit those buttons. I'm probably deleting 2. We'll get there. Okay, so load. The first time that we're doing all this stuff, right? It's like Set local variables to default. What is that going to look like? So I'm going to, for each, well, does the number in the array matter? I need to do something special with the last one, with the boss. Yeah, for each, I'll try for each. Actually, no, for each loops are slightly slower than for loops. I'm gonna go with the for loop for this intricate saving. Equals 0, I is less than worlds.length. Okay. So go through. One thing I'm realizing is, well, so I'm going to have to go through all of this stuff to determine if a particular world parent should be active or not. I'm just wondering, basically, if I should be, like, activating the game object of levels world at a time or level at a time. World would be more efficient. Is what's happening. They are being activated world at a time, so I guess that's what I should do through code. Because that's what makes sense. So, so if I'm loading, default data is, I need to make new things of use. So I would need to know, I want to actually know the world's length beforehand. So I'm going to have to go, like, wait, how do you already have a... Oh, you're this. Oh, sorry, you're that. No, right. Okay. So save data equals new. We're gonna wipe this slate clean. Are we? Yes. In this case, yes. Or no, sorry. Local data equals wipe the slate clean. And then go. Then I need to go. So local data.worlds. Local data.worlds equals new world data of size, like, you know, whatever number. In theory, if I had the perfect planning of however many levels there are, I could hardcode this stuff. But I'm trying to not have to hardcode it. But and then I would need to, for each, like, world, make a new level array. New. You're not gonna know what you're doing? Okay, new, what are you doing? Save data dot, or new level, or I forget how deep I have. Can I just go new level? New level data. Yeah, it'd be the same with the world data, of course. Then I'll say that was 6. Right. But I have to calculate these numbers beforehand. But then then I'd be for each looping, or 4, normal 4 loops. Let's say it's after this being a J, and another J, and another J. Then in each level, dot, both these numbers being 0, and that's all that needs to be saved by default. But then, yeah, I need to, on start, calculate, or every time I load, I would want to, I think every time I load, refresh all the stuff. Of what's activated and what's not activated. So this would call that function. Actually, regardless, it would. Like, if it loads or makes new stuff. So, okay, calculate what these numbers should be. Calculating them based on the size of this world's list. Actually, it would be just how many worlds there are in this list. Okay. Local equals this world's dot length. And then Yeah, okay. And then local data dot worlds I dot levels equals this. And this is going to be worlds of the same I dot levels dot length. Yes. Okay. Let me check out activate level real quick. So you don't need that, but do you have okay, do you... So you have a possible for hard mode unlocked. I almost want to just make public variable... Or, this actually, it can be hidden. Actually, you might be able to be private. Or, no, you're going to be hidden inspector public, because other thing accesses you. But I'm thinking that an activate level is going to locally save its strike counts. So, actually, I mean, those strike counts are specifically going into these things. Do you have refresh hard mode unlocked? That's this. So I have two options in terms of get things from a save file. Either the level info UI can tell, either the saving and loading can tell activate level to, either saving and loading can directly tell activate level to update its saved stuff and whether this stuff's active or not. Or activate level can be like, hey, saving and loading, what values do you currently have? The only time that change needs to happen is on start, and any time we load information. Not even when we save, only when we load. Or, I guess I should say, anytime we beat a level will probably cause a save, which I guess would refresh that information. So sure, on a save or a load, whatever. So, I'll have the saving and loading tell all the activate levels to update themselves. That sounds better to work. Yeah. Let's just gonna... that. We're, also going... yeah, so this... I'm just saying, like, what should call what, just to be, like, effective with things. So, yeah, we're gonna have this call the other one. Or like this call all the activate levels, which makes sense with the thing that I set up. So this would be in some function somewhere. Or public, the refresh hard mode unlocked. Have it be like refresh level state. I guess. Level info? Something like that. I don't know. So this, it can call this on start or something, but that should be a public thing that, yeah. So saving and loading should be able to be like, yeah, go through all the activate levels and call it. Even, yeah, once doing this, actually, yeah, no matter, yeah, I said this, yeah, it should update all the things on a save or a load. So both of these should call the thing. Although if save does it, I don't have to have it to do twice. I'll do this. Void, what do I call this? Something about, like, tell all the levels to update themselves. Update level maps. All level maps. Okay, so now you're gonna do this. Except a little differently. So, go through every world. Go through every, you're not updating the level data. You're just going to go through every world. Oh, this is supposed to be level, felt like. Yeah. Go through for every world, for every level. Get the... get the activate level. levels J is an activate level. Dot refresh level state. That yeah, just do that after a load and on start. On start loads, so we're good. And I'll figure out what we do with the save. I just don't want it to happen twice unnecessarily. But they should also basically refresh whenever we beat a level, which causes a save, but yeah, anyways. Okay. What next? I was jumping between a lot of things. I don't know what I'm doing. I didn't even finish setting up this list because I wasn't even sure if I wanted the list. Well, the main thing is I don't know if if the boss should be the last element in this list, or if boss should have its own list. That would be less to have to sort through to be like, if the last thing is this. Well, actually, I can just go up, like, levels -1. Yeah, some things need to go through all of them, and some don't. So, yeah, I'll just have the boss be the last one, because then I can always drag around. I don't think I'll ever swap, like, I'll know which one's boss. I won't ever swap that around, I don't think, but who knows. And also, the level activates ideally would, have their own. They all have unique names. Okay, roll 2, bleh, and, boss. I'm not sure, like, less and less, I don't know if I need the parent thing for the boss thing. You know what? I think I can get away with it. I don't need it. I'm just gonna activate the specific, like, that game object anyways, it doesn't make a difference. So if I have boss... I don't need that, I don't think. Just levels, end of array. That's all it needs to be. That's basically storing the same information in two places very unnecessarily. At least, actually I can do this. I can do this is a thing. Wow. Yeah, hopefully I have drag and drop the right things. But not, oh well. Okay. So, right. For... So now, in terms of actually updating these numbers, the only thing that updates these numbers is the, like, level completing thing, which will then be like, this amount of strikes that we just beat this level with, go tell the local data to now, update that number specifically, and then save, which doesn't mean that this needs to go forward through everything. I still don't have this stuff that actually, like, update all level maps. This part's, let's continue that. So I need to actually know, so let's pretend that these strikes are set as they should be. I need to actually, before I tell it activate level thing to refresh its level state, I need to know if the level's even active at all. So, and then also on a level, I need to update its number of strikes. So I'll probably actually do that, just public int strikes normal and strikes hard. This is the game object that uses it, so it's the game object that's gonna save it. And then make decisions based on it. So this is they're gonna save those directly, I guess. Why, you're not an int. Or you're not you aren't an int, you should be. Okay. So also all of this is gonna happen in here now. But also, deciding if a hard mode is unlocked or not. I guess if a hard mode is unlocked or not depends on other levels, so it'll be the saving and loading thing that handles that. Update all level maps. So, this is go through every world. I guess I can look at the levels currently and test and see what they are. Update all level maps, yeah. So, right. what things did I say needed to happen? So not all this is true anymore, but for each world, then I have the levels. For each level, get the numbers where they currently are. So I'm assuming that if I've changed a number, I updated it before I called this code, like this function. So if the first number is 0, level not beaten. So first get that first number. So int. Wait, so this is gonna be actually wait. This is just gonna be if I'm trying to calculate if levels are gonna be active or not, I should be going off the local data because that's what it's there for. So this is going through everything just to set up these numbers. This needs to okay. Go through all of this to decide which levels are active or not. Okay. Don't set new things. This would already have value. So go through these worlds. Go through the levels. That's a different array, but it works because they happen to be the same length. So I guess that's fine. I would rather, just for the cleanliness of it, rather use what is the same array that this is. So, go through all of these. I have this number. I'm comparing it against something. So, if it's 0, level not beaten. I don't... Okay, well... Rule level beaten equals... I guess it would technically be this. And then... If the second number is 0, then hard mode is not beaten. Yeah. If all levels except 3, or if all levels first number is 3, then the world's hard mode is unlocked. So I just want to like go test each of these individually. Might be able to kind of do that and then combine them into one massive for loop. So, I'm trying to do multiple things at once. Let's do one thing at a time. Let's do this. So, if... Go through every level. If... Or if last level... Or actually, no. Let's do the world stuff first. Which determines unlocking the next world. I guess, one thing is, World 1 will always be unlocked. So I can, like, know for sure that World 1 is unlocked, I guess. So, yeah, let's just start with, pretending that this is all set up properly and this is all set up properly, the numbers are what they should be. Go through every world. So I know that World 1 is unlocked, so I guess I could just go and say, Worlds 0 dot world parent dot set active true. And this I'll be like first world is always active, and then start at 1 and look at the previous world. So if worlds if the world that we're on, actually I'm -1 dot, if the previous world dot levels last level at this dot length -1 if that level specifically dot as I said, if I'm I should always be going off the local data for this, so actually see I'm S1 It's not strikes normal. It's a longer line just because of the way these are. I don't know if I can do that. Oh, well. I mean, I could have the boss be the first element in the list always if I really wanted to know that, but no. I mean, the order that the levels are happening. Okay, so first world is always active. Go through the rest of them. Get the previous world, go through its levels, get the last level of that one, get its normal strikes. If I'm sticking this in the statement. And it's equal to, if it's not equal to 0, anything but 0, that means that this level is unlocked. Or this world that we're on is unlocked, which means worlds I activated. Okay, so that's one thing down. I'll get back to this. Yeah, so that's gonna set that every this will make all the worlds that need to be active in theory. Now, with this, if I'm going to do this one for loop at a time, the second this is not true, we can stop. Because if one world's not unlocked, everyone after that's not going to be unlocked. So, else, break out of this world. Maybe it probably also would be good to just see, kind of put each of these things in different worlds as they need to be. So, also gonna do the local data.worlds. As I said, I want all this to go off the local data. Local data is safe. Or should it? You know what? Fine. Well, local data for what's being saved. Yeah, I'll go with this because it's the same. Whatever. I'll come back to it. Now, yes, no, yeah, no, I'll do it. Whatever. Okay, so next is, or the next bit of this that I want to do is the boss stuff. To see on a world, is that boss unlocked? So this is going to start from 0. Go through every world. So how do we know if that boss is unlocked? We know that this boss is unlocked if I go through every other level and it has a strikes normal that is not 0. Okay. And this would also have the same logic of once we know that a boss is not unlocked, then things would stop. Yeah, okay. We might be able to combine these, but I don't know if it just might be clearer to not do that. So go through every world. Because also, this one we can just assume the first one's clean. Or the first one's fine here, but this one, the first world might not be. It wouldn't be on a new save file. So go through every level. I need to go through every level in this world, so I need to J. Y worlds I.levels .length J. Oh. Okay. Go through all this. Then I might basically have a bool for bool failed. Equals false. Wait, not failed, just test yet. And then say if this, oh no, brackets are a mess. If in the current world that we're in, no, not the length. I think actually this is going to be just J. If the level we're on at J is equal to 0, then we failed this test. And as soon as we fail, break out of that for loop. And then if we've gotten to the end of this, if we've gotten to the end of that for loop without failing, oh, also this needs to be a -1 because we're not testing the boss level for this. So if we failed, or if we haven't failed, this might want to be more descriptive. If level passed is true, levels passed. If level pass is true, then if one of them is equal to 0, level pass is false. Then if levels passed is still true by the end of this, then that means the boss gets to be active, which the boss being active means that worlds I.levels last one, which is worlds I.levels.length -1 dot set game object dot set active true. Okay. And if this hasn't happened, we can break out of this loop. We know we don't have to check the other worlds. Yes. So this is actually gonna make the comment be more like what's happening. Oh, this is also temporary. I guess this is gonna stop being there soon. So test which worlds are active. And then this is test which bosses are active. Yeah, and separating these, it's just clearer that way. So next, I want to test I think after we've done all that testing, what's active, what's not active, then we go through the activate things and say, hey, here's your numbers. Or, no, in theory, that those numbers would already be set. We're reading in those numbers at update all level maps. Or update all level maps, it should be going and setting all the activate levels beforehand. And then maybe telling them to update their states, but then deciding what's active and not active, possibly. It depends on the order that I'm updating these numbers. That's what's making this more complicated. Okay. Fine. So at the beginning, I'll say update all activate levels and. Yeah, just okay. So go through that, and then so go like worlds I dot levels J dot stripe. Oh, I put a. Let me put a S. No. How about I do that? Getting there. Equals. Update the strikes. Update the hard strikes. Okay. And that would be all for this, but then also call that function that was on them. Or, well, refresh level state could take in those numbers, but that only works if this is what's calling it. Like, a level win thing might call this, so I don't know if that will work that way. We'll see. Update all activate levels, and then test which worlds are active, test which bosses are active. I guess I could also, well, as soon as this had an entire world of all zeros, I could stop, but to a degree, in a way, I kind of want to update the ones that are inactive anyway, just so they on the new thing, they might just know to, I don't know, we'll see. It's also not that many. It's fine. Okay, so, also, yeah, I can totally just also do this same way, yeah. Okay. So then the level in thingy itself is going to calculate like if the level's beaten or not to a degree, or whatever that might mean for what the level entrance thingy looks like. Okay, so if all the levels first number is a 3, world hard mode unlocked. Okay, let's do that next. That's gonna follow closely to this. Test which world hard modes are unlocked. This is go through every world. Levels completed. Perfected? Okay. Completed could also be confused for just that you did the level. Perfected is better in this case. So if, well, levels perfected this. Go through the levels. If the number of strikes is equal to 3 specifically, or is actually, if it's not equal to 3, then levels perfected is false, and then break. If levels perfected is still true, then that means that hard mode is a thing. So to do that, that's gonna be this. And this is going through every level, including the boss, where one that didn't do the boss. Like this one ignored the boss. This one, yeah, get rid of the -1, because this one's going through everyone. So yeah, these are needing to be different, because they're going through slightly different things of the array. Because that's just how that is. Okay. If levels perfected, then this at oh shoot. That means that so I went through all of them to say the level was all good. That means I then need to go through all the levels again to say hard mode is unlocked. Well, everything in that world, I guess. Okay. I was thinking of almost if there's a way to, because I'm basically going to go through and update this Boolean, which is on an object-by-object basis, but if this had references to some kind of world's parent script, if that only job was to store if that world had hard mode or not, I don't know if that's just unnecessary. Well, I'll just continue on like this for now. So go through that again, and then so go through all the levels again, just in this world, which again is only like 6, so it's fine. Then say that. Hold on, I don't need you. Worlds that, levels that, dot, hard mode unlocked equals true. For safety, I'm gonna just make sure, like, I wanna make sure that anyone that's not unlocked to set them to false. Although I guess I could, to save myself on a forward. As I'm going through these, I could just go, the one at that point, set it to false, but then I might be saying something back to true, so I might be flip-flopping them, but that's saving on having to go through a whole other for loop, because, yeah. Because otherwise this is else, for loop through and set them to false. So I guess I could do it, but I could also just do it here. Also, I can only break if I know that all the future ones are all set to false. Although I guess it doesn't matter because they're not active. So this could be a case where I have an inactive level that isn't set correctly, but it doesn't matter because it's inactive. Can that open a can of worm for bugs? You know, hopefully not, in theory. But it's better that way. And this break is, yeah. Oh wait, if this breaks before this is done, then that's a problem. Oh wait, this is not good. This is actually an issue. Ooh, yeah, okay, fine. I will yeah, that actually could have potentially caused a problem. This is less likely to cause an issue. So go through all of them. If they're all perfected, then set them all hard mode true. Otherwise, set them all hard mode false. And then break. We don't need to continue. Or, if I want to be extra sure, I could for loop to begin with, or in any of these other ones, set them all to false, and then just go through and find out just the ones that need to be set to true is also an option. I don't know. I think I would feel better knowing that even deactivated levels were set properly, because, you know, this is how you prevent weird glitches from unexpected behavior. From whatever weirdness that could cause. So test which world hard modes are unlocked. So go through all the worlds. Don't even do this. Go through the levels. Just set that to false, and just do that. So go through all of them, set them to false, and then I can get rid of this, and you can just break, and have a better conscience about it. Actually, I guess I could. No. This is, yeah, it could maybe be done more optimally. As I said, I'm setting variables I don't technically need to change, but it's safer and less likely to have problems by doing it that way. Okay, so with this, we have update all the activate levels based on these numbers, assuming they were updated elsewhere. Test which worlds are active. Test which bosses are active. Test which worlds hard modes are unlocked. Even though I don't have a 100% reward yet, I think I'm also going to just put in the infrastructure for it, since I probably would want it. Test if all hard modes cleared. Perfected. So this one should just be go through all of them. If the local data, I guess I'm gonna make a boolean here. Bool completed equals true. And okay. Go through this, local data dot world dot levels dot hard strikes hard is if that is not equal to 3, then completed equals false. Break, and then that's only a break out of this for loop. I need to break out of this one, so I'll just go if not completed. If completed, we failed it. Break out of this one too. I won't need this half. And for now, I'm just basically gonna go if completed. I'm gonna go all completed. Is the name of the variable. Then I'm just gonna print. Woo! 100% completion. And we'll come back to that so far in the future of what that'll actually do, what that actually means. Now there could be 2 separate boards, one for just having beaten every hard mode, and then one for like 100%ing all the hard modes. I don't know. We'll see. That is something to come back to. I can't even test this because this is going to, well, it's going to make all the numbers being 0. So actually, I could possibly test this. Actually, let me double check that the numbers that these work off of. Like, I set these numbers. Let me make sure that they're actually what they should be. Actually, did deleting save file actually set those? Hold on, let me double check. Loading. Right. Oh, wait. Yeah, loading updates the local. Yeah, that's what I wanted. Okay, refresh level state is If strikes is not equal to, if normal strikes is not equal to 3, activate or deactivate the object, the X part of that. If the hard strikes is not equal to 3, then activate or deactivate the X there. Wait, why is this like this? No, thank you. What did happen here? Oh, this is for... What? No, thank you. Did I copy something but didn't, like, delete the other half? I'll check before I delete this. Yeah, okay. If hard mode is unlocked, activate the hard strikes. Activate the level screenshot for the hard mode. And move the normal strikes thing. Otherwise, opposite of that. Okay, so every time that gets called, that should, you know, refresh all of that information. And things defaulting in normal mode means I don't have to have a care in the world about that. Alright, so let's see if... It didn't work. Awesome. Well, errors would be why it didn't work, so hopefully it's something easy. Oh, hello. Deface Games. Hi, man. Do you have any experience with published packages on Unity Asset Store? Unfortunately, I don't. Like, with actually, like, publishing packages, I have never done that before, ever. Sorry. The only, like, package stuff I've done with Unity is just downloading things from package manager stuff. That's it. Sorry, I can't help with that. Alright, this is line 57 that is having an issue. 57. You don't think you have a proper length. Why not? Is my question. Okay, so let me see if I can, as a temporary thing, just because I'm gonna make this public. Just so I can see it in the inspector, so I can see some information about it as it's calculating and erroring local data. So I'm not messing with this myself. Okay, yeah, so you made 3 worlds. Yeah, that was the correct thing to do. And as soon as you tried to make your first level, you failed. Okay. That's... No, I don't want... No problem, thanks. The game looks cool. Yeah, thank you. Right now we're doing saving and loading and all that, and being complicated, but a lot of it is me just overthinking it or trying to, you know, do things optimally. Basically, ignore this mess. Pretend, basically, we have groups of levels that are worlds, and doing stuff that's saving and loading, that's activating or deactivating what you can see. If a world is not unlocked, you don't see those level entrances, is the idea. As well as other things, because the levels have hard modes, and they get unlocked through reasons. Levels have... the worlds have a boss at the end of them. There's stuff with activating and deactivating that. Yeah, we're close to having it be working, except that it's erroring at the moment, which is not ideal. Okay, yeah, okay, so... So what's your problem? Because world's I is 0. I'm assuming it's failing the first time of the loop. Like, local data dot world's I dot levels. So we made... Oh, wait. Do I have to define each individual world? Is that how that works? I didn't think it was. Do I have to go, like, world's I equals new world data? That might be a thing. That might be a thing. And then I go blah. And then for each level, I would presumably have to do the same thing. Okay, I could see this being it. Level data. Oh, levels J. Okay. Let's cross our fingers and try that. I do need a way to, like, Oh, right. The local data thing being public, I can mess with it kind of there. No, there's. Oh wait, no, still error. Okay, yes. The variable level strikes normal X. I'll activate levels up assigned. What do you mean? Wait. Oh. Right. You know why? Because this thing's start function is happening before this thing's start function, which is not how that's supposed to happen. I could quickly, if I just put this in awake, I guess. And you know what? This shouldn't call refresh level state here because the saving and loading is gonna do that. Okay. Now, if that is the problem, of which I think it was, now it should be fine. Hopefully. I might be putting some quick booleans to be like, if I set this boolean to true, trigger a save immediately. You can do custom editor stuff for that, but the way I said it would be faster. Okay, so it didn't work. Or the levels didn't deactivate, it seems. It didn't have errors, but I was hoping that as soon as it didn't have errors, it would, you know, did what it was supposed to. So, let me double check I have things set up right. Yeah, Worlds 2. So, ignore the just chaos that this all is. It's chaos that makes sense to me. That's just for testing purposes right now. So test which worlds are active. So of all these things that were to be tested, this one didn't seem to work. Why? The first world is always active. Yes. Oh, because this was supposed to be a false. Ha. Okay. So let's just start with that. Other things may not have been working. Wait, why do I break here? Uh-oh. Oh. Wait, no, hold on. This isn't how that should work at all. It's only gonna... Right, Here, I was like, oh, the moment that we know we don't have to... You know, we don't have to deactivate another world, we can just stop, but... No, we need to keep going through and deactivate the rest. We just know immediately that we don't have to test anything. Okay, I'm just gonna have to get rid of the break. So, unless I, like, went through beforehand and set everything to false and then went through to see what needs to be set to true, but at that point I'm just doing the same thing. Okay. Still not working. For reference, what we should be seeing is most of this being gone. We should see, that one, this one, and that's it. If this was working properly. So that, wait, so, if you get your level data, and the normal strikes is not equal to 0, set the whole world to false. So it's thinking that this isn't 0, apparently, so let me print what it thinks it is. Okay. If it's like, -1, 2.5, even though you're an integer. So that's not the case. You printed 2 zeros. Well, that's 3 worlds, so okay. You see though, wait, oh, right, wrong way around, 0, this is supposed to be... Oh, right, sorry, I went through this with the wrong mindset. I went through this with the mindset of them being false and then me deciding which ones to activate. Yeah, I went through this opposite mindset of how it actually works. Unless I did go through and decide, Oh, I guess oh wait, I need to decide, Okay, I see my mistake here. Like, I'm not dealing with both sides of the coin here. Yeah, yeah, I am gonna do it the way I initially said of things. So, first world always active no matter what, because it's the first. go through this, set everyone to false. And then go through and do this stuff. But now it can be how it originally was. If it's not equal to 0, with anything but 0, activate this. Else, break and don't activate anymore. Doing it this way completely prevents a scenario where you could, like, have through, like, you know, glitches or whatever. Level 2 is active. Level 3 is not active. Level 4 is active. I don't want something like that to happen. Like, it shouldn't. But by doing it this way, it prevents from that even being a possibility. It's preventing glitches before they can even happen. Okay, cool. Almost. So, this is working with the levels. This one should be here. This is, actually, even the text isn't right on it. The text should say what I told it to say. Unless I accidentally deleted that when I was messing things around. Let's see. Yeah, that... The text should say, the boss level. But it's currently not doing that. Let me make it do that. I'm not changing any text in here. Nope. I think I'm only changing the text when I, flip things. I think the level UI might be the only thing that deals with that. Here. Where is... Oh, I'm looking for a line that messes with text. Not that text, though. I know roughly where I'm... Well, kind of. The flip code. Where's the flip code? Not reset flip. Reset flip would change the name back to normal at this halfway point. Bingo. But have that happen in here on... Yeah, you can have it in a week. Yeah. You're not gonna change your name in the middle of anything. You decide it before the game begins, and you stay that way. So now, the bosses, I think I just did the same thing. I assume inactive, and then I activate. Yeah, that's exactly what I did. So, this dot... Turn them all false. And this, as I said, also can prevent a scenario where, like, somehow the first boss is active, the second one isn't, and then the third one is just going up in this order and breaking once the trail stops. So set them all to false. Oh, you can start at 0, my friend. And then go up, do this test that determines if a boss should be active, and then whoop-doo-doo. Next, this I'm going through and saying all the hard modes to unlock true. That, I don't think I meant to do that. That's probably I meant to put in a false there. Go through them all, set them all off. Yeah, this one I already did right from the get-go, I think. And then do this test that determines if a hard mode should be unlocked. And yes. Okay. And then this is by testing if we leave 100% of the game. That will do something eventually. Which just needs to do the test part of it. Okay. Now, in theory, everything should be working. Cool. Okay, so now I want to see... Oh, wait, I didn't see if this was working about how to activate it. No. I want to set up a temporary trigger to cause things to save or unsave or load. Save, load, or delete. So public. Cool. And then I can also manually mess with the save data and then cause a save. So like I can mess with that. Public bool, and we call save. Public bool load. Public bool delete. This is temporary. I'm just gonna go void update if save. Then call the save function, and then go save equals false. Don't be trying to save every frame. Same thing with the other two, except the word load everywhere. Make it capital. And then the word delete. I have a delete function. Okay. Whew. Now let's try this out. Hit sea levels pop up and if that will work. And remember that as far as in an actual game scenario, like the levels popping up, we won't see it happen. We're not going to be here. The player won't be here. The player will be in the middle of the level. They'll be in the level win screen when this happens. So, right now, just if I do this, I'm not seeing errors. So I'm not going to see this a check mark here because it'll be true for a frame and then be immediately set to false. So if I'm not seeing a check mark, that means it's working in terms of calling things. Okay, so now I want to mess with numbers and see that things happen. So if I make this a 2, 2, oops, 2. Yeah, I don't know if I want to have any like error correction-y numbers because as I've said, with the way the numbers are. If this number's a 0, this number has to be a 0. If it's not, then I don't know if I should be manually setting it to 0 that's a problem. I think for now I'll leave it, because it shouldn't happen, in theory. I mean, if it does, it's actually not the end of the world because the number's not being used. Ish. Right, so I just saved this. If I do a load, yeah, so saving currently isn't triggering the refresh. I guess it could, but right now only a load triggers the refresh, and then something else later. The beating a level probably cause the refresh. Well, I can have a save. If I have a save called the refresh, then I guess this scenario is rare. Okay, so I'm fine with it actually being called twice in that particular instance. So save will also call update. So I've decreed. Let me go out and back in, so that'll process. Alright. And also, this is working. We're probably going to wrap things up soon. I'm, quite happy that we got this working. It turned out nicely. There's a lot of thinking to get us here, but happy with how it turned out. We're not done this yet. I want to be able to actually have, like, if I go into a level and beat it, I want that to actually, cause things to shift. One thing to consider as well, so right now I am building this saving loading system of how I think and like the world and all that, how it'll be in the final game. But as I've said, the demo is going to be different. It's going to have just 3 levels. So I am going to have to override this temporarily for what the demo is going to have happen. But ideally, this is what the in the real game it'll happen. Maybe I'll try to make use of this where I somehow basically just have like I don't know if it'll work if I had 3 worlds where each world has 1 level in it. If the code will support that, it might. I guess we're gonna see. Oh yeah. Also, will the demo levels have the hard modes? It'd be cool if they did to show the concept of the hard modes. Whoops, you're not supposed to be a number. Okay. So yeah. So boss is there. If I put this to any number, I guess I also haven't tested. So right now, these numbers are these things are turning to face the camera with some degree of success. I should be looking out for if these are updating, because they should be. Go save. They're not. That's the problem. They're all zeros. Update level maps. Use what's in the local data. Put it in these ones. Those are... Are they using them? I'm not updating that text here. I don't update the text. Oh, right, because that's just... Okay, this part should be... here. I'm fine with the text part, text part being awake because it shouldn't change. It only would change if I was, messing with the names in edit mode, which I, shouldn't be. Okay, I'm gonna go out and into play mode so that can update. Yes. Okay, yeah. Cool. Here we go. Yeah, the boss level. That part did update. This has got the 2... The hard mode should not be unlocked. Oh, wait. No, they should not be unlocked. They should only be unlocked if... Wait, what? No, what? Oh, wait. Hold on. remembering how I've set up my own test level thing, so... What the what? The wrong levels have... Oh, you know what? In terms of these having hard mode enabled or disabled, they're currently matching what they were in the inspector when I set them. Okay. Good test. Yeah, they're currently wrong. Okay, as soon as I triggered a save, then they figured themselves out. I don't know why they didn't before. Let's see, if hard mode unlocked, do stuff. See, I did set this in the inspector, like they oh wait, or no I didn't. Or I did, but then I made them private. They just do a thing. By default, they should all be false. Let me double check that they are. Because, fun thing, if you set a thing as public, you give it a value, and then, you set the thing as, those variables as public, give it a value, and then make it hidden inspector, it'll still hold that value that you gave it, which, yeah, not what it should be doing. So I've just done that, and even on the, I'll make sure that on the prefab of it, hard mode lock is false, okay. And then go back to make it hidden inspector, so it's hidden as false. I mean, I could set up equals false, just to make extra sure. Default of that. Yeah, these are all those defaults. It's still weird why things happened in the order that they did, because this one's saving and loading that's happening on start. Oh, right, start. Oh, right, the thing's happening out of... No. Never mind, ignore what I said. I don't know. I don't know why that didn't, why it was late catching up. Because you're calling this after you set... Let me double check. If you do load data, then you're, this is setting those to 0. Oh, wait, oh, am I even setting the hard mode thing? Oh, yes, I am. Oh, shoot. I'm setting the hard modes after I've done this. Okay, fine. I will do it at the end. I guess that... Yeah, sure. It means I might be updating some that are not active, but I guess that's fine. Okay, so that was actually the cause of the problem, not the other change, but I guess both are good. So, don't accidentally hit the level things, because they might cause weird things, because they're not meant to be this clumped together, or, this may, yeah. Also, copying a lot of information from each other. Okay, so, yeah, does this match? What it should match. Well, looks like it, so you're a 2. This is a 2, yeah. What? Nope, I wanted to see you. And then you're a 1, and you're a 2, cool. So now let's see if the hard modes unlock if I set all of these to 3. Actually, not set all of them to 3, just to do some edge cases. I set all of them to 3 except 1. They should not be there. Oh, right, this is actually, for the first time, we're actually seeing this function probably. Yeah, if any of them are 3, the X is gone. To be like, yeah, you didn't mess up. No X there. Cool. This is the first time in a long time I've seen it without X. That's funny. Okay, so now if the only one that was a 2 is this one. If I set this to a 3, hit save, I should see all the red ones pop up. Booyah, yeah. I'm also just realizing, kind of neat, that, or, like, you would actually never see an X on both at the same time, now that I realize it. Because you're only going to see this if this is a 3, so that's something. Cool, so yeah, those unlocked, and those ones over there are not locked. Cool. And I should also be able to, I can set these to 3s, and then I'll see them update. Hey! Yeah, awesome. So this is what a 100%ed level looks like, I guess. Could do more for glowy special effects or whatever. Yeah. Okay, so the boss level. Yeah. Okay. So now, if I were to, I guess, to test going backwards, I guess, if I were to, just to mess with what how my save stuff works. If I save right now, these should all disappear. The boss level will still be there. The hard modes will all go away. Yeah. Cool. Awesome. Yep, that's what that should look like. Yeah. I don't know what else. Yeah, I guess just to continue the streak, testing that World 2 is beaten, so World 3 should exist. Awesome, with all its numbers. I could go through, I guess I can quickly test, just to be fully having tested everything. If I make every single number 3, actually let me just save it now just to see, yeah, some things change. I should get a print statement that says 100% completion. Now, technically, I do have the 100% completion. It only tests that you've 100%ed all the hard modes. But the hard modes don't exist unless you've 100%ed the normal modes, so I think it's fine to do that, in theory. Woo! If some glitch comes about where you can access a hard mode without even having played or having beaten the normal mode or 100%ing it or whatever, then I guess, yeah, that would be a thing you could glitch and break, but yeah. Woo! So that's that. Then I guess I'll test, oh, I guess I should be able to test it. If I've changed this stuff locally, you know, if I change it here without saving it, if I load, I should see these numbers change. Oh, they've been behind my head a bit. Oh, well. You see these 2s? They should become 3s when I press this button. And they do. Which also triggered another, ooh, we haven't said it. Sure. Also, now if I hit delete, I should see these all become 0s. Awesome. And then this stuff also resetted immediately. Woo! Yeah! Saving and loading. I think this is cool. I think it's neat to see that work and see these plans come together. I also like that, well, that we didn't go with this strategy. This, I think, would have been much more of a mess to figure out and calculate all these numbers when we really didn't need to in hindsight. So, yeah, didn't need a lot of that. Instead, we just had essentially this, but I forgot that you can have classes that you just serialize and put in a file. I don't know how I just forgot about that entirely until I actually started doing it. But, oh well. It helped us get to where we need to be with some slight altercations. Yeah, so the one other thing that might exist is if there's some difference in terms of unlocking stuff for just having, beaten all the hard levels versus completing all the hard levels. Also, if beating all the hard levels per world does anything or whatever, you know, that's something to come back to if we do something with it. There might be achievements for doing that, but I think if we have achievements, they'll be contained in their own achievement tracker thing. I do think it would be neat for this game to go the full mile and have it have Steam achievements, but I think that the easiest way of implementing Steam achievements would be to just have the game have its own native achievements and then hook that up to Steam's achievement system. Well, as someone who's never done a Steam achievements before, that's what I think would be the way I would want to tackle it. It would also help for if, you know, I have the game anywhere that's not Steam, it would still have its own achievements thing. I think would be cool. It would also give another thing to just be in the hub world, maybe, because if in the hub world you go somewhere to see your achievements, that's just another thing to go around and do. If the game has interesting enough music, you know, it can also be like a place to listen to all the games in music, or, you know, things like that that are worth having, you know, explore the hub world for. I could have, like, a place that you go to change options, but that might be overkill. For, like, an options menu, you probably want to be able to do that on the fly, so, yeah. Don't want to sacrifice gameplay for, looking cool too much. So you will see, but yeah. I don't know if I want it so that you could, like, see the achievement. If you're in the middle of working towards an achievement, you're like, oh, what do I have to do for it again? You might want to be able to check that out in a pause menu. I don't know, but whatever. Anyway, that's stuff to figure out later. Very much later. But yeah, so this is very cool. This setup is confusing. As I said, the actual levels will not be placed like this at all. This was a test to just have duplicated game objects be around. In the real thing, this hub world would be really big, and there'd be like, here's a group of levels over here. Here's a group of levels over here. Here's a group of levels over here. So each world is more sectioned off. And then even in a world, you would have, like, the levels wouldn't be bunched like this. It'd be like, oh, go on this moving platform to get to this level entrance. Go weave around this hazard to this level entrance. Go across this tightrope to this level entrance. It would be that kind of idea. That's the plan, anyway. So maybe I will try to clean up these just a tiny bit. I don't want to bunch them together. If I were to real quick, just kind of maybe actually make another platform for once. I'll let probably have to actually be able to get to it. Maybe just to show conceptually kind of what I'm having in mind. Do this, and then I'm gonna steal. The tight ropes aren't completely functional, but I'm gonna, yeah, we're just gonna do a quick little bit of impromptu, completely unnecessary level design real quick. Just to show conceptually what we're aiming to do. Sky Hub World. This is child. Put this under environment for now. That's fine. So let's just have a quick, yeah, tightrope that goes between. For now, it'll be the same thing on both sides. Actually, no, it won't be. I'll do something cooler. Actually, because I can, I'm gonna have the tightrope be connecting these two. I need, oh, well, okay, white against white, great combo. I'll do that, and then, for this, I'm actually gonna grab my, just different things. Where are they? Actually, no, I was gonna grab my dash ramps. I'm gonna grab these. To show that the hub world can have hazards. Just to conceptually show that that's allowed. My mod is currently only at 0.7% done, but I have a lot to do. Yeah, I feel that way. I have a long way to go in my game, and I've been working on it for a while, but I'm really liking how it's coming along. I think it's really cool. So, yeah. Okay, where did those go? Those went here. So let me just... just to... Oh, no, wait. Oh, okay. I mean, this is cool and all. Conceptually not what I was going for. I wanted to rotate the whole thing. Just kind of go, eh. Just to be like, good enough for now. Okay. I don't even care about resizing the platforms. And you know what? Also unnecessary. I'm just gonna put these random fans that I have here on this. To be like, it's a plane! Eventually. Someday it'll be a plane. Not even just a plane, it'll be, the idea for this is I want a bunch of aerial vehicles flying together. Like a flock of birds. And you're actually having to, like, you know, through tight ropes or ramps or whatever, you're going between different ships. Gonna go to sleep. Good luck and good night. Alright, Francesco, thanks for dropping by. We enjoyed the progress. The awesome, incredible progress. I'm, yeah, quite happy with how this is turning out. Did this break? Oh, this will, reset the moment I do this. Or not. I think it'll reset when I go to play mode. Whatever. Let me set up these levels. Right now, I'm just having fun. Oh, yeah, there, that reset, probably. Okay. It's just... because I can. And then we'll probably end things off very shortly. Okay, this is here. I just want to set up new level entrances. Where is level apps? You're actually going to be not under environment for right now. So you're easy to, like, comprehend. Oh, state of streams, redeem solve Rubik's Cube. Hold on 1 second, but also hello. We are probably going to be ending things off very shortly. But, well, I'll finish this thing, and then I'll do the Rubik's Cube. I'm just gonna move this over here. I'm not gonna bother giving all these their own names just yet, because, they don't exist yet. But this is just to conceptualize ideas. Yeah. Just that the worlds be different. Oh, yeah, the actual bosses I want to move further away. Even these, hold on here. Bah. move back up where you kind of were. Move the boss here. I guess just because I can, I'll just quickly move these around. Like, wah. Don't want to spend too much time on this because I've already spent too much time on this. I guess that works. Pretend that these also are all, like, cool sloped platforms and stuff like that. Okay. Good enough. So, have I forgotten to set up anything? Hopefully not. Let's do this. Okay. So, pretending that this is actual stuff. Wow, more hub world. Whoa. Okay. So, oh, right. I hit my death plane? Okay. That's not how that's supposed to happen. Let me not have that be like that. Oh, I guess you are... Yeah, you do dip that low. Yeah, let's not do that. Maybe -5, but also now you need to be a lot bigger to stretch across everything. Why is your size different? How about you don't do that? Why can't I... curse this white skybox that I intend to replace eventually. This needs to be pretty wide, but if it's too wide that you go through it while you're in the cannon, I have fear for that. Although, actually, you might be invincible while you're in the cannon, so that might not be a problem. I don't remember if I've done that or not. You're just gonna go like that. I was about to say that's good enough, and then I learned it wasn't. Well, not that way, but whatever, okay. I should be overshooting more than undershooting with those, because if they're too... doesn't reach all the way, then that's a big issue. Okay. Cool. Yeah, so that's that. So, ideally as well, I'm not going to code this just yet, but environment-wise, over there wouldn't exist, and over there wouldn't exist. I would have to... I probably would... Actually, I already have stuff that's activating and deactivating this game object called World 1, so I could just stick those game objects under that. So, that's interesting. Actually, I probably will do that. You know what, let's do that right now, real quick. It just, yeah, okay, so... Or hold on, let me actually make sure I'm putting in the right things in the right places. Okay, so ground, Ground 1, Underworld 2. Ground 2, Underworld 3. Tightrope. This is also good that I didn't make these dependent on this getting its children, because otherwise that would have been a problem. Hazards. All of the electric floor. Might group that into some other thing to not be so massive, but whatever. And then the 2 fans. And then these 2 fans. Okay, kill floor, you can, yeah, you're unstable. Okay, so if I go into play mode now, it's like, oh, this is the hub world, pretty cool. And then, let's say I go through and beat all those levels, I go through and I'm amazing, and I beat all the levels, and we can turn this off and turn off. Okay, yeah, bam, I beat this level. Cool, it's a 2 now. I do want to do something. So, right now, as far as the game is concerned, this is a level we've beaten, this is a level we haven't. The only difference is this X0 and this X2. I would like to do something to better distinguish it. I have some ideas. Maybe some post-processing and some glowing and some more stuff like that to indicate, ooh, this is a new thing you want to go towards. But yeah, we'll get there. This, putting numbers. So, I've beaten these levels. Bam! The boss level! Wow, isn't that crazy? And then once I've beaten the boss level, booyah! New section of Hub World, new levels for you to do. And then I do those. Well, I do those. Boom, boss level there, and then boom, now that over there exists. Wow. And then same thing. But now I'm like, ooh, but I want to go back to the earlier levels and do good at them. So then you 3, 3, 3, 3, save. Wow, I unlocked the hard mode. They have these things. Isn't that cool? Maybe also the whatever glowy level thing that glows yellow could also glow you red. If for hard mode you haven't done yet, or something like that. And then now it's like, wow, I beat some of those levels. Yeah. Wow. Beat all of those and stuff. Anyways, yeah, so you get the point. I think it's cool. I think this is a cool system to set up. Right now I'm just manually, like, tweaking the save values behind my head. Eventually, also, this will probably be all a private variable. But yeah, cool that it exists. Or that I can, yeah, mess with it for now. And then, I won't do this right now, but this is now easy enough for me to add new levels. To this list, to be able to add new worlds, if I wanted to reorder the levels in the worlds, which currently I don't need, like, the difference between level 1-1 and 1-3 doesn't mean anything. And I don't think it will, because the point is that you can do all the levels in a world out of order, other than the boss. With maybe an exception, like the first level of the game is going to be forced on you. Well, actually, I think it'll be like, out of a new game, you'll be forced into level like 1-1. Out of that, you'll be kicked out into the hub world that'll have, you know, the full 5 unlocked. So, programming-wise, I might not need to do anything special. We'll see. We'll see how that goes. Yeah. We shall see. Or, I don't know if the first world, if I want to handhold it just a little bit more, it'd be like, maybe the first 2 levels I force what those are, and then the next ones are more open, but we will see. We'll see. Well, because I can go force the first. Well, it also depends on how many levels are upper world. Because we have made it so I can choose that. That's allowed to be different. So that's cool. And in theory, if I added delete to this list, this should just add new numbers as it needs to. That'll default to 0, as they should. So that's cool. Anyways, with that, I'm gonna delete, and this is going back to a new game. And with that, I think we are done for today. I'm quite happy with that progress. Actually, we made a lot of good progress today. Like, we made some very good progress. So we have saving and loading, done. We have level unlock system, ish. So that comes with saving and loading. What we don't have currently is for winning a level to actually unlock levels. So, you know, I'll leave that as not done yet. We have to make it so that when we win, like, so right now the only way that we progress is by me editing the inspector values. I want to make it so that, you know, that isn't the case. I want to get to the point of, like, when we beat a level, which we can, like, we have the whole system for beating a level, all I have to do is hook something onto it that says, when we're, like, when we trigger the win screen, whenever, or we hit continue or whatever. I think it'll be a function that calls the win platform once we're on it. The function that's called win, that brings up the win menu, that will also trigger the level saving. Like, it'll save, it'll update the information for that level, and then call a save. Okay, I'm like debating if I want to just get that out of the way and do that right now. But no, it's 3 a.m. for me. I gotta get going, I think. So, yeah, that'll be what we'll start with next time. We can start on a high note, because that'll be a cool thing. It's not just T's menuing. Actually, well, it's a bit of menu stuff. We're adding on to the functionality of the win screen, but whatever. It's not the level info thing. We've been doing the level info thing for a while now, but it's finally done, so that's really cool. Next, I don't know what we're doing next. Now, I knew that after the level info thing, I wanted to go into saving and loading, and we did that way faster than I thought we would. There's a lot of things that we can do. I don't know which I want to do, because I have, like, 2 options. I knew I wanted to do the saving and loading stuff before we do whatever we're going to do next, but our 2 main options of where we can go are, there's a few more generic systems I can design. Main menu, the 3 like the 3 save slots, as I said. I guess we do still have to do that technically, but I think I'll worry about that more when we actually do when we actually would have the menus for the 3 slots. But so far, we have the infrastructure for it where all I need to do, all I, in a way, need to do is that the saving and loading script knows which file it's currently dealing with, and then it saves and loads for that. And then from main menu stuff, you would switch which that is. So that should just be changing an enum, or changing an int, or whatever. So that should be easy. We know conceptually, we have planned conceptually how we could go about it, so that I'm fine. So in terms of other things, yeah, we could do main menu. I want the game to have cutscenes, and I do at some point need to flesh out make the infrastructure for triggering cutscenes and whatnot. But I almost want to wait on that until, like, I would rather be playing this demo, plan where some cutscenes are going to be, and then work around that, rather than this generic stuff. Like, one thing that would be nice is if I can get to the point of having this level more, the first real level more planned, we're going to start to actually make a real level rather than test level stuff. So I'm excited to do that. That's going to be the point where it's going to be feeling more like a game and less of a concept test environment thing. But of course, actually designing that is going to be hard, and I don't know how much of that I'm going to do on or off screen. I might start on this level designing process off stream, I'm thinking, just because it's going to be hard, and I don't think unless I do it all at once. I think over the course of a while, as I'm doing other things, I'm going to come up with ideas for this level and mess around with things. One idea I did have that could help with designing this level is sort of testing some of the ideas in a very, like, a condensed space before fully committing to them. Like, if in the first level we're gonna make, I'm like, in this part of the level, I want to have this thing, because I think that would be cool and fun or whatever. I might just build out that thing in isolation to make sure, is this gonna work? Is it fun? While building it, do I come up with different ideas? You know, that kind of thing. So maybe before we fully build a full-on level, I might come up with some ideas for some level chunks to be able to sort of test some gameplay scenarios in what is sort of more leaning away from a test level. It's more like the test level that we have is just a string of gameplay mechanics that we've made. This is more like, here's what could be a small chunk of a real level. Is it fun? Now, of course, some of that would be more, you know, with a level chunk. Some of it more works around what you're doing around it, like the grand scope of the whole level of, yeah, multitasking, having to solve these, do these objectives, having to repair all the rides and stuff. And, you know, maybe soon I'll also make a placeholder for an actual ride. That's been a long time coming. Yeah, so we'll see. Also, I know I want to have, like, a subtitle system, so that's another thing to do. Oh, Dad, what that? Hey, kid. Hello, hello. Actually, looking back at chat reminded me that someone redeemed or sent us streams a while ago, redeemed Solve Rubik's Cube, and I completely forgot about that. Whoops. We're going to do that right now while I'm rambling anyway. And we're going to go a little bit like, oops, hold on, this and this. But yeah, hello. For people dropping in, I can show some of the cool things we've been doing, although I think we're going to be wrapping up very shortly. Wow. This is, well, level, showing off of things screen, or like a level info of how you select levels screen with different information that means different things. But also we have saving and loading, where I can fake buttons right now that's like, whoa, we beat this level, and we did it without getting any strikes, so we have 3 strikes left. It's like a star system. Professor Kuroma, we are C sharpen, oh yeah. And it's like over here, it's like, boom, or that one's like, oh, we beat that level. If I do, hold on, this and this, then over here, boom, we've unlocked the boss level. And then once we've done that, boom, more hub world over this way with new levels. Right now I'm doing some debug stuff that's just faking those events happening. We wouldn't see the things pop in like that because we'd be in a level complete screen at the time. Well, that stuff is popping in the distance, so it's fine. So yeah, we have saving and loading and all that sort of stuff. It's very cool. And our level info screens have progress to them. So if I quickly fake more buttons that say we've 100%ed a world. Oh, I just clicked. Oh, that worried me. I thought something wasn't working. I typed a 2 where I meant to type a 3. Wow, look, new things that are on top of those things. Well, what does that mean? Booyah! This button is now here, and you can go, bwah, hard mode. And this is cool. Very, very cool. And will be exemplified by, you know, the actual environments in the distance. How cool that looks. It'll make this menu look even cooler. So, yeah, I quite like how this turned out. It's awesome. You know, still some graphical things need to be done here and there, but I think it's cool. And you see how it, like, flipped back into... Well, just going out of this is, like, normal. But I need to, like, unflip the hard mode stuff. So the hard mode, the title does that. I make it so when you go out of it, it defaults to being on normal, because I've said many times that I have many reasons for wanting to do that. So, yeah. Why did my headphones just... Are they dying? Hold on. Nope, they just disconnected and connected for some reason. It's fine, it didn't seem to matter on the end of the Twitch screen, so that's all good. Anyways, so, yeah, very, very cool. Anyways, let's do Rubik's Cube stuff, and then I'll probably be calling it a day. Already opened the timer. I did not do over here, this one. Yeah. So last time we did this, I got the fastest time I've ever gotten solving Rubik's Cube at 41 seconds. That is definitely not happening this time. So, yeah, let's do that. Also, I don't know why my webcam color grading is making me look more blue, but whatever. Blue and pale. What? Okay, sure, it's fine. Alright, ready? 3, 2, 1. Bam! Okay, fine. Where is... Oh, okay. I got kind of lucky if I had noticed sooner with the crows. Okay, this is not being a super fast attempt. My apologies. Where is... No, that's not what I wanted to do. Hey. Okay. Super long F2L, not good. It's fine, I can... Wow. What is I can make up for it as I almost mess it up completely. Ooh, oh, don't turn the wrong way. 3, 2, 1, bam! That felt way longer than that. Luska! Oh, hello, hello! I still made it to the stream, yay! Woo! I'm shocked, to be honest. That felt like I was gonna break a minute there. I'll take it! Awesome. That felt slow, especially at the beginning. But, I think I got lucky near the end. Despite my lack of OLL and PLL knowledge, I got, situations I actually kind of knew, so... Awesome. I will gladly take, 2 sub-40s in a row. Especially because the first one was more, I remember that, like, I got lucky with the first few turns, I was able to make the cross really easily, so I'm like, oh, did that really count? I mean, it was a scramble that I, didn't, like, solve by just undoing what I did or anything like that, so it was legitimate, but... Anyways, so that's cool. Back to over here. Yeah, so I was showing off, as new people come in, or returning people, I keep showing off what I'm doing. So we got this menu, fully up and running. Woo! This took forever to make, but I'm very, very happy with the result. Yeah, very cool. Maybe I will just have the title. I'm considering that I might just have the title flip anyways. Like, do that flip that it does when it's coming out of hard mode. It needs to... It doesn't... I want it... I have it do it coming out of hard mode, because it flips back to the other version of the text. But, yeah, we also have saving and loading being a thing. So if I press some debug buttons, it's like we're on a new save file right now. Hold on. I have to keep, like, going over to, like, my buttons. Okay. If I do this, it acts like we've beaten this level. If I do, this and this, we've beaten all the levels in this world and have unlocked the boss level over there. If we've beaten... Actually, if we've just beaten the boss level, boom, new world over there with more levels to do. But if we go and... No, come on, let me just... Okay. If we've, 100%ed... If we've beaten... Because you can beat a level and then do it without getting any strikes, which is like 100%ing the level. If you do it, then 100% it, all the levels in a world, then boom, you unlock the hard modes for all the levels in the world. Yeah, so the hard modes are unlocked chunk at a time, and all that stuff. Wow, okay, yeah. those tightropes used to be functioning better until I completely redid the movement, and I, yeah, have to, like, properly fix them. I'm dreading the day that I'm finally like, well, we have to finish fixing the movement and all the bugs to do with it. Not looking forward to that, but we'll worry about it eventually. Anyways, so yeah, this is cool level stuff. We also, for testing purposes, I have there was like a World 3 over there, to also show that, like, one, there could be things to interact with in the hub world that isn't just walking around. There can even be hazards in the hub world. It's a thing that's allowed to, like, yeah, how you get between the levels. So that's cool. Anyways, so yeah, unfortunately though, Luzka, I am about to, yeah, be ending the stream. We've been going for about 7 hours, but I'm happy with the progress that we've made. It is also like 3 a.m. for me, so I gotta get going. So I was discussing, I was rambling about, like, what I'm gonna be doing next, and first, I have some little things to finish off with to make the save thing work without me having to do stuff in the inspector for it to actually work. Basically having, like, when we beat a level, it actually saves that and does stuff off of that. Where we're going next, I have to figure that out. On one hand, there's a few more, like, systems to kind of make. On the other hand, I want to start actually designing the levels for this demo, and get to the point where we can actually start making them. But I tossed out the idea that in part of designing this level, even before it's fully designed, I might start to make chunks of it. Like, have some ideas for level chunks, or level parts of the level that could be interesting. Make those in isolation to test them and see how, you know, they're fun, or how I want to modify the idea before fully committing to it with a whole level around it. We'll see how much I do that. Just to be interesting to test with, and in doing that might make some more gameplay mechanics. Like, some of that might include testing a new, like, making new hazards, new gameplay things. Because, like, even of the stuff we have now, we will have to making new hazards as we get to the other stuff. Oh, geez, so much work, I'm gonna quit. Yeah, this is a lot of things. Although, to be fair, a lot of it is a little thing. There's a lot of little things, and, well, be like one thing that's like a huge task, or like a, you know, one thing that's like a bunch of things that are basically parts of one big task. Like all the things over here that were under over here. All the things over here under level info. That just had to do with that level info screen. I really didn't task. Also, this is stuff. So also, this entire thing isn't really a to-do list. This one is just possible obstacles, possible hazards. That's all this is. You know, we'll see how many of them actually get made or whatever. You know, ideally, all of them have all of these cool hazards, whatever. We'll see. Actually, it will be good for me to look back at this list to remind myself of different ideas I had. Yeah. But soon we're going to start to be actually planning and then making this, so, as I said, there's the whole game, and I want to make a demo of it. This demo is going to be 3 levels, which also, this to-do list was for, like, the whole game, so a lot of this won't apply to the demo, and eventually a lot of this will kind of then be turned into structured around just the demo, probably. But yeah, so our demo is going to have 3 levels, which currently are going to be a forest level. That's hopefully not going to be a generic forest. It's going to be like a forest cliffside that's also all carnival themed, because every level is a carnival, so take every level and add carnival to the end of it, and that'll make the environment be less generic, hopefully. But forest, cliffside, submarine, possibly in a volcano, or it just might be just inside a submarine. I have to see. But possibly submarine, a volcano, and then office buildings, but it's a heist. And that's the idea I'm looking forward to the most, because I have ideas for it, and that one's going to be fun if it turns out well. Also, worth mentioning that the game is slightly futuristic, not super sci-fi, but I'm going to say that it's like 10 years in the future. Enough that I can have, like, flying, like, moving platforms and you know, stuff like that, and say, yeah, this is this is the setting this takes place in. And Carnival in Space. Yeah, we'll see what crazy. But I have a lot of ideas of places where levels are going to be. We'll see. Yeah, where all that goes. Ooh, Chroma, can I give you an idea? Go for it. I'm all for, yeah. your ideas and see where they go. I have a bunch of lists like on my phone of different things of planning to do with different ideas, like a list of all possible levels, different like characters, obstacles, like a lot of the hazards there, certain like story things that I want to have happen, stuff like that, other gameplay things. I have lots of plans, lots of things also that are just in my head, haven't written them down yet, but yeah, it's all coming along. So yeah, these 3 levels that I said, yeah, imagine a level inside a rocket capsule on launch, and sometimes you lose the gravity pull. Wait, hold on here. So inside a capsule, like on launch, like a rocket capsule, and sometimes you lose the gravity pull and get off the floor like 1 meter and get pushed back to the ground. So you're saying like, in like an environment that you're in, this rocket like going into space or whatever, you'll actually like temporarily like be like free flying and then crash into the ground because gravity, whatever. The free flying, like zero gravity, like basically like zero gravity and then not zero gravity, like flipping on and off. That's an interesting idea. That does sound neat. That especially would be interesting with as I said before, it's purposely a thing that our character cannot jump. He's on a unicycle. Now, it's a video game. If I wanted him to jump, he could jump on a unicycle. But I purposely want to try seeing what interesting gameplay stuff I can come up with the thing of he can't jump. It's like a platformer, but you can't jump. So if you want vertical height, you got to find other ways to get it. So like tight ropes that go upwards, slopes, getting speed to launch yourself off a ramp. Like there's lots of creative ideas. Springs, like, I don't know, mushrooms you could like bounce off of, the thing that you just mentioned. There's like tons of ideas to have verticality and platforming without actually jumping. So I want to tinker with a lot of that. One thing I want to purposely do, I want to make sure that I try to do is I don't want my levels to be too flat, because flat is boring. No, I want to try to have lots of like sloped ground. I want some levels to have a lot of verticality to them, because I think that would be neat to have to like work your way up and work your way down. Like, stuff like cannons to kind of like almost fast travel from place to place. In a way, for some levels that wouldn't work in every level, but it would defeat the point of some levels if I wanted to be more linear. But yeah, how do you call that mesh that you jump over? I'm not sure what you're referring to. Is something in here that I have like I have like ramps, or is that something you're referring to? I'm not sure. Like this, like a square of metal with springs and a sheet. Oh, I kind of get what you're referring to. I don't know what you call that, but yeah. I think I get what you're saying. Yeah, a square that would like descend and then like launch you. Yeah, stuff like that. Lots of things that can give you vertical height. And also, not like all of it will be about platforming. A lot of it is just dodging hazards, having to weave in and around hazards that are going to exist. Yeah, like these that you have to like go at the right time, or these are projectiles you gotta dodge. We're gonna be doing a lot with projectiles. Ideally, from moment to moment gameplay, you're having to, really dodge a lot of things. I don't know how difficult I plan for the game to be, but we'll see. I'd like to be decently difficult, especially the hard modes, probably. Like, to completely 100% the game, like, the last few levels will probably be decently difficult. But I also don't want to fall victim of the whole, like, because I'm familiar with my game, I can be good at it, but someone else playing it for the first time would, not be good at it. I want to, like, account for that and make sure with this demo I don't, like, make the first levels of the demo, like, too difficult. That's worth considering. So, getting feedback from other people playing the game, would be useful. I want to, like, kind of release stuff as I'm making it, but then, like, get that feedback to tweak things as as I'm making it. No, nothing being set in stone too much. That's why I'm also purposely, like, with this demo, it could happen, but I have no expectations, no guarantee for any level in the demo to be in the final game. They could be, or they could be modified to fit the final game, but I'm not forcing that to happen. If I decide, like, because one, it just makes them easier to design. I don't have to design a level for like 2 scenarios of how they weave in around other levels. But also, like, one just kind of makes it easier to just plan them, to not have to worry about that. But then also I can like learn from these levels and all that sort of stuff. Oh, I see idea for a level, and I see an Amazon thing. Something spring jump. Let me not leak my address. Why is this in French? Oh, the link that you said. Yeah, that's or that's not. Is that Spanish? That's Spanish, not French. My bad. I just saw other language that wasn't English, and I saw an accent. So I'm like, accent, French. But yeah, just because the image. Oh yeah. Oh, I see Pogo person. Oh wait, why is this on Amazon? What? This like someone having a game, but it's on Amazon. Sure. I found on Google Images. No idea. I think it's an old game. Sure. Oh, right. So you're buying a physical game to have a cartridge or whatever. Sure. Okay. Yeah. Interesting, I suppose. No. It just perplexes me why it's on Amazon. But no, sure. Looks interesting. Could have ideas. To a degree, I look at other games to try and ooh, that would be cool to do. But I don't want to copy other games too directly. But also I don't have to be 100% original with my game. It's I have to have environments that no one's ever done before and hazards that no one's ever done before. I can't have spikes because other games did. Not like that. Not to that degree. But it's cool. You have many options. I do. Yeah. And I have some cool ideas for levels. Just like in the real game, I have some ideas for levels. Like, as an example, I want a level that takes place in a prison where you're actually having to stealth from some guards and stuff. To some degree, I'll have to see how much I lean into stealth mechanics. I like stealth mechanics to a degree in games, but I want to try to I know some people don't. I want to try and learn from what stealth games do badly and do some minor stealth mechanics that try to not do those things that are bad. But we'll see how that goes. Mainly in that level, it's not that you're trying to, you're a sneaker on guards, but you're trying to help somebody else prison break. So, yeah, you're not prison breaking yourself, you're kind of the distraction to a degree. The whole carnival will be a distraction. Anyways, that's story stuff for another day. Also, I have a plan for a heist in this demo, but I also have a plan for the real game equivalent of this heist that might end up being very different. We'll see. But for certain story things that I plan to have happen. I also have ideas for some levels. So you'll have your main controls that you have in the game, but some levels you'll, for just that level, have a button that does an extra special thing. To spice things up, change up some gameplay things. And I have cool story ideas for how that's going to make sense in game in a way that'll also then make sense to the player and not be completely out of left field. Music is too loud, is it? My bad. I can turn it down. Well, also different things of music in this keep being either louder or quieter, so yeah, it happens. Yeah, what was I saying though? But yeah, so I have ideas, long story short. Anyways, I've been rambling a lot, so I better get going. I have to plan what I'm gonna do next stream. I'm just gonna start by finishing off this level unlock thing. It would be nice to be actually working towards a specific goal rather than making generic stuff. So maybe sounds good. I can really help Lol. Yeah, people suggesting ideas. Yeah, it'd be cool to have happen. It'd be cool to actually also be making an actual level that's not a test level. It's here's an actual slice of game, and hopefully that'll turn out well. And we get to the end of making it, it's good enough that we start polishing it and maybe actually making more graphical assets and all that. And hopefully I don't get sick of it by the end of it, but we'll see. Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know. As I said, we'll see how much planning I do between now and the next stream. But I'm thinking at least a lot about, not I think because we're now getting to the point where I'm actually gonna be starting to make a real level. We might mess around with some ideas. I want this submarine level. I don't know how much the level will be entirely inside the submarine, or how much the submarine will be on the surface. You actually go at the top of the submarine and do stuff on land of it, and some back and forth maybe. I don't know. I have to plan out what I want out of it. Both out of gameplay-wise, some interesting gameplay ideas, and some story stuff. And to a degree, I kind of need to have done some planning on all three levels before I even make one of them, as I said, to know how the levels will relate to each other. And because in this demo I only have 3 levels to work with, I want to make sure that all of them are different enough that I'm testing a lot of different ideas and doing different cool things. And like what has, you know, having the different hazards and all that. So, yeah, to some degree, I probably will have to. I have done some planning already, but a bit more intricate planning of what I'm gonna be doing in all 3 of the levels. But yeah, we'll see. It's funny. The one I have the most ideas with right now, the most kind of like planned having ideas with, is the third one, the office building one. It's not just an office building, but it would be hopping between office buildings with all this circus stuff going on, with it being slightly more futuristic, but also you're trying to steal something, so it's a heist, but also really up high. So yeah, it'll be fun with combinations of exteriors and interiors. I hope it'll be really cool. So office buildings is the right word. Skyscrapers is the word I should be using. Skyscraper office buildings. Really, really high up skyscrapers. Anyways, but yeah. You mean a general goal, like, through all the game, right? Yeah, so with some of this stuff that I'm making, like, subtitle system, this is something that, like, I need to make, like, the infrastructure for it. So even though I'm not actually making any voice lines or actual what characters are saying yet, I need to make the programming for a subtitles thing to be able to exist, to then eventually write what the subtitles are going to say. But that's just, like, general game infrastructure kind of deal. That's not making a level. Once I can get to a point where I have a level completely planned out, and it's like, yes, this is kind of blocked out what it's going to look like, I can start making that specific thing rather than the general thing of working towards what will eventually be, you know, all the stuff with the whole game or whatever. Yeah. Anyways, though, yeah, so look forward to a cool submarine in the near future. One thing I don't know if I'll be able to do it, but one thing I thought would be fun is to very loosely have the submarine have some resemblance to the submarine from my tutorial thing. One second. Let me find it. So, my greatest video ever is this submarine thing. Oh, idea for Easter eggs: hide a level in the spawn world and make a level where you need to turn all the lights around and make it spooky. Oh, levels where you're like in the dark and having to do light stuff. That would be cool. That is something I would like to try and do. And yes, Easter egg, haha. I have some ideas for Easter eggs that relate to things that have happened, like, well, I say on stream, but more like with my game development stuff in general. Like having a reference to my submarine. Loosely. I'm not, like, the submarine, like, this is like a kind of meant to be like a one-man sort of submarine. The level is like, the entire level is a giant submarine that has lots of rooms and stuff. So it wouldn't be the exact same, but maybe I'd copy, like, some parts of the color scheme, or at least being orange, or maybe having the fins. I don't know. We'll see how much, but it'd be fun, because I'm going to have a submarine level. I made a submarine. What if they connect? No. That'd be on the full game, right? Both. Maybe. Or, I don't know. Right now, I'm going to, like, mainly focus on the demo. One thing I haven't mentioned, one thing I want to try and do is I want even the demo to have some loose story between the levels. Almost like a taste of what the real story in game will be. But I want the demo, instead of being 3 disconnected levels, I'd like the demo to almost feel like a finished product in terms of, like, yeah, this had a start, middle, and maybe like a cliffhanger end that, like, teases the real game or something. But that would just be cool to almost, like, also have it be like practice for the real thing, and have some small thing that I can say, like, yeah, I did this and it's done, and it, you know, whatever, and then, you know, go from there. In terms of references, though, yeah. So I made the submarine. It'd be cool to reference it in some way if I'm making a real submarine. We'll see how much that is. My one worry is that in the demo, I said it was going to be a submarine in a volcano. Volcanoes, lava, orange. This thing's orange. All a different shade of orange and yellow. So I have to see how the color schemes mix. Or the submarine doesn't have to be in a volcano. I don't know if it will be or not. I just, like, I want a submarine level. Where is the submarine? And, you know, volcano would be more unique, I guess. So we'll see. I just think how you treat the end of the demo and then that loose story, that's the trick. I have to, like, figure that part out. Like, I have a loose idea. So when I say I want to heist the real game, that's going to be something that happens relatively early on, and I have some story stuff what that is. You know, I don't have what the actual item is, but I have some story stuff planned with that. With the demo, I just think it'd be cool conceptually, the actioniness that can come with running for your life. While also having to deal with all the circus and rides and stuff. I want it to be chaotic. Because also do it because like also with the demo it can also showcase like it's a circus game where you go around and repair rides, but also it's not that. I want to really like be able to show at least in one level of the demo, mainly this heist thing, that like it's going to be so much more than that by like the fact that it's like, oh, it's a circus game, but you're doing a heist? Excuse me? Like, that's almost the reaction that I want, to be like, what? This is happening? Wait a minute. I didn't sign up for this. Yeah. That's the impression I want the demo to have. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, something like I was able to rescue someone who's important for the story, but the story would continue. Yeah, I considered the idea of like the story, the demo being like almost like a prequel to the real story or whatever. But I don't think that'll be the case. I think that the demo and the real thing will be like non-canon to each other. Just because there's certain things I wanted out of the real story that can't make a prequel happen. That also wouldn't be too much work. Because for the simplest reason of, in the beginning of the game, the main character, it's his first time riding a unicycle ever, which means there can't be a prequel where you're playing as him, which means if I wanted you to be playing as some other important character, I would have to actually model them and animate them for all the unicycle animations, and that's just too much work for a demo that just is not worth it in the slightest to do. So that's reason numero uno of why I wouldn't make it like a prequel. Oh, so the real game would not start with the demo chapters? No, it'd be like two separate experiences. I don't know what I'd compare it to. I'm sure any game that has had like a demo and then you did you do the real thing and it's just like that but more. It's like loosely related. It's like a concept sort of. It's a prototype. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how much these things actually happen in the real thing. Maybe somehow, like, the real game could have, like, a reference to the demo in some way. Or, as I said, who knows how similar the demo... Like, all of the demo levels could appear in the final game, for all I know. So it could just be in the final game. I don't know. We'll see if that happens. Then can I tell you something? Sure. Go ahead. Yeah, but another reference I was gonna have is that so there's the submarine thing maybe somewhere because I think that'd be funny. A while back I made a dinosaur game. It was a dinosaur and a skateboard for a school project where I was remaking a kids game. And I have a funny idea to reference that wouldn't be too stupid. Hopefully, basically all I want is like a level that takes place at a skate park. And somewhere in that, there's like a guy in a mascot costume that happens to look like the dinosaur from that game. So it's not an actual dinosaur, just like in a skateboard park area thing. There's just a guy that's wearing a costume that vaguely resembles that. I think I can get away with that, have that not be too dumb. And be like, oh, it's the thing. If I can have him faceplant, that would just be icing on the cake because it's like my favorite animation out of the other thing. So yeah, we'll see. So stuff like that. I think there's at least there's probably a few more things I'd come up with of references. Although actually, like, I'm more focused on like the game being fun and like the gameplay of the game. But there's some things here and there I think I could throw in just because it'd be funny. Yeah, and yeah, that is that. I also gotta plan like characters and stuff. I have some ideas for characters and stuff, but I know with what I want out of this, so there's more I need to come up with. But also, I'm not fully settled on what any character is going to look like yet. I have some names and some like personalities and stuff, but like I feel like what they're going to look like is going to come down to when I'm actually modeling them and whatever reference material I find. I have some loose ideas, but nothing 100% settled on. Okay, so for the user/player, if you do that, make it really obvious that the player/owner's game is not the same at all. Just the graphics/mechanics a bit, because people checking beta do expect almost the same on the release game. Oh, I know what I can compare us to. A Hat in Time. A Hat in Time had a beta, and I think this is the same idea of what I'm saying of demo is not entirely connected. And I think I'll be able to like. It almost be like the demo is a small sliver of the real game, so it's not like that. I see. Yeah, I'll figure. Like I'm more concerned with the demo. I guess I'm mostly concerned about or with the game in general. I'm most concerned about making a fun game. It being fun is the number one thing, and whatever I need to have that happen, that's the goal. Yeah. Also, by making the demo, I'm going to be making a lot of assets that will, be working towards the real game. That's one thing I want to avoid a little bit is try not to make too much stuff that I know for certain won't appear in the final game at all, I guess. That's like one thing I want to keep in mind. That's why, as I said, I don't want to make like a new character for the demo that's not going to be the final game. Like, making the demo is also meant to be working towards the real game, the full game or whatever. Yeah. Curious to see the rest of the demo. I'm curious to how it's going to turn out when I make it. I'm hoping it can turn out well. The one thing that I'm worried about is that I've always struggled with level design quite a bit, but I'm, something I'm hoping to get better at, but hopefully, through practice or, better tools of planning and all that. Also, I tend to, like, overthink things a lot or whatever, but I'm pretty good at, like, looking at a game, well, to a degree, looking at some games and be able to, like, pick them apart in terms of good and bad level design or whatever. Done a lot of research on that kind of thing. So I wouldn't say I'm terrible at level design. I'm good at, like, analyzing level design, just coming up with my own level design. I struggle with that a decent bit. But, yeah, we'll see how all that goes. Hopefully, that I can, make something cool. Because also, to keep in mind that I'm probably not going to design the perfect level right off the bat. It's going to take iterations. Design stuff, make things, tweak it, and, keep this, like, iterative design process. So, yeah. Then, hey, Chrome, if you feel stuck, poke me with a stick on Discord, lol. Yeah, fair enough. We'll see how much planning I do on stream. I don't know. Because it might be boring to have you just be humming and hawing for hours trying to plan stuff. I feel like a lot of this plan is going to happen, like, as I'm going about doing other things. I'll come up with ideas and write them down or whatever. I do have an idea to, like... So, one thing that makes drawing a level on paper hard in this case is, as I said, I want the level to have a lot of, like, verticality and 3D-ness to it, which can be hard to communicate on paper, especially when you can't draw very well. So, like, one thing that I've experimented with before with my tag game that I did with a school project, that I might experiment also with this, but maybe in a different way, is to... Like, because it's usually not good to just go directly into making a level without planning. You want to plan it beforehand. But I might tinker in Unity as the planning. Like, build a super blocked out version of the level as planning to basically, like, this block represents this thing. This block represents this thing. Just make it out of blocks where everything's easily malleable. To be able to have, be able to see the 3D-ness of it. Yeah. Also, get some reference images for, like, artistically what stuff's going to look like. And all of that stuff. Like, I don't know if the insides of the submarine are necessarily gonna go into lookalike, but we'll see. Also, characters and what characters are gonna say, whatever story stuff. Have a lot of planning to do, but we'll see how it all comes along. I'm looking forward to it. I'm excited to, hopefully, actually be making levels now, and hopefully it'll turn out well. Although next stream, first we'll be finishing this bit of programming thing. That won't take long at all. I probably could have done it in the time that I've been rambling, but oh well. Oops. I'm happy to see you working. It does, or look pretty professional, and even you stream at the same time. You make it interesting, funny. Woo! That's what I hope for. Because also, this is free advertising. I do like it. Eventually, I imagine I'd get to the point where I'd make like a full-on trailer and all that. I have technically made a trailer before with my old game, Washed Up Wizard, but that was in editing software I'd never used, and it crashed 3 times while I was making that trailer. So. Fun. Now I'd say I have a bit more experience under my belt and better tools at my disposal. 3D model, man, get a lot of assets for 3D models. That'll help for sure. Sorry, which software? So, I don't know. I do 3D model, have 3D modeling experience and all that. Like, I plan to 3D model the characters myself. I made. Where is it? I made this guy really quickly, although he's not, like, rigged at all. He was meant to be as a placeholder. Like, this guy is... Where is it? This guy here. Yeah, he's not animated or anything, because he was made to replace him being a cube. This is, like, the placeholder that's slightly less placeholder than a cube. But I have done, like, making... people for. My logo that's around the screen, is it in that direction? Or down there, maybe? One of those 2 corners. It's that way on YouTube, and that's what I'm more familiar with. I made that guy that is me. And that's loosely what I expect the art style to be of this game, right? In fact, I'm tempted to, like, take that guy and use him as a base to make some characters, but I don't want it to look too samey, so we'll see. One thing that I know I need to get better with... Oh, sorry, you said which software? Blender is the main thing I use to 3D model. One thing I want to get better at is fashion for characters. I've been really bad at, like, clothes, like, making interesting outfits of what characters are wearing. But I think by just getting better reference material and playing more stuff in advance with that, it'll be easier or I'll be more capable of doing so. Just like finding examples of people wearing stuff or whatever, and then copy that, with more interesting attire. Also, with the guy down there, I was only so limited with like making myself or whatever. With these characters, I can do whatever I want. They can have whatever crazy hairstyle or proportions. I do want to try and have, like, rather than going full, not realism, but like the realistic proportions of that guy, it would be cool to be able to pull off more wacky proportions. I just don't know how capable I am of pulling that off. So we'll see. I might also, maybe mess around with some Blender stuff in isolation to practice, messing around with stuff for the real game. I also, the two sides of the coin. One, I'd like to make really cool models. I also, I'm not going to be making Pixar graphics unless I'm going to be doing this for 4 years. So there's definitely a trade-off between like graphics and time of actually finishing the game. But we'll see. I don't know if I might like wait on designing the main character. I might design a few like side characters first to dip my toes in the water for like art style stuff, and then use that to make the main character once I've kind of figured stuff out. Because ideally, in theory, the main character should be both the best looking model and like the most detailed model and the most like intricate and will probably take the longest to make model. So I probably shouldn't necessarily do it first because of all that. I may start with some less important things. Like I do have. It's funny, the main character is the one that I'm more, like, the most, like, unsure of what he's gonna look like. Other characters I have more ideas with, but they might also change completely, so even some names might change for all I know. Yeah. Looking forward to a Blender stream? Yeah. I have, remember when I made that dinosaur? That's around somewhere. That was all Blender stuff. Yeah, we'll see where that goes. I do like enjoy programming 10 times more than I enjoy doing Blender stuff, but part of it might be my like approach to. I've been with making characters. I've experimented with a bunch of different ways of doing that in Blender, and haven't really settled on like the way for me. Like I've done sculpting, I've done directly just making model through direct like and proportional editing and all that. I've done stuff with like meta balls and even with making models, doing stuff with like making a super detailed model and retopology and all that. I've tried a bunch of different things, and I don't know. I haven't decided on like I haven't found like a way that is my preferred way of making people. But we'll see. Certain like ways of doing that stuff also take longer or shorter. Retopology is a big task, but if I want to have complicated face animations and rigging, all that, yeah, that's what I gotta do. But we'll get there. We'll get there eventually. Ideally, I want the people to have full on like faces, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how much I compromise when it comes to actually doing things. Yeah. Anyways, though, I have been rambling for a while. I do need to stop. But yeah, no, it's cool. I enjoy rambling about what I'm working on. I enjoy people being interested in what I'm doing and, pitching ideas and all that. I'm looking forward to, this, shaping up. It'd be really cool if it does turn out good. So, yeah, we'll see how that happens. Yeah, but so in the meantime, I think, I'm going to be planning some stuff on my own and starting to think a lot more about the intricacies of what I want out of these 3 levels. Yeah, maybe it'll change. Maybe I'll come back and be like, oh, we're making 4 levels now. But I don't want to scope too high with the demo. The point of the demo is for it to be a small slice of the game that I actually finish in a reasonable time. I even think that once I get to the point where a single level is done, I would release that in some form to get feedback or whatever. So by the time that 1 level is done, I'll release stuff in some form, but then the demo is this, 3-level package. Or, we'll see if it's actually 4 or whatever, but I'm thinking 3 is a good number. I have, ideas and step by step. Exactly. Also, as I said, I'm making the levels a bit out of order. Of the 3 levels, I'm starting with level 2, so I don't have to yet make, tutorial-centric stuff, and also whatever the finale stuff. Yeah. Oh, you got a bottle of water? Yes, that I was going to drink and then was rambling so much that I didn't do that. Stay hydrated and all that. It's got my old logo on it, so that's thing. Oh, it's mirrored, but yeah, that's very, very cool. It was a gift. Very cool. Yeah, but, haha, nice. Yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna plan this submarine level. I'm like it's also worth mentioning that the level ideas aren't concrete either. You'd be like, oh, the first level's not in a forest anymore. Now it's in a desert, and oh, we're doing a submarine. Now we're doing a spaceship. But no, I have some loose things that I've kind of loosely set in stone. Like the second level is a big vehicle to be piloted by someone. That is a guarantee, or I would like it to be a guarantee. And this heist idea I'm very settled on because I just like it. First level is probably, if any level is likely to change the most, or if any level is likely to change the most, it would be the submarine, whatever the external environment is might change. And the first level being a forest, I might try to do something to add more to it. Ideally, like, it's not going to be just a generic forest. We'll see. I'm going to figure out more with that as I'm planning it. I might do some stuff with, like, treetops, and I might do stuff with cliff sides and water. I don't know. We'll see how in depth I get with it, but we'll see. But also, it's a circus, so it won't be a generic forest because it's going to be a circus in a forest. But yeah, we'll see how much I can even get away with that. What I have been also planning is kind of like for cool, like what cool moments could happen in certain levels with certain environments or whatever. So like climbing a big tree and then have it like fall over with you on it falling over, or like using a big log as like a bridge, and or going across a big bridge and then it like snaps halfway through to send you somewhere else. Stuff like that. I have ideas. Seems pretty stable already. That's dope. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see how all this develops in due time. But yeah, I yeah. Before we hit 4 a.m. for me, I better yeah, get going and get planning, get to making some cool things. Yeah, looking forward to making. But I've repeated myself like 10 times already, so yeah, I'm gonna stop doing that. But yeah. Anyway, I think that'll do it for this live stream. If you liked it, look forward to more. Thank you all so much for watching, and as always, I'll see you around. All right, bye.